Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the D and WhatIf, with another fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Deku was the son of Lady Nagant. All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the coming weeks, Izuku finished middle school, top of his school, though that was no surprise. Whenever he wasn't studying or sparring with Bakugo, he spent time with Eri. He mainly drew with her, but there were times he sat her down and had her continue her education. If he wasn't doing any of that, he was texting Ochako in the depths of his room, so as not to be bothered by his mother's incessant need of wanting updates about his so-called love life. As Izuku continued to talk with Ochako, they got to know each other better and were making plans to do stuff when school started back up again. However, that didn't mean they didn't occasionally run into each other. The first time was on a Saturday and Izuku wanted to get out of the house and he knew Eri needed to get out of the house. With Inko out running errands, Izuku helped Eri into her jacket and then slipped his own on. They then set out for the mall. The whole walk, Izuku couldn't help but look around at the community and think that he needed to get out and start doing volunteer work again. Though with having to take care of Eri and starting high school soon, that time was going to disappear quickly. Yet still he could at least try to make some time. Though his thoughts were directed back to Eri as they arrived at the mall. As they walked through the entrance, Izuku lifted Eri onto his shoulder and they began exploring the mall. As Eri had been doing well in her schoolwork, Izuku and Inko thought it would be good to treat her to some kind of reward. They walked between the different kid stores, though Eri never showed outward expression to any of the toys. Izuku was more than happy to take all the time that was needed. When lunch hit, Izuku bought Eri a pretzel, while getting himself a sandwich. After the small lunch break, they ran into Ochako. They had ridden the elevator back to the first floor, and when the door opened, Ochako was found standing on the outside. She was wearing a black long shelf shirt and a pair of jeans that had holes on the knees, with old cement dust all over them. Her hair was done up in a ponytail, in a fashion similar to how Izuku had begun to wear his hair, though Ochako had two small bangs framing her face. "Oh," Izuku and Ochako said at the same time. "Hi Uraraka," Eri said in a small tender voice. "Hi Eri, you're doing so well in this crowd," Ochako said, then moved out of the way to allow Izuku to walk out. "What are you two doing here? Eri needs a new toy and I needed an excuse to get out of the house," Izuku said as he carried Eri out of the elevator, and just in time as the door closed. "I'm surprised you're in Musutafu. Well, I got accepted into UA, so I'll be sticking around. I'm just glad I was able to do my finals online," Ochako said as she and Izuku began walking through the mall. "And what brings you to the malls? I thought your family was tight on money," Izuku said. Ochako smiled as Izuku had not called her family poor, something she appreciated, as many of her old friends referred to her and her family like that after they learned of her financial situation. "Cabin fever, but I don't plan on doing any shopping." "Oh, well maybe you can help me," Izuku said. "Find a toy for Eri?" Ochako asked, and Izuku and Eri both nodded. Ochako thought for a second, then said, "I think I've got the thing. Saw it on my way in." Ochako then turned and began to walk away, but not before gesturing for Izuku to follow her. Izuku followed Ochako to a stuffed animal store, which had its walls lined with all different kinds of animals in different colors. Izuku put Eri on the floor, and Izuku saw that Eri's eyes and head were whipping around to look at the different stuffed animals. Izuku chuckled a bit, and so did Ochako, who said, "I think we've hit the jackpot." With that, the trio began walking down the aisles and stopped whenever a particular animal caught Eri's attention. Once they walked through the entire store twice, Eri grabbed Izuku's hand and dragged him to two particular animals. The first was a purple rabbit with green tuft that had a carrot in its mouth. The second was a pink cat with dark purple spots that was lying on its back, playing with a ball of white yank. Eri carried the stuffed animals to the checkout counter, where Izuku paid for them. The work began putting them into a bag, but then Eri insisted on carrying them out. The worker happily handed the stuffed animals back to Eri and she ran to the front door. By the time Izuku caught up to her, Eri was showing off her animals to Ochako. Ochako gave a small chuckle, confusing Izuku. He looked them over and could not find at all what was funny about the situation. So he turned to Ochako and asked, "What's so funny?" Ochako stood up as she continued to chuckle. "Oh, I'll let you figure that one out." Izuku just shook his head. As the trio began to walk through the mall, Eri had her toys, but as they continued to walk around the mall, it became more and more clear that neither Izuku nor Ochako wanted to go back to their place of residence. "Hey Uraraka, if you ever get bored at your apartment, you're always welcome to come over," Izuku said. "What?" Ochako said, whipping her head around that it nearly broke to look at Izuku. "I mean, we're going to be going to UA for the next 3 years. That's 3 years in that apartment," Izuku said, then got a thoughtful look on his face. "Though Kakin is a little tick you beat him with by rescue points, you might want to dodge him. He's out for blood." Ochako suddenly stopped walking and looked Izuku in the eyes. This caused Izuku to laugh and continue with, "He won't kill you, maybe you send you to the hospital, but you won't be put in an early grave." That definitely didn't help. "Don't worry, I'll make sure he doesn't hurt you," Izuku said, then suddenly turned to the right and headed into a camping store. Ochako raised an eyebrow as she followed Izuku into the store. She watched as he purchased a lighter that he slipped into a bag. A bag Ochako hadn't noticed Izuku was carrying, but at that moment realized she had watched him slip different items into it. Ochako thought about the different items Izuku had purchased: a lighter, a length of fuse, a bottle of nail polish bottle. Then Izuku directed the group to the postal store, where he slipped a small box into the bag. With that, Ochako's curiosity hit its ceiling and she asked, "What are you doing?" "Planning on making a Molotov and lighting a building on fire." Izuku raised the bag and said, "What?" "No, all this is for birthday pranks. A tradition between Kaken and I where we prank each other on our birthday before giving our gift." That just confused Ochako even more. "Hold on, how can it be a prank if Bakugo knows it's coming? He would be on the lookout." Half the fun of pulling a prank was the other person didn't see it coming, and seeing their surprised look. Izuku clicked his tongue and then said, "That's half the challenge. Setting up a prank so unforeseen, so complex that Kaken doesn't see it coming. He likes to go with red herrings, while personally, I like to be more subtle and puzzle-like. The thing you least suspect to happen is more than often the thing you should have suspected the most. So what's the prank you're going for this year?" Ochako said it would be good to see what kind of person Izuku is, seeing what he considered fun and how he went about it. Izuku waved a finger, taunting Ochako's sorry trade secret. "Just watch out for April 20th. Ochako brought up her mental schedule. "Hold on, you're going to prank Bakugo's a week after school starts." Izuku just gave a slow nod and an evil grin. Ochako sighed and tried to continue to press the matter, but Izuku stayed tight-lipped and said nothing. When she left them to go back to her apartment, Ochako couldn't get Izuku's evil grin out of her mind. Izuku seemed to be a happy-go-lucky type of person. But that smile, she had to admit, it sent a chill down her spine. Maybe there was some truth in Izuku's file. With the remaining time until high school, Izuku continued to prepare for UA. He got his uniform and sent the design for the hero costume, along with the order for some support equipment. He had the design in his mind since he was a kid, though it had been a crude drawing. When he and Bakugo had been stumped on how to better design their suits, Mitsuki stepped in and used her fashion knowledge from her job to help the two of them design their perfect hero suits. Though Izuku was grateful for Mitsuki's input, he was planning on keeping his stealth suit in reserve. He wasn't planning on getting rid of it, as he would still use it for stealth missions when he became a pro hero. But now, as Izuku gave one last look at the design, he was happy to say that he was proud to have a suit the public would know him by. Aside from the uniforms, Izuku ordered his textbooks and got new notebooks and school supplies. On the Ochako side of things, text turned more into late-night phone calls, many of which devolved into Izuku making sure Ochako didn't panic over the smallest thing. To do this, they talked about Ochako's parents and how their business was doing, while Ochako always asked for updates about Eri. Though it was Izuku calming Ochako down, he won't admit that talking to Ochako helped him calm about the stress of new classes and new teachers. Through all that, there was one bright side. He would finally be about to use all of his skills to help people out. Then finally it came. On the first day of school, Izuku woke up early and took a quick shower. He then got dressed in his fresh uniform, which consisted of a white shirt, a tanner blazer, a red tie, and a pair of dark green breakfasts. He enjoyed a quick breakfast, gave Eri a quick head pat, and then headed to the front door. He raced to get his shoes on, hoping to avoid what he knew was coming. "Izuku, are you sure you have everything?" Izuku sighed as she had just opened the door to the garage. He closed the door and said, "Yes, Mom, I have everything." However, that didn't defer Inko as she began to list the majority of the schooling list Izuku had gotten. And after each object, Izuku gave an annoyed yes. Finally, Inko got to the last item and Izuku was about to escape. He gave one last call out to Eri, promising Eri that he would spend the evening with her. Then before Inko could stall him even further, Izuku made a mad dash into the garage. He jumped onto his freshly cleaned motorcycle, slipped on his helmet and opened the garage door. He walked his bike out of the garage, and after clicking the garage door opener again, Izuku turned his bike and headed out of the neighborhood. At the edge of the neighborhood, Izuku turned out, though not in the direction of UA. Instead of turning right to head south, Izuku turned north and began backtracking the bus lines. He weaved through the morning traffic until he spotted Ochako sitting at the bus stop that was near her apartment complex. He revved his engine to get her attention, then pulled in front of her. Izuku stopped in front of Ochako and pulled up his visor and mouthguard. Ochako gave him a confused gesture. And he said, "What, you thought your first day of UA was going to start by taking the bus?" Izuku then popped the storage on his bike and pulled out a black helmet with a pink star design on it catch. Ochako caught the helmet and looked at it. This is probably just Izuku dealing with his own stress, but Ochako won't say no to a free ride. She slipped on the helmet and then got on the bike behind Izuku. Well, we don't all have rich and powerful friends, Ochako said as she lopped her arm around his chest to hold on. Izuku laughed as he lowered his visor and mouth guard down. He then twisted the throttle and shot away from the bus station. As soon as he could, Izuku pulled a U-turn and took off towards UA. Izuku made sure to drive as safely as possible, but still edged out the speed limit a bit to make sure they weren't late. As they shot through town, Ochako tapped Izuku on the shoulder. Izuku quickly tapped the left side of his helmet and suddenly his voice came through Ochako's helmet, "Need something?" Ochako nearly let go of Izuku, but managed to keep her hold on him. "What?" "Our helmets have a short-range communication system, so we can talk on the road without too much trouble. Something of my own design," Izuku said as he took the last turn, and it was a straight shot to the hill that Yue sat upon. "I wanted to thank you for talking to me for the past few days, but I'm still a little nervous," Ochako said, her voice breaking a bit. Despite all the time they had talked, Ochako was still nervous. In the beginning, it had just been an act for Izuku to open up to her, but as the first day got closer, that worry started to become real. "Hey, it's okay to be nervous, and I'm sure you've worked hard to get to this point. I'm sure that even without my help, you would have passed the entrance exam. You earned your spot at UA, and I'm happy that you did," Izuku said. They hit the hill and started to climb it. Soon the front gate of UA came into view, so Izuku released the throttle and coasted into the parking lot across the street. Izuku quickly found Bakugo's bike and parked next to it. After Ochako slipped off, Izuku swung his leg off and slipped his helmet off. Ochako handed Izuku her helmet and he set them up on the handle, then dropped down the kickstand. They walked in tandem across the street and onto UA's campus. After scanning their student ID at the front desk, Izuku led Ochako through the school with the map he memorized from the letter. They soon arrived at classroom 1 and Izuku had to say, "That's a big door." "Eep," Ochako said as she pulled the door open. Of all the things UA was going to have, why did a big door surprise Izuku? They got students with all kinds of different quirks. They were going to come across students who couldn't fit through a normal door. Ochako and Izuku headed into the classroom and found that 4 students had already arrived and were sitting at their desks. Bakugo was one of them and was getting yelled at by another student. "You are disgracing those who came before you by pulling your feet on the chair," the tall student with blue hair and glasses said, moving his hand as if he were chopping a karate brick. "You must have a stick far up your ass. What school did you come from, extra?" Bakugo asked with no indication he was going to remove his feet from the desk. He just shot a glare up at the other students and looked ready to use his quirk to intimidate him. "Semi-private academy, and my name is Tenya Ilda," the named Ilda said, his arm now moving faster with a vein looking to pop on his forehead. "Baked at a silver spoon, I'll enjoy putting you in your place, because I'm the next #1 hero," Bakugo said as his usual level of cockiness was dialed up to 11 as if he was going to put everyone in their place, all of which was below him, says the one that only got 3rd place in the entrance exam, Izuku said as he excused himself from Ochako and walked over to his desk that was right behind Bakugo's. Izuku made sure to knock Bakugo's feet to the ground as he walked past. Izuku was always happy to be there to see Bakugo get humbled or to be the one doing the humbling. Izuku then swiftly turned and faced Ilda. "Izuku Midoriya, I heard your name was Ilda. Nice to meet you." Izuku held out his hand and Ilda shook it. "Yes, nice to meet you. So you are friends with him? His attitude is unbecoming of a hero and have to change it if he wishes to become the #1 hero," Ilda said, gesturing to Bakugo. "Unfortunately, and his name is Katsuki Bakugo," Izuku said. Ilda paused as if he had just realized something. "You said your name was Midoriya." Izuku nodded. "Then that would make you the student that earned 220 points, beating Endeavor's record and giving you a run-in for all mites. He will be a great example to look towards in the future." As Ilda spoke, Izuku noticed that the dual-haired student who was previously looking straight forward at the blackboard was now looking in his direction. He dismissed the student and looked back at Ilda. "Yeah, that would be me, though I was unaware of the extra point system at the time." Rescue points, Izuku understood. Leadership points he was still trying to figure out. "Nevertheless, you are clearly at the top of the class and will be an example to follow," Ilda said, almost repeating him. Izuku smiled as he heard a little growling coming from Bakugo, who hated the most for being proven he wasn't the strongest. Izuku excused himself and sat down at his desk. Ilda bowed and left to go to his own desk. Once Ilda sat down, Izuku reached inside his pack and tossed something onto Bakugo's desk. "Got something for you." Bakugo scoffed as he picked up the item, thinking nothing of it. Bakugo brought the small clear container to eye level and shook it around to look at the liquid. He then brought it close and took a small sniff, and the smell of gas hit his nose. So the liquid was flammable, but that didn't explain. Then Bakugo recognized it as a liquid contained from a lighter often used during camping. "What the hell is this?" Izuku just grinned and said, "Oh, just felt like saying an early happy birthday." Izuku spoke with such a frosty tone that Bakugo froze in his seat. I thought we said no more visits after last year, Bakugo said, looking down at the container. It looked like Izuku was planning on setting him on fire. Oh, you won't be sent to the just the nurse's office, Izuku said with a grin. Bakugo looked back at the container and panicked a little. Though Bakugo was always stubborn and hard-headed and Izuku was kind and gentle, the way they went about pranks was quite the opposite. Bakugo's pranks were always light-hearted while Izuku was almost downright villainous. Izuku had only been sent to the by accident. Though in Bakugo's defense, Izuku woke up a lot earlier than Bakugo was planning on, so happy birthday Kaken. Once Ochako heard that, she looked over and wondered what kind of evil spirit had possessed Izuku. He always acted so kind and comforting, helped take care of Eri and did his best to be saint-like. But that happy birthday sounded as if Izuku had been playing everyone's fools for years and his plan was about to be perfected. Ochako for once was glad her birthday was at the end of the year, so she had time to prepare for what evil prank Izuku began to plan. As the minutes rolled by, the students of Class 1 arrived, everyone having their own conversations. Izuku heard a boy with red hair talking to a boy with yellow hair that a black lightning bolt on his side. He heard them talking about his and Bakugo's motorcycles and how they wanted to find the third years or teachers who own them. Izuku smirked at this but then felt a presence walking over the class. He tracked it to the corner of the classroom, where a yellow sleeping bag was sitting up. When had they slipped into the classroom and who were they? The yellow sleeping bag rolled a bit and Izuku was met with a pair of extremely tired eyes and the face of a man with long hair scuffed around his jaw. The teacher looked back at Izuku and Izuku got a feeling that he needed to stay quiet. As the last student sat down and the man stood up, he walked to the teacher's desk and stood there for a few seconds until others began to notice him. Once the last bit of conversation disappeared, the man cleared his throat and said, "Besides one of you, it took all of you nearly a minute to quiet down. In this school, time is precious and cannot be wasted on useless things. That being said, I am Mr. Aizawa, your homeroom teacher." Mr. Aizawa introduced himself, then pulled out a gym uniform. "For now, put these on and meet on Field Alpha in 5 minutes. Izuku, Bakugo, the dual-color hair kid and a girl with a big ponytail were the first to stand up. Izuku noticed that Mr. Aizawa made a mental note that they were the first 4 to stand up. Izuku and Bakugo were at the door. By the time the rest of the students of WANA began to stand up, they led Class 1 into the changing rooms where the boys and girls separated to change. Izuku was the first in and grabbed a gym uniform for the bench and walked over to a corner. He quickly took his shirt off and before anyone had a chance to see him, he slipped the gym shirt back on. As the other boys of WANA arrived, Izuku was changing out his pants. After slipping his clothes into a locker, he stepped out and began heading towards Field Alpha. Izuku walked through a pair of double doors and found Mr. Aizawa waiting for him. As Izuku approached, Mr. Aizawa looked at him and said, "You did that in less than 3 minutes." It was becoming clear who Izuku was. He had training far beyond the normal first year, but he didn't show off and act prideful. He was a natural-born leader. He had helped 2 of his fellow students rack up enough points to get into the hero course. This made him seem a good person, but Mr. Aizawa was more concerned about who taught Izuku and if they had malicious intent. He had seen too many young people be trained for good intent only to follow their master down a dark path out of nothing more than loyalty. "I'm not one to waste time either," Izuku said as he began stretching as they waited for the rest of Class 1 to arrive. Mr. Aizawa slightly raised an eyebrow at this, as Izuku should have had no idea of what was coming, as it was customary that the first year went to student orientation. But here was WANA heading somewhere new for an unforeseen test. That was sure to throw anyone for a loop. Once all of Class 1 had arrived, Mr. Aizawa stepped forward and said, "Today we will be getting your baseline for your quirk's power and your control over it. This will allow us as teachers to see how you group as an individual. Bakugo, look alive. You scored the second most villain points, so you'll be the demonstration." Mr. Aizawa produced a softball and tossed it to Bakugo. "In middle school, you take a fitness test each year. Bakugo, what was your score from last year?" 86 meters, Bakugo said, after a moment of thinking. "Step forward into the circle and use your quirk this time," Mr. Aizawa said. Both Bakugo and Izuku had been on the form for Project Velocity, and both were under suspicion, though UA staff were more concerned. But Mr. Aizawa knew if they peered into Izuku too much and he was a villain in hiding, then that would make him go on alert. The same could be said about Bakugo, but it was better than going directly to Izuku. This was going to have to be a fine line Mr. Aizawa walked to keep everyone safe. "But sir, what about orientation? We'll miss it," Ochako said, raising her hand and voicing the thoughts of most of her fellow classmates, and drawing Mr. Aizawa out of his thoughts. "UA is a private school, meaning we as teachers have complete control over how we run our classes. If you want to make it to the big leagues, you can't waste your time with pointless ceremonies. Bakugo, step forward and take your throw," Mr. Aizawa said. Bakugo nodded and walked into the white ring. As Bakugo stretched his shoulder, Izuku took a step back and stood next to a girl who had earphone jacks attached to her ears. "Your quirk deals with sound, right?" Izuku whispered, as he had seen the girl walk into class and with his analytic mind reasoned what her quirk was, along with the side effects, positive and negative. The girl turned and looked Izuku over as she became confused. She then said, "Yeah, how did you guess?" Izuku tapped his earlobe, referring to her external quirk factor, "So I'm guessing you have enhanced hearing." The girl nodded. "Then you might want to cover your ears this turn." "Then again for my turn. Our quirks can be loud." The girl looked at Izuku confused, and then Bakugo yelled, "Die," and threw the ball forward. Before the ball escaped his grip, Bakugo unleashed the largest explosion he ever created. The girl with headphone jacks quickly covered her ears, along with everyone else, though Izuku didn't even flinch. Once the ringing stopped, she looked up at Izuku, who nodded and then stepped forward to his original spot. Mr. Aizawa noticed this and added caring and analytical to Izuku's profile. But Mr. Aizawa wasn't the only one who was watching Izuku. He was able to analyze Jiru quirks with only a few looks and figure out what it did. Then he cared enough to give her a warning. Empathy for others, outside of family, something that Madam President said Izuku was incapable of doing. Was it just for show or not? Everyone watched as Bakugo's throw sent the ball flying off into the distance. After a while, Mr. Aizawa produced a device that beeped and he showed the result to the class. The device read 1086 meters. Everyone looked over at Bakugo as he flashed a cocky grin, "Like to see any one of you extras beat that, so we get to use our quirks as much as we want." A student with weird elbows said, "All right, finally a chance to prove ourselves." The student with red hair said as he bumped his fists together, revealing them to turn to a rocky texture. "Sounds like fun." A girl with pink skin said with two big thumbs up. Izuku instantly felt a suffocating aura coming from Mr. Aizawa, meaning this was not going to be good. He didn't have a smile earlier, but now his eyes were red and his hair rose a bit. When he spoke, his voice was filled with venom. "So you think this is all fun and games? You'll have 3 years to become heroes. Did you think they would be filled with parties and hangouts? Fine, then I'll set the line for the class. The person with the lowest score has no potential and will immediately be expelled from UA. Good luck getting to a different hero school with that on your record." "What? You can't be serious," Hilda complained. "It's the first day of school. You can't do that," Ochako said. They had all worked hard to get into UA's hero course, and now Mr. Aizawa was threatening that someone's hard work was all for nothing. Moreover, it sounded like they wouldn't be able to get into any of the less popular hero schools. As stated, UA is a private school and isn't bound to normal standards, so I can run this class as I see fit. Now that you have been warned, let's move on with the rest of the exam. First up, 50-meter dash, Mr. Aizawa said, as his eyes went back to normal and his hair dropped. As Mr. Aizawa's hair dropped, a glint of yellow caught Izuku's attention. Izuku's focus changed to the bottom of Mr. Aizawa's neck and noticed a pair of yellow goggles around. Izuku ran through the list of heroes and didn't find any, so he switched to underground heroes. With Mr. Aizawa's red eyes and his yellow goggles, Izuku smiled as he figured out he was being taught by Eraserhead, one of the best close-quarters combat heroes out there. A true fighter, as his quirk didn't help in the fight and just forced his opponent down to his level. Izuku wasn't expecting much for the first day of school, yet if this was a warning of the year to come, this might be Izuku's favorite year so far, and he had a feeling things were just warming up. As Class 1 got over their befuddlement, Mr. Aizawa began to list off the pairs of students for the 50-meter dash. Once Mr. Aizawa gave the full list, he called out the first two students, Sato, Shiro. Under the fear of being expelled, Shiro and Sato quickly walked over to the testing area and got ready. As Izuku wasn't worried about being expelled, he was about to relax and watched as his classmates did the 50-meter dash, enjoying being able to analyze some new quirks. The first one to catch his eyes was Ilda. Izuku heard a revving sound coming from his legs and with the exhaust pipes coming out of his calves. Izuku had to wonder if Ilda had any relationship to the Ingenium, though the heroes that had held the title of Ingenio, their quirk usually resided within the upper half of their body. Izuku would have to try and bring it up later, as he was a fan of what the Ingenium family had stood up since the dawn of heroes. After Ilda and his impressive 4.03, the next to catch Izuku's eyes was the other dual-haired student now named Todoroki. While his quirk of summoning ice and using it to quickly slide across the testing area make Izuku's eyes go a bit wide, it was the name that caught Izuku's interest. Izuku had to wonder if the white and red-haired student was related to Enji Todoroki, Japan's number 2 hero endeavor. And with how small flames were coming out from Todoroki's left side to melt the ice, Izuku would lended towards yes. For the 50-meter dash, no one else really stood out, as they were averaging normal speeds. After Ochako and Kirishima had finished their run, Izuku and Shinsu were the last to be called. Izuku walked up beside Shina's starting line, where Shinsu shifted into a stance that looked nothing like a runner. while Izuku crouched down low and placed his hand against the ground, shifting his weight a bit to get prepared. Izuku thought about using his quirk in a similar way to how Bakugo had used his explosion to push himself forward. Yet Izuku shook his head. Getting the proper angle would force him to rotate his entire upper body and would slow him down. Otherwise, the force just be pushing one side of his body, and physics would make him just spin in a circle. Moreover, to actually increase his speed and with his focus split being those two actions, he would already become the finish line by the time he built up enough force. Nor would he want to tire himself out of this early in the test. For the 50-meter dash, he would just have to rely on his natural strength. Izuku waited, and the moment the starting gun went off, he summoned all his strength within his legs and pushed off of the ground. He rocketed down the 50-meter track, easily outpacing Shinsu and quickly reaching the end mark. Izuku shot across the finish line and slowed down to a stop while the robotic voice stated, 4.89 seconds. Izuku turned around just as Shinu came across the line. 6.32 seconds. Izuku realized that Shinsu had the worst score for the 50-meter dash, and remembering how much he struggled, Izuku liked Shinsu's chances of climbing out last place. But before Izuku could dwell on that for too long, Mr. Aizawa began the grip strength. He passed out the device to all the students and gave them 2 minutes to come up with their best score. Before anyone could give their first attempt, a light came out from one of the girls' shirts. The tall raven-haired girl reached under her shirt and pulled out a vice grip. That caught the attention of most of Class 1A. They all watched as the raven-haired girl slipped the vice grip over the dynamometer and began to turn the handle. The raven-haired girl continued to turn the handle until it was as tight as she could make it. The dynamometer beeped and said, Yairazu, Momo, 350 kilograms. Izuku raised an eyebrow at that, but then another dynamometer beeped and said, Shoji, Mizo, 540 kilogram. Izuku head whipped another and landed the tallest student in Class 1A, the ones with 6 arms. It was not all surprised that his extra limbs gave him extra strength, but that the rest of the students of Class 1A began to get their own reading. Kirishima managed to get a 405, earning him second place, though Izuku noticed that Kirishima's plan was starting to bruise, despite the red-haired student using his hardening quirk. Izuku was one of the last to get a reading, as he rolled the fingers on his right hand before squeezing as hard as he took. It seemed all the years of using his arm right as a gun had paid off, as he scored 325 kilograms. Releasing his right hand, his white knuckles began to get some color back as Izuku slowly opened and closed his hand to get the numbness to go away. The third event from the standing long jump, and many students stood out as they used different ways to clear the pit. Aoyama used his naval laser to boost himself over, while Shoji used his arms to glide across. Bakugo used his explosion to fly over, while Todoroki summoned an ice pillar under his feet to launch himself. Then came Tsuyu. From her appearance, Izuku guessed Tsuyu's quirk was frog, and along with how she easily leaped over the pit, she did act very frog-like. After Tsuyu came Kirishima and then Ochako. Ochako walked up to the edge of the sand bed, and after cupping her fingers together, she long a small hop and easily floated over the sand pit. Once Ochako cancelled her quirk and began walking back to the group, Izuku was called out. He walked up to the sand pit and stood at the edge. It was a good 10 meters across, and he knew he wouldn't be able to easily clear it, but that wasn't going to stop him. Izuku refocused and crouched down and began to swing his arm back and forth. The starting gun went off, and Izuku swung his arm forwards as fast as he could, while jumping as hard as he could. Izuku went flying over the sandpit. Yet by the midpoint, it was clear he wasn't going to clear the distance. Izuku looked down and saw the sandy floor closing in quickly. Izuku refused to be bested. He was one of the most trained first years of UA, and he would clear the sandpit as so many of his fellow classmates had done so easily. Izuku began to shift his weight like a gymnast and rotate in the air while he was upside down. Izuku then yelled and slammed his right fist into the ground. The moment his right fist hit the ground, Izuku flexed his entire arm. Steaming quickly came out his forearm as it transformed. The end of his rifle rammed into the ground and pushed Izuku back into the air. He barely landed on the outer edge of the pit, his momentum forcing him to roll forward. As he rolled, Izuku released his quirk and stood the moment he could. As he stood up, he could hear Class 1A talking. Wow, I didn't think he would make it, Denki Kaminari said. Neither did I. Did that steam help him? Zero questioned. I must have. Maybe his quirk lets him control steam or smoke, Anjuru said, as Izuku began walking back to the class. He noticed that neither Bakugo nor Ochako gave their 2 cents on the matter. As Izuku reached the class, Shinsu was called forwards to take his try. Once the gunshot went off again, Shinsu leapt as far as he could and managed to get 3/4 of the way through the sand pit, luckily not the lowest score. After the standing long jump was repeated step sides. While no one in particular stood out, Bakugo was at the top as he used his explosion more than his legs to jump back and forth. Izuku got second and managed to get 20 more than third, but the grab between him and Bikago was well over 50. Fifth test returned to the ball throw. Kirishima got an impressive 500 yards. Though Izuku noticed that light bruises appeared over his arm. Yet no one was getting close to Bakugo's initial throw until Momo stood forwards and produced a cannon. After loading the ball, Momo began to pull the rope, but not before Jiru covered her eyes. With an echoing boom, the ball went shooting down the field. After a few seconds, Mr. Aizawa's phone beeped and called out, 1,000 meters. From the Izuku heard Bakugo quietly say, cheater. Izuku chuckled as he elbowed Bakugo and said, remember what Mero said? Different quirk, different advantage. Unknown to Izuku. Mr. Aizawa heard that, and it just added to the information of what training Izuku and Bakugo had. After Momo got over, nearly beating Bakugo, she realized her mistake of creating a cannon. To save on lipids, she hadn't added any wheels. She sheepishly turned to Class 1 and asked for help. It took Sato, Shoji, and Kirishima to carry it to the side. After Kirishima took his turn, Ochako stepped forwards. She simply cancelled the ball's gravity and then chucked it forwards. The class fell silent as they waited, but then Mr. Aizawa began tapping his phone. That went now for a bit, then he forcibly hit and the phone beep, infinite. Infinite. All of Class 1 are repeated and Ochako got a sheepish look. Does that mean it's in outer space? Mr. Aizawa just struggled with his shoulder in response. I am not going to have to pay for a replacement. No, Mr. Aizawa said, and Ochako let out a sigh of relief. Midoriya, you're on. Izuku nodded and stepped forwards. Mr. Aizawa tossed him a new ball, which Izuku caught and walked into the circle. He began spinning the ball within his palm as he thought about what he was going to do. He had managed to not have to use his quirk too heavily, but if he didn't use it, Mr. Aizawa would call him out on it. That also raised the speed of if he could shoot outside the circle. Izuku gripped the ball. He turned to look over his shoulder. What exactly are the rules for this test? Is a part of my quirk allowed to leave the circle? As long as your feet do not leave the circle, your score will count. Mr. Aizawa clarified, having a sense of what was able to happen. Thanks, sir, Izuku said. Now with his question answered, Izuku twirled the ball in hand, then lazily drew back his right arm. No point in waiting any longer. Time to show everyone what his quirk was. Summoning all his strength, Izuku rocketed his arm forwards and threw the ball. As Izuku watched the ball go down the field, he quickly got down on one knee. He rested his left elbow on his left knee as he heard some of the students ask if anyone had seen Izuku use his quirk yet. As the ball reached its apex, Izuku tapped his ear with his right index finger, warning everyone, especially Jiru, to cover their ears. Izuku watched the ball fall a bit more than stretched his right arm out, stabilizing it with his left. With a deep breath, Izuku transformed his arm and let loose a gunshot. Bakugo and Jiru quickly covered their ears. Seeing that everyone quickly covered their ears, Jiru was doing so because of her enhanced hearing. Bakugo did because he knew what kind of volume can withstand a pressurized shot. As Izuku let loose his first shot, a gunshot went off. The sound was loud and strong enough to cause the nearby windows to crack. Getting over the sound, Class 1 saw a yellow bullet fly out and hit the ball. The moment contact was made, an explosion erupted and sent the ball flying outside the field. However, Izuku wasn't finished. With his enhanced eyesight, he trailed the ball far outside the school grounds. Once the ball was only 6 feet from the ground, Izuku unleashed a second shot, though not so pressurized. A distant explosion could be heard and everyone's eyes fell on Izuku. He was calm as he continued to look at his rifle, where a scope suddenly formed in front of his right eyes. He used the scope to find the ball, and the moment it was back in his sight, Izuku unleashed a third one, then a few seconds later a fourth. Class 1 watched Izuku as he fired each shot, each time hitting the ball dead center and launching it ever further away from the school. On Izuku's 15th shot, he quickly fired a 16th shot. After a minute, Izuku withdrew his head from the scope and said, "And it's out of my range." Izuku then stood up and turned, revealing his transformed arm. Everyone looked towards Mr. Aizawa and waited for him to reveal Izuku's score. However, it was another minute before his device beeped. Mr. Aizawa looked at his device and raised an eyebrow, then showed Izuku's score to Class 1A. Everyone looked at the score, then over at Izuku, many of their jaws dropping. Before Izuku, Ochako's score of infinity not being counted. Bakugo held the record of 1,083 meters. Looking at the device, Class 1 saw how Izuku's score blew that out of the water. What a shot, Kirishima said, as he raised a closed fist to cheer at Izuku. Izuku just smiled as he released his quirk, steam forming over his arm as it transformed back. He crossed his arms across his chest with a nod to show his gratitude. Doesn't the Coriolis effect come into effect around 900 meters? Momo asked, as she looked between Izuku and his score. It was impressive that he was that skilled with his quirk, as her father had an old veteran friend that used to be a snipe. The old friends had told her stories about his time in the military, and when she asked about his furthest shot, he explained it was about 850 meters, as anything beyond was nearly impossible to make. Yeah, why? Izuku said, as he hadn't seen his score. Mero made sure Izuku studied physics growing up, to better understand how to adjust his long-range shot. The way Momo was talking, it sounded like he passed it, yet he didn't remember consciously adjusting for the curvature of the earth. Had he done so automatically? Midoriya, you got nearly 20 times that, Ochako said. Izuku cocked his head a bit, looking over at Mr. Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa turned to show Izuku his score of 15,586 meters, nearly 10 miles. Everyone was expecting Izuku's jaw to drop as theirs did, or show extreme shock. But he simply shrugged his shoulders and said, "Cool. Last time I only got 9,531 meters. Bakugo began to laugh at how confused everyone was at how Izuku was acting so calmly. Sure, everyone had been using their quirks, but with Izuku he earned his score through pure skill, as he had time to make each one of these shots. Wait, you're the student that got a score of 220 on the entrance exam. Izuku, Midoriya Momo said, causing everyone to look at her. Since his name was first called, she was trying to remember where she had heard it before. And from how impressive his ball throw score, it had suddenly clicked. Yeah, that was my score, Izuku said, causing everyone to whip their heads back to Izuku. They had all heard about the student that faced the 0-pointer and won, who had beaten Endeavor's score and had a run at beating All Might's. Yet most of them thought that was just a rumor from other students that didn't do so well on the exam, though some of my points were rescue points. Still 220 points. You have to be the son of a pro hero. Where else could you have gotten the training? Kaminari asked. He wasn't completely sure what Coriolis's effect was, but Momo and Izuku were making it out to be something difficult to get right. Izuku shook his head. Actually, neither of my parents are heroes. My dad's in America and my mother is a stay-at-home mom. Though my mom technically trained to become a pro hero before meeting my father. So your mother trained you? Mr. Aizawa asked. If Izuku had any relationship to Lady Nagant, he would probably reveal it, but he made no mention of her specifically. For now, Mr. Aizawa needed to get more clues to Izuku and Bakugo's training past. Izuku paused for a second. As Mero had always been cautious in telling people about Project Velocity, my mother did train me a bit, but mainly it was a quirk specialist that trained Bakugo and I, as our quirk required a lot of control when we were kids. Everyone looked at Bakugo, who just scoffed and said, "Ask the damn nerd your questions, I ain't answering SHT. This quirk specialist must be efficient if they were able to train two unlike quirk to such a degree. Though I haven't heard of such a trainer," Mr. Aizawa asked, wishing he had a quirk to force Izuku to tell the truth. It makes being able to trust the kid easier. Sorry, sir. They're asked to remain anonymous for the time being, Izuku said, realizing he needed to cover for his own mistake. Mr. Aizawa looked Izuku over. It was clear whoever trained him was a cautious person, but whether they were a hero or villain was still up for debate. Izuku was clearly not going to reveal anymore, so Mr. Aizawa sighed and called Shinsu forwards. After Izuku's turn, Shinsu's mere score of 89 meter wasn't all that impressive. Shinsu dropped his head as he walked back to the group. Then Mr. Aizawa directed everyone back inside to do sit-ups. He had everyone pair, and Ochako grabbed Izuku before anyone could, as she was betting they all had questions. And it was clear Izuku was looking to answer any of them anytime soon. Ochako laid down, then Izuku interlocked her legs with his. Mr. Aizawa blew his whistle and half the class began doing sit-ups for the next 5 minutes. As Ochako pulled herself up, she looked at Izuku and asked, "So how has Eri been doing?" She knew Izuku would enjoy something else to focus on. It's slow progress. She hasn't smiled yet, but the warm spring weather seems to be lifting her spirits. She is still scared of sudden occurrences and birds for some reason, Izuku said, as he counted Ochako's sit-ups in his head. Ochako thought about it for a second, then asked, "Didn't you say that Chisaki wore a doctor's plague mask?" That was one of his more recognizable features. Izuku nodded. Could it be that when she sees a bird, all Eri can see is Chisaki's mask? As old Dr. Plague masks looked like bird beaks, Izuku thought for a moment, realization evident on his face. He then dropped his head in slight embarrassment as he said, "That's better than any theory Mother or I could come up with." "Really? What's your theory?" Ochako asked, starting to become slightly winded. Helping her parents on the weekend had increased her stamina a bit, so doing sit-ups was nothing compared to carrying heavy metal bends around all day. "Irrational fear of birds, like I have equinophobia," Izuku said. "Equinophobia?" Ochako asked. "Fear of horses," Izuku said, then grimaced, already knowing the reaction he was going to get. It was the same he had gotten from Bakugo, Mitsuki, Mero, even his own mother had laughed. Ochako chuckled only a little bit, noticing Izuku's grimace, and said, "Really, I don't believe it. The well-trained first year that took on the shy Hasekai is afraid of horses." Izuku clenched his teeth and said, "Never said I was proud of it." "Okay, I'll shut up about it," Ochako said, but continued to chuckle in her mind. She could have so much fun in the future with that information. At the 5-minute mark, Mr. Aizawa called time and went around the group asking for everyone's count. Izuku gave an answer of 157. Then Mr. Aizawa had everyone switch and started the clock again. Ochako held onto Izuku's legs with her hand as he began to quickly sit up, reaching 56 within the first minute. Noticing Izuku's speed, Ochako let out a sigh and said, "Midoriya, you better keep count, because the way you're going, I'm going to lose count." Izuku came up, briefing, pausing to wink at Ochako before dropping back down. As Ochako did her best to keep count, she looked around and saw only Todoroki and Bakugo were able to match Izuku's pace. Around the 3-minute mark, Todoroki was beginning to slow down, leaving only Izuku and Bakugo to leave the rest of their classmates in the dust. At the 5-minute mark, Ochako had a count of 310, which she gave to Mr. Aizawa, who looked at Izuku, who said, "I had 298. Mr. Aizawa sighed and gave Izuku a 298 count. As Ochako had stated herself, she probably skipped a few. As Mr. Aizawa walked away, Izuku dropped down and did a few more sit-ups, then whispered to Ochako, "You were only down by 2. Then why lie?" Ochako asked as she released Izuku's legs. Because 298 sounded more believable. "Not many people can do a single sit-up per second for 5 minutes straight," Izuku said, as crossed his legs and raised his hands high above his head, his back popping slightly. Ochako looked over Izuku's body language. Despite all the exercise they had done, Izuku didn't look all that winded. Ochako guessed that was because of all the training he had done with Project Velocity. After Mr. Aizawa went around and got everyone's score, it was time for seated toe touch. The result varied for the student, with the girls easily beating out the boys. Even Bakugo struggled a bit. Mina Ashido was at the head of the class and the only boy that had a chance of matching her, but even her was a few centimeters from beating Jiru. He jokingly asked if transforming his arm to add another 1.5 foot would count, an idea that Mr. Aizawa immediately vetoed. So Izuku got 5th, while surprising Shinsu got 8th place. Then for the 8th and final, Mr. Aizawa led everyone back up to the field for the endurance test. It was the most simple of the tests, run as many laps as they could around the track. As soon as the start gun went off, Ilda easily pulled ahead of the class. Momo quickly joined him as she had created a bike, something that caused many to look over to Mr. Aizawa for approval. He simply nodded and allowed Momo to use her bike. Aside from those two, Izuku and Bakugo were at the head of the pack, matching each other's pace to keep a steady rhythm. On the 3rd lap, something unexpected happened. Shinso suddenly passed the main group. Now he had his own bike. Everyone looked back and saw that Momo was riding a different bike and had an annoyed look on her face. Why did she help him? Kirishima asked. Izuku thought back to how Shinsu's quirk didn't work on non-living objects, meaning it most likely was a mental-based quirk and Shinsu had used it to trick Momo into giving him her bike. He used his quirk, something we're supposed to be doing. Izuku answered. "Oh yeah, I forgot we were allowed to do that," Mina exclaimed, then slipped out of her shoes. She began producing acid from the bottom of her feet, allowing her to skate instead of run, thus seemingly taking less energy. However, Izuku and Bakugo looked at each other and shook their heads, as that idea won't be that great in the long term. By the 10th lap, some were starting to drop out, Hagakure, Kaminari and Kota being the first to tap out. While Hagakure and Kota sat down, Kaminari just passed out as soon as he reached the waiting area. Others began to slow down in an attempt to conserve energy, but by lap 15 only Izuku, Bakugo, Shinsu, Momo and Ilda were left. Izuku and Bakugo were keeping pace with each other, while Momo had begun to slow down on her bike. By lap 16, Izuku and Bakugo passed Momo, and on lap 17, Momo had to exit the field and slowly walked her bike over to the waiting area, where she sat and hugged her stomach tightly. She had tried to ignore the hungry pain for as long as possible. From after creatina, a cannon, 2 bikes and everything else, she was starving. On lap 18, Izuku could begin to feel the heat in his legs. His muscles were getting tight, but it was a feeling he was familiar with. He looked over at Bakugo and asked, "And you thought our previous training was hard? At least Mero let us rest between workout. Are you starting to get tired, nerd?" Bakugo asked with deep breaths. Izuku looked ahead at Shinu and Ilda. Ilda had done well in the 50-meter dash and the long jump, while Shinsu had only an impressive score in the toe touch. If Izuku counting was correct, Shinsu was in last place and the most likely to be sent home. It might do him some good to be seen as more determined than Izuku. The person, within a single hour, was seen at the top of the class by everyone. As Izuku and Bakugo rounded the corner, Izuku simply jogged off the track and over to the rest of the class. Everyone watched as Izuku walked up and dropped to the floor, going starfish as he worked to catch his breath. He looked up to the sky and the world began to spin a bit, a clear sign he was extremely dehydrated. And if he had to guess, he wasn't the only one, as Momo was still clutching her stomach tightly. After another 2 laps, Shinsu gave up, shortly followed by Bakugo. Though Bakugo had officially left the track, his legs had buckled and he fell face first onto the ground. Izuku looked over Ochako and nodded his head towards Bakugo. She sighed as she stood and walked out with Izuku. As they walked up to Bakugo, his yells and curses were muffled as he was face down in the dirt. Ochako leaned down and pressed her fingertips to his back. Then Izuku grabbed the back of Bakugo's shirt and pulled him up with no issue. Bakugo looked at Ochako and yelled, "I don't need your damn help extra." Izuku sighed as he cupped a hand over Bakugo's mouth and pulled him up to class. "Just shut up." Izuku didn't let go even after Bakugo began licking and biting his hand. Once they got back to the rest of the class, Ochako cancelled her quirk and Bakugo fell to his hands and knees. He growled at the pain and shot daggers at Ochako, who just turned and looked away. "Alright, I have the result of your tests, as it would take too much time to go through each individual score, so I'll just show the whole list," Mr. Aizawa said. Flipping his device and a hologram list appeared. Izuku smiled as had been placed first, his ridiculous score from the ball distance no doubt helping in that. Then his eyes flew down the list. Todoroki was in second and Bakugo was right behind him. Luckily, Bakugo was too tired to look up at the list. But the big question was who was in last. So Izuku dropped down to the bottom and saw Hitoshi Shinsu. Izuku looked over at Shinsu, who was looking down at the ground with a look of defeat. He was probably thinking that he had only gotten in because of Izuku's help in the entrance exam, and when push came to shove he was always going to fail. Mr. Aizawa suddenly dropped the list and said, "No one is going to get expelled. You all showed promise for being heroes. This was just a rational deception to get each of you to give it your all in each test." "What?" was the voice of most of the students, excluding Izuku, Bakugo, Momo, Todoroki, and Ochako. Mr. Aizawa grinned and said, "But there are some of you who held back, either because you felt comfortable in your placement, or you don't see the value of hard work. So if I see you continue in your actions, you'll be shipped off to general studies before midterms. That's it for the day. Pick up a syllabus in the classroom. Class dismissed." A collective sigh went throughout the class as Mr. Aizawa walked away. Slowly everyone got up and walked to the changing room and changed in the normal uniform. With the day over, everyone began to head home. Then he stopped by the cafeteria to have some food before heading home. After eating lunch, Izuku headed out to the front gate. As he waited for Ochako, he read over the syllabus, which had the typical rule of engagement as all schools do, though that was a large section under the hero class of what was and was not allowed and could get a student expelled. As he finished the bit of the syllabus, Izuku heard footsteps approaching him and looked up expecting Ochako. But instead it was Shinsu walking up to him with his head down. "Hey man," Izuku said in a cheerful tone as Shinsu looked up at him. "Hey," Shinsu said, then stopped in front of Izuku. "So I never got a chance to say thanks for your help. I wouldn't have passed without your help. I can't brainwash a robot with a question. I'm just a little taken back from always getting kicked out. I was happy to help, but I want you to remember all I did was give you some information. You are the one that had to work to use it. You might have placed last in Mr. Aizawa quirk assessment, but take a look at our classmates. Most of them have pretty straightforward quirks. You just require a bit more finesse to work. Doesn't mean you're going to be the worst hero. You'll just be a different kind of hero. My old teacher once said something that I think will help you. Different quirks don't mean different levels. They simply mean different advantages. Your quirk doesn't help you destroy robots, but it can help you defeat a villain in record time. All they have to do is answer a question. There's not that many heroes that can work that quickly or with that little property damage. So take it as this: different quirks, different heroes," Izuku said. Shinsu thought over Izuku's words, then held out a fist. "Thank, that makes me feel a little better. I guess I have to figure out what kind of hero I want to become. That I can't help with, but I'm excited to be there when you find that out," Izuku said. Hold out a fist for Shinsu to bump. Shinsu sighed and fisted bumped Izuku for walking off Aya's campus and heading down the hill. With nothing else to do, Izuku began reading the syllabus again. He continued to read until he heard Ochako walking up. Izuku looked up from the packet and over at Ochako to find her talking with Ilda. Izuku read their lips and saw they were talking about how well they had done in the quirk assessment tests. Ochako looked over at Izuku, who waved Ochako over, and Ilda followed over. "Hey, you two, recover enough from Mr. Aizawa's test?" Both nodded. Then Ilda said, "I was quite surprised that you and your friend Bakugo were able to keep up with me so well in the 8th test. Though after you ball throw you mentioned you and he had previous training, still though you two did well." "Yeah, Kaken and I's training began when we were 7. And we were mostly taught how to control and use our quirk. By the time we were 10 we began endurance training. Then when we hit middle school we trained in martial arts and started with weights," Izuku said, as he rolled up his syllabus and slipped it into his backpack. "You know martial arts? You never mentioned that before," Ochako said, hoping it sounded like a genuine question as she looked at Izuku with a confused look. "You two are familiar with each other before UA?" Ilda asked, looking back and forth between the two. "Uraraka moved into an apartment complex a small drive from my house. We met during the entrance exam. after which she began to hang out with me and my little sister, Izuku said, as they walked through UAS gate and over to the parking lot. Well, it's good to have friends when starting a new school, Hilda said, noticing they were now standing in the parking lot. He looked over at Izuku and watched as he walked over to his motorcycle and grabbed his helmet. Midoriya, what are you doing? Izuku questioned, then looked back at Hilda and then at his motorcycle. A small smile appeared on his face before he said, oh, this is mine and I'm driving Uraraka back to her apartment. You have to be joking. There's no way you own a ZX-25R. A voice called out that Izuku was connected to a bush a few feet around. He looked at and eyebrows rose a bit as Kirishima, Kaminari and Shiro came out from behind the bush. Kaminari continued with, I saw them on the day of the entrance exam and thought it was a teacher's. None of the second or third years were supposed to be at the school. I wanted to know which teachers were making enough to get bikes like that. Unfortunately, the black one was gone before we could get here. But you're saying it's yours? Yeah, Izuku said as he pulled his keys from his pocket and tossed it to Kaminari, who greedily caught them and looked them over. The trio saw the keys matched the style of Izuku's motorcycle. After a bit, Izuku gestured to have his keys back and Kaminari heavily sighed as he tossed them back. But Midoriya, in Japan you have to be 16 to have a motorcycle license, Hilda pointed out. I'm friends with someone that had the kind of pull to get Kakin and I's licenses early and we were given these for our 15th birthdays, Izuku said, as he slipped his helmet on, flipping the mouth guard up to speak more clearly. Midoriya, please, I beg of you, someday you have to let us have a chance to drive your bike around, Kirishima said, holding his hand in a begging gesture, Kaminari and Shiro joining him. Izuku looked over and tried his hardest not to laugh, as the trio were failing to look innocent enough that Izuku would consider the deal. A part of his training was not breaking under this kind of pressure, and so far the only one that could break him was Eri. He wasn't about to add more to that list. Funny guys, but no, maybe after you get your driver's license. So about 5 years, maybe 4 if you're lucky, Izuku said, as readjusted the chin strap. That's cold, Shiro said, as the three got off their knees. That's the law and we're training to be heroes. You won't want to do anything outside the law, Izuku said, as he slipped onto his motorcycle and turned the engine on. Ochako skillfully slipped on behind him with her own helmet on. Until tomorrow, boys. Izuku then flipped his helmet down and pulled out his parking spot. He revved the engine a bit and then shifted in first and drove out of the parking lot. The four of them walked as Izuku drove down the hill, burning smoke down the whole way, with a muffled scream the whole way. I think I could get through whatever training they did, if it got me a bike and a girl like that, Kaminari said. The other three looked at Kaminari, Hilda shaking his head. After dropping Ochako off at her apartment, Izuku went home and enjoyed a relaxing evening with Inko and Eri. After all the exercise that had been done, Izuku was happy for the chance to rest, knowing tomorrow would probably be just as exhausting, though more mental. So after Izuku finally got Eri put down to bed, he was more than happy to turn in for the night himself. The next morning, it was a similar routine of Izuku picking Ochako up on his bike and then driving to UA. In the morning, the main core classes of Japanese, English, and math were held. It was the complete opposite from the previous morning, and some members of Class 1 have found it dull, even though their education has been accelerated. Izuku and Bakugo tried their best to pay attention, yet Izuku often found himself updating his hero analysis journal as he spent the evening with Eri. He had taken the time to write down the quirks of his classmates. He tried his best to make it look like he was taking notes, and he was technically listening to the lessons. Yet Present Mike had caught on and called him out in English. Midoriya, can you find the mistake in the sentence that is on the board? Izuku looked up his journal and began tapping his pencil as he looked up at the board. He looked over the sentence which read, as the sun began its descent behind the mountain and night began, the temperature of the valley began to drop. Izuku only had to read it once and then answered in English. It shouldn't be an apostrophe because it's possessive, and mountain should either be mountains or mountain range, as mountain means single and doesn't work in the context of a valley. Present Mike looked at the board and shook his head a bit. Izuku's answer wasn't technically wrong. Present Mike turned back to Izuku. Thank you, Midoriya, but I was a teenager once. I can tell when any one of you is not paying attention. Taking the hint, Izuku closed his hero journal, slipped it into his backpack, and pulled out his actual notebook. The rest of the morning was uneventful, seemingly taking forever as everyone wanted to get to the afternoon. As the afternoon meant hero class, the whole reason the students of Class 1 had decided to come to UA. As soon as the lunch bell rang, many students of 1A quickly packed their items and ran off to the lunchroom. Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki, and by proxy Ochako took their time. Ochako stayed behind to walk with Izuku, who as they walked gave a small yawn. Ochako looked over at Izuku and asked, "Are you not excited for hero class after lunch? I went to bed late since Eri refused to go to bed on time and the morning has been pretty slow for me. And besides, it's the first hero class. It's not like we're going to actually be training." It will just be more introductions and the teacher getting a baseline the same as Mr. Aizawa did, Izuku said as he shouldered his backpack. Ochako smiled and said, "Did you forget who's going to be teaching our hero class?" No matter how tired Izuku was, talking about All Might always seemed to light a fire under him. Izuku looked at Ochako confused for a few seconds, then connected the dots. A smile appeared on his face and he began to walk a little faster towards the cafeteria. By the time they got to the end of the hallway, Izuku was almost dead on sprint. Ochako struggled to keep up with him as Izuku quickly caught up to the rest of the 1A. Once he did, he slowed down and walked behind everyone. As Ochako caught up, she had to rest an arm on Izuku's back to catch her breath. In the lunchroom, they walked in line to get their food. As Izuku and Ochako walked in front of Lunch Rush, Izuku magically produced his journal and asked Lunch Rush for his autograph. Lunch Rush happily accepted the journal and signed his name, then handed it back to Izuku. The moment the journal was back in Izuku's hand, it disappeared. Even though she had been watching closely, Ochako still couldn't figure out where Izuku had stashed his journal. She tried to think about where it went, but once she had lunch in front of her, she completely forgot about it. After paying, the duo began looking for a table, when Izuku spotted Mina with her hand up, waving them over. As Izuku and Ohako walked over, they found Mina, Momo, Jiro, and Kirishima enjoying their lunch together. They sat down next to each other with Ochako being on Izuku's right and Mina on his left. Mina looked over at Izuku and said, "Hey you two, you're acting like a couple. Did you go to the same middle school?" Ochako's face went red and Izuku looked confused. They hadn't been acting like a couple at all. Why would Mina like they were? "No, we only met at the entrance exam. Uraraka moved into an apartment complex a few minutes drive from my house." Izuku looked so innocent that even Kirishima couldn't help but think of how dense Izuku was. "Oh, yes, Kirishima. Kaminari and Siro informed us of Bakugo and your bikes and you driving Uraraka home," Momo said as she took a small bite of her salmon. This caused Izuku to shoot a glance over at the red-haired student, who defensively held up his hand. Though Izuku didn't mind the bit of gossip, everyone would bound out about it eventually, but for Kirishima to talk about it so bluntly. "Yeah, Kaken and I were very excited when we got our license early. Kaken wanted to go for a night ride after we were handed the keys. It wasn't until his mother stepped in that he waited until the next morning," Izuku said. "How did you get your licenses and the bikes? They had to be quite expensive," Jiro asked as she took a bite of her sandwich. "When you know people," Izuku shrugged. "Speaking of knowing people, what do you think about our first hero class?" "I'm so excited for hero classes. All Might has to be one of the best teachers," Mina said. Izuku noticed that Kirishima didn't seem to agree with Mina's comment, and Izuku had to agree with him. The symbol of peace was the most powerful hero in the world, but he didn't actually seem like a good mentor. He barely did work in his agency, just let those under his employees deal with all that stuff. From there, Izuku was grateful the conversation moved on, as after his slip-up yesterday he would need to be more careful about revealing too much. From the conversation, it seemed that everyone was excited about being taught by the symbol of peace. Izuku made sure to not repeat his earlier comment as he didn't want to place a cloud over everyone's mood. As lunch went on, the conversation progressed to everyone talking about what kind of heroes they wanted to be. Eventually, the bell rang again and all the students began making their way to their next classes. Class 1 filed back to their seats and slowly left silent as they waited to see if the acceptance letters were a hoax or not. It was time to see if All Might was the newest teacher at UA. Everyone kept a close eye on the door until it suddenly flew open, and then in a red, white, and blue blur, All Might ran into the classroom while yelling, "Be prepared, student. Why, for I am here." All Might finished with his ionic smile, which led several students of class 1 to start cheering. "I can't believe it's actually All Might," Kaminari said, clapping as hard as he could. To see a living legend in person, Kaminari felt like he needed a show for All Might to sign. "Yeah, I couldn't believe the letter," Siro said. When All Might suddenly appeared through the hologram, Siro yelled and that caused his entire family to run into his room, and when they saw who was in the letter they all gave their own screams. Ochako looked over, expecting Izuku to have a big smile. What she got was so much funnier. Izuku's face was turning a bright red until he passed out and face planted onto his desk. Through Project Velocity, he had the chance to meet several pro heroes, some of them better high in popularity. But there was a big difference between that and meeting Japan's #1 hero, the symbol of peace, All Might. Shinsu let out a small chuckle as he used his foot to tape Ilda in front of him. Once Ilda looked back, Shinsu pointed over at Izuku. Ilda gave a confused look at the passed out Izuku, then nodded and then turned back to All Might. Bakugo then turned around to look at Izuku and found him unconscious. Bakugo groaned as he whacked Izuku on the back of the head. Izuku instantly shot back up and as if nothing had happened, he began clapping his hands with the rest of the class. Ochako had to hold a hand up to her mouth to hide her chuckle, but her bouncing in her seat and her face turning red revealed her laughter. "He's wearing his Silver Age costume," Suyu pointed out. "It's so retro." Old school even, Mina said impersonally. It was her favorite of the different costumes All Might had worn throughout his career of being a pro hero. Now, young Ashido. I'm not that old. All Might chuckled and Mina's face went a dark purple. She hadn't expected All Might to hear her comment over all the applause. She thought she had been safe. Now, young students, welcome to the important class of UA High. Basic Hero Training. Here you will be taught the basics of being a hero, by training and practicing all aspects of hero work, but importantly what it means to fight for good. And I believe the best teacher is experience, so let's not waste any time and get into it. All Might reached into his belt and pulled out a card that read, Battle. Ochako looked over at Izuku with a smug look. Izuku looked back and mouthed, Time to go plus ultra. The class cheered as this was bound to be a very exciting first class, but a part of being a hero is looking the part. So without further ado, may I present to you your hero costumes? All Might said, and with a push of a button, a section of the wall began to move out. Shelves with briefcase slowly move out, with the request sent in by you. Support company created individual suits to be used by you and only you. Now grab the case with your seat number and meet into observation room beta and we'll get started. With excitement at an all-time high, everyone quickly jumped up, grabbed their costume and ran into the changing room. Izuku took more time for his pacing and the last one of the room. Before leaving, Izuku put his case on a desk and opened it to see his hero suit. As he looked over the suit, he found everything. The main base of it was a dark green sleeveless shirt that was lined with Kevlar for an extra layer of protection. Going down both sides of the shirt were rows of purple V's, while 2 white strips went over the shoulders. Aside from the shirt, there was a single leather gauntlet that would cover Izuku's entire left forearm. There was only one, as that was all that was sneed, and if Izuku had one of his right arm whenever he used his quirk, the gauntlet would just be torn apart. And while the gauntlet fit the aesthetic of the costume, it housed a familiar wire system to help Izuku climb up building. Next was his utility belt, which had several containers. The 5 ones on the right were small containers that held the specialized hair dye. And when Izuku opened them up, he was happy to see they were all filled. The container on the right and the back housed material needed for first aid. Separating from the set of containers was a long 6-inch military knife that Izuku pulled out and inspected the edge. The buckle was formed to look like a crosshair and was the same purple as the V's. Then came the dark green pants, which were once again lined with Kevlar and braces over the knees to help with sliding and close quarters combat. Going down the side of the same were the same 2 white stripes on the shoulders. Along with the pants were black steel-toed boots. The last item in the briefcase was a scouter that was meant to rest over Izuku's left ear, aside from working as an extra set of communication in case he couldn't use his comm bullets. When the green tint glass was in front of Izuku's eye, it acted similar to a rifle scope. It wasn't able to zoom as far as Izuku's scope, but it would allow Izuku to look at things in different modes such as heat, infrared, and night visions. All things he sadly couldn't do with his scope. Happy that everything was in order, Izuku closed his briefcase and headed to the changing room. Once he arrived, Izuku saw the last few of the boys in Class 1 were finishing up their costumes. Knowing he wasn't going to be too far behind, Izuku set about changing, starting with his boots and pants, and finishing with the scouter. Once his scouter was in position, Izuku pulled out a hair tie and pulled his hair into a ponytail. His hair was well on its way to being as long as Momo, at which point Izuku would decide to cut some off. But for now, he was fine tying it back, as it did a good job of keeping it out of the way. Izuku was the last one out of the changing room, as he had been the only one left in the room by the time he was taking his shirt off. This meant he was the last one to get to training ground beta. As he walked into the mock city, he heard All Might. All right, it seemed we've just missing young Midoriya. Apologies. I wanted to make sure everything was in order, and then my scooter was not turning on properly. Someone put the battery in backwards, Izuku said as he walked out of the tunnel and joined the rest of his class. All Might looked over Izuku's costume. There was no clear indication that he was copying Lady Nagant in any way, though if Izuku was smart, he would keep far away from doing that. All Might then cleared his throat and said, "The world says the clothes make the hero, and young ladies and gentlemen, behold you are proof." Izuku looked over at his classmates, each of their suits perfectly fitting them. Ochako came over and smiled. "Wow, Midoriya, you look sharp in your costume." Izuku looked at himself, proud of what he had come up with. The costume was close to his initial design, though Aunt Mitsuki with her fashion career gave her 2 cents. The major look she had changed from switching the purple V's from being on the front to being on the sides. A change Izuku agreed with after seeing it. "Well, my quirk doesn't require much support, so I went more for the look and Kevlar protection. What about you, Uraraka? I noticed your quirk seems to make you nauseous." Ochako chuckled and brought her hands up. "Yeah, my collar and wrist cover and belt add pressure to my nerves point to help with the nausea. My boots are spring-loaded to help with jumping when I use my quirk on myself. Though I could have been a little more specific in my costume design. This costume is kind of skin tight and not really my style. Then again, all I put with a costume that was space themed. I think you look amazing, Izuku said, trying not to look Ochako over too much, because Inko had raised hell to make sure her boy was a gentleman and treated women with respect. Luckily, a distraction came as he saw Bakugo working with his gauntlets, which were shaped like grenades. Izuku had to laugh at Bakugo's design choice, clearly using what he had learned from his parents. But Izuku stopped laughing as Bakugo gained a feral grin when the pin of the grenade popped up and a smaller pin jetted out to the side. Bakugo chuckled a little as he stored the pin away. When the little show Izuku realized what the purpose of the gauntlets was. A support item Bakugo always wanted was a container that could absorb his explosive sweat. Then he would be able to unleash all the stored sweat and ignite it, forming an explosion larger than he could on his own. An idea that Project Velocity always shot down, stating the property damage the explosions would cause is the main reason. It seemed whatever support company UA had sent Bakugo's request didn't think that through as much as members of Project Velocity had. This is getting me all revved more. Now, shall we get started, you bunch of newbies? All Might said, causing most class wanted to cheer. All Might led them to the outside the observation room of the mock city and explained what the lesson was about. Quick question before we begin. Where does most villainous activity take place? Several hands shot up, though Izuku elected to keep his own down. He was curious about what his classmates thought. All Might looked over the class and pointed at Mina, young ASHIDO. In dense residential areas, so they can cause the most damage to people and property, Mina said, with a big smile. It is what the media always talked about, and it made sense as it was the biggest blow to society. Despite what the media portrays, that is incorrect, All Might said, causing Mina's smile to disappear. Apparently, many of the other students thought the same idea as they put their hands down. Only Momo still had her hand up. All Might pointed at Momo, who stated, assassination attempt. All Might shook his head. Maybe in the past, but his license for bodyguards and the like have become more available. Assassination attempts occur less often and are less successful. Bodyguards' licenses? Kaminari asked, and it seemed that most of Class 1 were also unfamiliar with the term. License for people that protect people high in power. Like CEOs of big companies or political figures, their bodyguards can receive license to use their quirk when protecting the person they protect. Their ability to use their quirk is still extremely limited, and since the training is similar to becoming a hero, most do the extra training and become heroes, so their ability to use their quirk is not as limited, Izuku said, then looked at All Might and decided to humor the question. Smart villains know if they go out in public, heroes will be about to stop them before too much damage occurs. So most villainous activities occur in backroom deals. Blackmailing, rigging votes, that kind of stuff. Harder to be stopped when heroes don't know what's going on. All Might had to pause for a second and remind himself that Izuku and Bakugo had previous training. He cleared his throat and continued with, yes, most heroes go for public attacks as that's what the media covers and is a good way to get your names. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with most dangerous villain happen in back rooms, as young Midoriya mentioned. Those are usually handled by more powerful and professional underground and secret heroes, as your teacher Eraserhead. Several of the students became confused at the name of Eraserhead, and Bakugo said, our homeroom teacher, you dumb idiots. Mr. Aizawa. Thank you, young Bakugo. And with that information, we'll be skipping a few lessons ahead to cover this. But this time you won't simply be punching other robots. You'll be fighting in 2-on-2 teams. All Might said, sir, will you be deciding who wins? Momo asked, how much can we hurt the other team? Bakugo asked, causing Izuku to sigh and drop his head into his hand. Izuku swore one of these days he was just going to buy Bakugo a punching bag. Will the losers be expelled like earlier? Kaminari asked. Everyone looked with unamused faces. What? It's important to know. Will you be splitting on chance or comparative skill? Ilda asked. IWASn't finished talking. But no, nothing recovery girl can't heal, no and no. You'll be placed into teams based on lottery. Now let's set the scene. All Might said, then pulled out flashcards. Izuku and Ochako both had to hide their laughs behind their hands. The situation is as followed. A pair of villains have hidden a nuclear bomb something in their hideout. The heroes must try and foil their plan by either disabling the nuclear bomb or... Kaminari raised his hand, and All Might looked at him for a second, said nuclear bomb is fake and you simply have to place your hand on the bomb to win. You won't get to learn how to disarm bomb until your second year. Either disable the nuclear weapon or capture the villain. Likewise, the villain win if they were able to keep the heroes from recovering the weapon within 15 minutes while staying free, or capture the heroes. Now let the teams be decided by drawing lots. Sir, is there a better way to choose teams? Ilda asked. Yet before All Might could offer an explanation, Izuku spoke and gave one that the number one hero found to be better than his. Think about it, heroes teamed up with each other all the time. Something the heroes have worked before. Other is the first time the heroes have met. Yet they need to work in sync to win. Fighting alongside someone you don't know can help you learn how to adapt and improvise. Ilda looked at Izuku and bowed. Thank you. Excuse my interruption. No problem, now let's begin. All Might said, pulling out a box. Everyone took turns to draw lots. Izuku drew C and was placed with Ochako. Bakugo was placed with Kirishima. Todoroki was placed with Takoyami. Shinsu with Momo. Ilda with Shoichi. Sato with Jiru. Kaminari with Aoyama. And Mina with Koda. Saisu was teamed with Hagakura. And lastly Siro and Ajaru. Once all teams were decided, All Might produced 2 more boxes and gave each team their assignment as heroes or villain. Izuku and Ochako were drawn as villains and their opponents were Shinsu and Momo. And they were up first. Before each match, teams will have 5 minutes to create plans. Heroes will have that time to memory the layout of the building, but will have to find the weapon and villain on their own. Once those 5 minutes are up, a 15 minutes battle will begin. Now any question? All Might asked and Izuku raised his hand. Young Midoriya. Instead of asking his question out loud, Izuku surprised Class 1 by walking up to All Might. All Might then leaned over and Izuku whispered his question in All Might's ear. It was so quiet that not even Jiru was able to fully hear what Izuku was saying. All Might's smile faltered for a second. He wasn't expecting such a question from a first year. Yet he had to answer. Such a device will be waiting alongside the explosive device. Izuku nodded and walked back to the class, with everyone's eyes on him, trying to figure out what Izuku had asked their teacher. Izuku stood next to Ochako, who turned to look at him and asked, "What did you ask All Might for?" "I'll tell you the plan once we're inside," Izuku said with a click of his tongue. All Might then dismissed the 4 to prepare for their battle, while he led the rest of Class 1 into the observation room. Izuku led Ochako into the designated building. Yet before they could head in, Shinsu called out, "Midoriya, Uraraka." Izuku and Ochako turned back to see Shinsu walking up to them. Shinsu held out his hand to Izuku and said, "May the best team win." Izuku looked down at Shinsu's hand and sensed a trap. But nevertheless, Izuku reached forward and shook Shinsu's hand. Best to learn what the trap was to be prepared. Yes, may the best team win. Then Izuku led Ochako inside where they quickly located the bomb in the first main room. Izuku quickly walked to the bomb and Ochako saw him slip a device into his pocket. "What was that?" Ochako asked. "What was what?" Izuku asked as he turned to Ochako with a confused look on his face. "Never mind," Ochako said, then turned to the bomb. "So what's the plan?" "You told me about Shinsu's quirk. He can brainwash us with a question, right? So as long as we don't answer any of his questions, we should be fine. His voice is pretty unique. I won't be so sure about that. Did you see that metal mask that hung around his shoulder?" Izuku asked and Ochako nodded. "I think it's a voice modifier, not a speaker. Usually vocal quirks don't work through speakers. I think he can turn the plates of metal to make his voice sound like others. I don't know how accurate he can get it, but it would be best if we come up with names so we know if Shinsu is the one talking." Ochako smiled a bit, glad for a chance to already be using codenames. "All right, then just refer to me as 13. Izuku immediately recognized the name and with an arched brow, he asked, 13, as in the space hero. Ochako got a bit of a sheepish grin and said, "Yeah, she's my favorite hero. Already, just refer to me as Crosshairs." Ochako paused. Within the file there was no mention of what hero names Izuku had been thinking about. Sure, it seemed like useless information, but there had been even more useless information that Madam President insisted Ochako know. "Is that your hero name?" A hero's name was supposed to reflect the kind of person that held the name. So if Izuku was thinking about being called Crosshairs, that could reveal a lot about him. "One of them, I've got a list, but I haven't decided," Izuku said, as he picked up the bomb and began walking to the stairs, moving back to our opponents. Yaoyorozu can create any non-organic material or item from her body. I'm guessing Fat Lipid as that is the most available resource. We'll have to watch up for her in whatever tricks she plans to use. "So what's our move?" Ochako asked as she followed Izuku up the stairs. "I'm thinking we put the bomb on the 5th floor. Then head back down to the 4th floor. The heroes will expect us to stay close to our main weapon, so when they see us on the 4th they'll assume the explosive is on the 4th floor," Izuku said, his voice dropping a bit and getting rough. "What if they come from the roof down?" Ochako asked, but Izuku shook his head. Neither of them have a very mobile quirk, and won't be able to scale buildings easily. Yaoyorozu could probably make some gear to do so, but that would just be a waste of her quirk, Izuku said, keeping his rough voice. Ochako laughed, then added some maliciousness to her voice and said, "So how should we take them out? One just needs his voice and the other can make items to capture us." Izuku smiled, then switched back to his villain persona. "It's not going to be easy. First we need to take out the woman. She has too many possibilities. The earlier she's eliminated, the less time she will have to plan. So she's first. What's our plan of attack?" Ochako asked. "How's your close quarters skill?" Izuku asked, and Ochako gave a so-so gesture. "I haven't had any formal tiring." Izuku gave a nod and continued with, "First we need to separate the heroes, so we don't have to deal with voice mimicry as we tag team Home Depot." Izuku's nickname for Momo caught Ochako off guard and she let out a small chuckle. "Home Depot. That was not the kind of nickname she was expecting from someone who took being a hero as seriously as Izuku. I'm not as good with insulting nicknames as Kaken, Izuku said with a shrug of his shoulders, then continued with, we'll engage both of them, let them think they have the upper hand. As we retreat, I trap Mimic, then we handle Home Depot together. Once she's captured, we'll loop around and handle the other self-righteous hero. 2 minutes remain until the fight begins, All Might announced. Now on the 5th floor, Izuku quickly stored the bomb in the corner of a room, then both of them ran down to the 4th floor and sat in a room that Momo and Shinsu would be able to easily spot them from. A minute later an alarm went off, signaling the start of the fight. Izuku flicked his scouter down and the green light got a small light to it. Izuku tapped the button on the side until he landed on heat signatures. He watched as 2 signatures slowly entered the building. He watched as they skipped the entire 1st floor and moved up to the 2nd. Izuku watched as the duo quickly scouted the 2nd floor and then moved up to the 3rd. Izuku watched them move into the main room, then to a side room. Izuku grinned as he held his right arm towards the hallway and steam formed around his arm. We're supposed to be villains, so let's act like villains. Let's mess with them a bit, Izuku said, then shot a green bullet. It could be heard as it went ricocheting down the stairs and towards his classmates. Izuku watched as the bullet bounced in the room Momo and Shinsu were in until it lodged itself in the wall. Before Izuku fired a second one, he noticed that Ochako was looking over at him. What are you doing? Ochako mouthed, playing the part. Izuku mouthed back and fired another bullet. It similarly went down the stairs and into the room of Momo and Shinsu. It bounced around the room for a bit, with Momo even having to push Shinsu out of the war, though it was easy to see that the bullet was going to miss him by a few centimeters. Izuku gave a quiet laugh as he saw them looking around the room trying to figure out where the bullets had come from. Izuku decided to fire off 5 more shots and watched as the 2 of them worked to dodge the bullets. What are you doing? Ochako asked as she looked down the hallway. Izuku pulled out his scouter and handed it to Ochako as he fired off 5 more shots. Ochako watched as the heat signature of the bullet ricocheted down the stairs and towards Shinsu and Momo. They're going to figure out where we are if you keep doing that. Only if they listen to how the bullets ricochet, Izuku said, then saw the look on Ochako's face. Fine, I'll stop. Izuku transformed his arm back and accepted his scouter back. As he slipped it on, he noticed Momo and Shinsu working their way back to the stairs. They must have figured that Izuku was keeping them on that floor because that wasn't where he and Ochako were. 13, you were right, they're coming up, Izuku said as he hurried up to the corner hidden from the entrance to the room. Ochako nodded and quickly got into position. Izuku watched their opponent walk up to the 4th floor and slowly walk towards their position. Momo was the first to enter. Ochako let Momo take a few more steps in. Then she jumped the raven-haired student. Momo managed to keep her feet around and stepped away from Ochako. Ochako began to throw punches, not giving Momo a chance to think. As Momo couldn't find the time, Ochako began to overpower her. Seeing this, Shinsu came rushing into the room to help his teammates. As Shinsu came through the door frame, Izuku popped out and rammed his right hand into Shinsu's gut. Yet before Shinsu could stumble back, Izuku transformed his right arm and set Shinsu's fly. Shinsu hit the ground and rolled to a stop and then began to get his feet back under him. At this point, Izuku transformed his arm back and stepped through the door, closing it behind him and into the narrow hallway. Not planning on giving Shinsu a chance to recover, Izuku ran forward and threw a punch. Yet surprisingly, Shinsu managed to block the attack. Then he jumped back to give himself room to move. But giving Izuku more room was the worst thing to do, as more room gave Izuku enough time to transform his right arm again and shoot an orange bullet. Closing his eyes before the bullet went off, Izuku counted to 3 and then reopened his eyes. He found Shinsu to be stumbling back, rubbing his eyes from the sudden flashbang. Izuku yelled and charged Shinsu, tackling him through the closed door and back into the stairwell. As they landed on the hard cement floor, Shinsu managed to hit Izuku in the side, but Izuku quickly slugged Shinsu across the jaw. As Shinsu's head whipped to the side, Izuku could see Shinsu was using all his willpower to stay conscious. This allowed Izuku to stand up and then kick Shinsu back down the stairs. As Shinsu rolled down the stairs, Izuku held a finger up to his earpiece and said, "Mimic is down," doubling back to assist. Izuku then turned and ran back through the door, across the narrow hallway and back through the first door to help Ochako. By the time he returned, Momo had overpowered Ochako and had her on her stomach. Momo pressed her knee into Ochako's back to keep from escaping. Momo's staff was discarded as Momo reached into her belt and pulled out a roll of capture tape. Momo grabbed Ochako's left wrist and forcibly bent it behind her back. As Momo reached for Ochako's other wrist, she was interrupted by Izuku tackling her off of Ochako. Izuku threw Momo across the room, who rolled as she landed, allowing her to pop back onto her feet. She rubbed her jaw a bit as a bruise slowly began to form. She looked at Izuku and said, "Hey, I thought you were never one to hit a girl." That was the first lesson that was beaten into me, but I still try to be a gentleman when I can," Izuku said, keeping himself between Momo and Ochako to allow Ochako to get back on her feet. "That's so kind of you," Momo said, as she created a new bow staff and held it tight in her arm. She raised it above her head and yelled as she rushed forward, targeting Ochako. She and Shinsu planned to get Izuku away from Ochako long enough for them to deal with her. Then they would be able to double-team Izuku. Ochako was already worn out and only needed to be hit again on the head. Yet that plan wasn't going to work as Izuku already took care of Shinsu. Time for Plan B. Momo could only hope Izuku played into it. And he did. Izuku shot forward and met Momo head-on. He met her halfway and Momo swung her bow staff as hard as she could. Izuku expertly blocked the attack, then kicked his foot up and used it to shove an end of the bow staff into the floor. With Momo's guard down, Izuku drew his right arm and thrust it forward. He would have aimed for her chest, but he was still an awkward teenager and didn't want to deal with that mess. Aiming slightly lower, Izuku thrust his open palm into Momo's gut. The air was forced out of her lungs as she dropped to her hands and knees. Momo shook her head as she gasped for air. This allowed her earpieces to fall out and hit the ground. As Izuku watched it hit the floor, Shinsu's voice suddenly came over it. "Yaoyorozu, I'm headed up to the 5th floor. Try and keep them distracted for a bit longer." Momo suddenly grinned and 2 smoke grenades formed out of her legs. As soon as they hit the floor, their clips popped off and the room was quickly filled with room. Ochako looked around the room but couldn't even see her visor. When she suddenly heard Izuku call out, 13, mimics headed for the 5th floor. Try to catch up to him. I've got Home Depot. Go. I'm on it. Ochako called out and ran for the hallway. Out in the hallway, she couldn't see through the other open door. He must have already been headed up. Ochako used her quirk on herself and used her spring-loaded boots to launch into the stairwell. As she came into the stairwell, Ochako deactivated her quirk. As she landed, she shifted her hands to reactivate herself to launch up the stairs. "Freeze," came Izuku's voice, and Ochako felt herself lose control of her body as it froze in place. Ochako looked around and saw Shinsu down the stairs. He pulled off his mask and said, "Something I haven't talked about is the timing of my quirk. Usually, I try to activate it the moment someone answers my question, but I can delay my quirk's activation for a few seconds if I don't speak again. Needed to get you out of that room, or my hold over you could have accidentally been broken." Shinsu walked the stairs, pulling out a roll of capture tape as he did so. Once he was in front of Ochako, he said, "Now hold out your hands." Ochako tried to take back control over her body, using her training to do so. However, Shinsu's quirk made quick work of that, as Ochako felt her body obey Shinsu's command and she held out her hands. Once Ochako's hands were tied, Shinsu continued with, "Once Midoriya began shooting us with ricochets, we realized it would be hard to get him away from you. So we changed the plan to get you away from him. Now all we have to do is deal with him. Ochako Uraraka has been captured. One villain remains," All Might announced as Shinsu began running towards the room to help Momo. Izuku knew he and Ochako were in trouble once Momo filled the room with smoke, even more so when he heard his own voice. He was going to call out to Ochako that it wasn't him, but Momo recovered and attacked, drawing his full attention. Even with his enhanced eyesight, Izuku was barely able to dodge Momo's attacks. What compound Momo had put in the grenade had filled the room with enough smoke to make it dense. Then worse news came as Ochako was announced to be captured. After that, it didn't take long for Izuku to figure out what their plan was. Smart play. Shinsu recovered quicker than expected and got into position to intercept Uraraka. Izuku said, dodging a sudden attack. He heard metal being picked up and leaned back to avoid a swing from Momo's bow staff. "You knew to defeat me you would have to double-team me, so you used Shinsu's support item to trick Ochako to respond to my voice. Even got the code names. Now you're free to double-team me." Izuku then jumped up and backflipped, springing off of Shinsu. Shinsu would need to work on quieting his footsteps as he ran. Izuku rolled backwards once he landed and jumped back on his feet, "So my only play is to keep you from getting to the bomb." With that, Izuku turned and threw the door open and ran down the hallway. He kicked the stairwell door open and ran inside. He paid Ochako no attention as he ran up the stairs. "He's going for the bomb. After him." Momo yelled and Izuku heard hurried footsteps coming after him. Izuku quickly made it to the 5th floor and ran out of the stairwell. As Izuku ran down the hallway, he held a finger up to his ear and pressed his earpieces. "Hey All Might, how much time is left on the clock?" 2 minutes, young Midoriya," All Might said, confused as to why Izuku needed such information. Perhaps to know how long he needed to keep his opponents away, but that still didn't explain his earlier question before the match started. "Thank you," Izuku said as he slid into the room with the bomb. To avoid the beanbag Momo had fired from a gun. As Izuku came to a stop, he moved his legs out of the way and saw Momo and Shinsu running down the hallway. Izuku quickly kicked the door closed and then jumped up. It only took a few seconds before Momo and Shinsu arrived and the doorknob rattled. Izuku stood confidently in front of his weapon as the door began to shake and crack. After a fourth hit, the door came flying off of its hinges and Shinsu and Momo walked in carrying a battering ram. Izuku had to raise an eyebrow at the battering ram, which both were quick to drop. Give it up. You have nowhere to run from the villain. Your ally is in the hands of the police and you'll be joining her soon, Momo said with confidence, though Izuku could tell it was being forced. You think I wish to see the inside of a prison cell? I'd rather spend an eternity in hell, Izuku said, raising his voice in volume and power. Come on, you self-righteous heroes. You think you can protect your beloved world from the darkness humanity can create? The world was once cleansed by water, now it's time to be cleansed by fire. Izuku pulled out the device he had grabbed. He flicked the cap off, revealing a glowing red button. In his hand, Izuku was holding a detonator. He saw Momo freeze, while Shinsu moved forward to try and knock it out of the detonator out of his hands. However, Izuku simply smiled and pressed down on the button. Yet nothing happened. Everyone had enough time to look at the bomb, only for it to explode a second later. Izuku and Shinsu were thrown to the ground, while Momo was pushed against the walls. Bomb has successfully been detonated. Villains win, All Might announced. The three in the room were all slow to get back to their feet. As they slowly stood back up, they found the room to be covered in purple slime. Momo screamed as she wiped some slime off her face. She then glared at Izuku and said, I thought the bombs were supposed to be fake. Well, they're not nuclear, but they are slime bombs, Izuku said as he pulled a bit of slime from his ear. He had been prepared for the detonation, as that was what he had asked of All Might earlier if there was any actual explosive in the bombs. Yet he had not been prepared for the amount of slime that came from the bomb. It was going to take forever to get all the slime out of his hair. Thank you. Now would you all please return to the observation room for your assessment, All Might said. A few minutes later the four returned to the room. Izuku was still covered in the purple slime. Momo had created a towel to wipe herself and Shinsu off, and Momo had offered a towel to Izuku but he refused. Everyone looked over the four as All Might asked, Now would anyone like to elect an MVP? Midoriya, sir, Kirishima said, and most of the class agreed with him. Despite being outgunned at the end, he was still able to handle the situation and find a way to win. But blowing the bomb, if it was real he would have been dead too. Suyu said, Some villains are so insane that they're willing to die to kill people. If I wanted to, I could have easily detonated the bomb the moment I got into the room, but I played it being a villain whose mission was to kill heroes, not simply creating disasters. Personally, I nominate Shinsu, Izuku said as he pulled a piece of slime from his ankle and tossed it into a garbage bin. Everyone looked at Izuku confused. Young Midoriya, would you care to explain your reasoning? All Might said, calling out the number 1 student. Izuku raised a finger, signaling he needed a moment. He then reached into the back of his belt and pulled out a small silver disc. This is a comms link, one that Shinsu planted on me after he distracted me with a simple gesture of good sportsmanship, a simple handshake. Wait, if you noticed it then why didn't you throw it away? Shinsu won't have been able to spy on your team, Ilda asked. Because I was able to use it for my own purposes, Izuku said as he flicked the silver disc into the air. Shinsu was trying to figure out our plan, so I let him, to lead him into a false sense of security. Izuku caught the silver disc and then tossed it back to Shinsu with the knowledge that they knew our plan. I led them to spring their trap. Using the codenames Uraraka and I had created, Shinsu was able to capture Uraraka. What do you mean by false sense of security? Kirishima asked. You might have noticed Shinsu was able to trick Uraraka by using her codename. Once she was captured, he and Yaoyorozu were bound to feel prideful. Who wouldn't? They knew they outnumbered their opponent, and Shinsu knew I would have Yaoyorozu outmatched, so he came quickly to assist her. That is when I switched to my secondary plan, Izuku explained further. So I was bait? Ochako asked. She had not gone through all of her training to be used as bait. The only reason she wasn't too angry was that meant Izuku hadn't caught on to her extra skills. She could have easily overpowered Momo, but she wanted to see what Izuku would do. No, even with my enhanced eyesight, the smoke made it very difficult to see Yaoyorozu's attack, and if Shinsu arrived, they would have easily overpowered me. And I couldn't simply knock one of them out because I needed both to follow me into the trap. So I acted afraid of being captured and retreated, while setting up to win the fight, Izuku said. All Might chuckled then said, Well done, young Midoriya, and you've touched a point that will come up later in your lessons. Every villain is just as different as their quirks. Their goals and how they work to achieve victory will be different, even between fight with the same villain. So before you charge in head first, you need to know what your villain hopes to accomplish and how far they're willing to go to do so. So what about shooting us with your bullets? Shinsu asked. I will admit that was just playing the part of a villain, and maybe messing around with you. It actually didn't play out in any plan, Izuku said, causing Momo's shoulder to drop, and Shinsu hung his head. Still, though, you handled yourselves well. You used the information you had worked to gain the advantage. Izuku paused as a thought crossed his mind. Shinsu, you had been listening the entire time. You knew the bomb was on the 5th floor. Why not just go for it directly? Well, now I know if we had you would have just blown it up on us. But in the beginning, we figured you would have noticed us going up the stairwell and caught up to us before we got to the bomb. So while we pretended to search for the bomb, we worked on a plan to separate the two of you and make it easier to divide and conquer, Shinsu said. But then you began shooting at us and we realized that we wouldn't be able to get you away from Uraraka, so we switched to get Uraraka to leave. Momo finished explaining and Izuku nodded. Everyone gave the four a round of applause while Ochako huffed. You used me as bait. I didn't. Ochako huffed again. Fine, I'll take you out for Machai to make up for it, Izuku whispered in her ear. And Ochako smiled a bit. After the show of the first match, many members of Class 1 didn't think their fights were going to be as impressive. Even more so after the second match, which was called out for Todoroki and Takoyami to be the villains while Shoji and Ilda were chosen as the heroes. The two pairs left to their designated building, and while it was obvious Ilda and Shoji were hard at work coming up with a plan, Todoroki and Takoyami hadn't said a word to each other. The rest of the class talked about how important teamwork and communication were for this exercise. When All Might announced the start of the fight, Ilda and Shoji moved to head inside, only to stop when the sound of ice suddenly cracked through the area, and the next second the entire building was covered in ice. Everyone jumped up in surprise. Todoroki had covered the entire building in ice. All the entrances, doors, and windows were blocked. All Might's sweat dropped a bit and asked, "Young Ilda, young Shoji, are you able to continue?" Not knowing which answer to give, Shoji drew back his fists and punched the ice, while Ilda began kicking it. They continued to hammer away at the ice, yet after 2 minutes they had barely gotten through the door. All Might moved a camera down to look through the open door, as the ice had taken out all the cameras that were inside. Class 1 was met with a frozen nightmare. Spikes covered the floors and walls, with the thinnest being a foot thick. It had taken Ilda and Shoji 2 minutes to get through the first door. How were they possibly going to get through the hallway within the time limit? Ilda turned away from the door and said in a downtrodden tone, "We surrender." All Might nodded and turned away from the monitor. Hero team has been barred from entering. Villain team win. Let this be a lesson that victory may not always be possible and something you have to step back and let a hero with a more suitable quirk take over. Class 1 nodded, but even with his helmet still on everyone could see how down Ilda was. After Todoroki thought a way out, he and Takoyami joined Ilda and Shoji in heading back to the observation room. There was no question who the MVP of the round was, and All Might quickly continued to the next round. Kaminari and Aoyama were called the heroes while Mina and Kota were called the villains. And the problems from the last round were evident in this fight as well. Mina tried to form a plan with Kota. However, the Silent Annie voice user only spoke in sign language and gesture languages Mina didn't understand at all. On the flip side, Aoyama was responsive, but it was so sideways that Kaminari had no idea if it pertained to the plan or if Aoyama was complimenting himself on his costume. In a small moment before the fight occurred, Kaminari grabbed one of the whiteboards that were scattered outside the school building. He also managed to find a marker. He then proceeded to write something and then held it up to the camera. Written on the whiteboard was a single word, "help," and an arrow pointing at Aoyama. A crackle went through the observation room as All Might hit the intercom button and said, "Round 3, begin." The resulting fight was strange, to say the least. While Kaminari and Aoyama slowly made their way through the school building, Mina began skating around looking for them. All the while Kota refused to leave the room where they hid the bomb, which consequently was the principal's office. Unlike the previous fight, the heroes and villains did cross paths, and unlike the first round, it wasn't a very prolonged fight. Mina managed to get the drop on the two heroes while they were entering the cafeteria. She started by attacking him and spraying him down with acid. Though her attack barely touched him, it got all over his cape. Aoyama froze as he looked down at his cape. And then he proceeded to let out a scream that was the definition of a textbook middle school girl. After screaming for 15 seconds, he passed out. Moving past that, Kaminari tried to get in close to shock Mina. He managed to shock Mina, but that resulted in her producing a high amount of acid that spread around her. As Mina passed out from the shock and fell to the floor, Kaminari's feet hit the ground, which was now a pile of sludge. The moment Kaminari's feet hit the ground, he lost his balance and slipped. As he fell, he yelled and then hit the side of his head on a chair, knocking himself unconscious. All Might gave a nervous chuckle. In all his years of being a pro hero, he had never seen anything quite like that. On the other hand, Bakugo and Izuku grinned as they had done stupider things when sparring with Takami went too far. All this meant Kota was the only one still conscious, so All Might said, "Due to unforeseen event, I guess villain teams wins." All Might, sir, permission to get a recording of them. That was F432 KNG hilarious. Bakugo requested while Kirishima and Izuku shot him a glare. Yet they along with the rest of the class had to admit that it was pretty funny and would it be amazing to rewatch weeks down the road. While Kota walked back to the observation room, After All Might assured him that no one was going to attack him, medical robots came and took the 3 unconscious students to Recovery Girl's office. Then after 3 bizarre fights, All Might was presented with a fight that he could use to teach a lesson. That was until the end. The fight was between Tsuyu and Hagakura as the heroes versus Sato and Jiru as the villains. Going into the fight, Shiro and Jiru were cautious about Hagakura's invisibility quirk. Sato and Jiru then showed they had a good understanding of their opponent's quirk as they began to put one thing around the room that Hagakura could accidentally knock over. Jiru stacked tin cans just out of arm's reach from the bomb, while Sato set up barricades with wooden platelets he had found in the surrounding room. Students, any thoughts about young Sato and young Jiru plan? All Might asked. Momo raised her hand and said, "It is well and sound, but so far they've only planned for one of their opponents, Hagakura. While the barricades will slow the heroes down, they don't have anything specifically against Tsuyu. Moreover, the tin cans Jiru has set up aren't exactly stopping Hagakura. They're just a warning system, and since they're so close to the bomb, when Hagakura knocks one over, Jiru and Sato won't have much time to stop her." A good point, young Yaoyorozu. This goes for heroes as well. When facing a villain group, it's easy to focus on the so-called boss, the one with the powerful quirk or the leader of the group. Yet any quirk can become useful in any given situation. All Might said, and with that, he started the fight. Tsuyu and Hagakura were quick to enter the building. They began at the loading dock of the food bank. Tsuyu quietly lifted the metal door, just enough that Hagakura and her were about to slip under it. Once inside, the duo began to search the rooms until Tsuyu froze. This caused Hagakura to freeze and look over as Tsuyu pointed at a distributed dirt trail on the floor. "They're all moving to that room," Tsuyu whispered. All Might switched to a camera view that better showed the dirt trails on the floor, and everyone saw that the trails were going from all the rooms to the one that Jiru and Sato had boarded themselves in. Notice how young Asui and young Hagakura are using their environment to find their goal. Doing so can lead to find hidden doors, traps, among other things. When scooping out a villain's hideout, you won't always know how long they've been there. They could have built their own security system. All Might said. Tsuyu and Hagakura crept over to the door and Tsuyu quietly cracked the door open. She looked around and once she spotted the bomb, she silently closed the door. Tsuyu turned to Hagakura and said, "Sato and Jiru are inside with the bomb, but they surrounded it with tin cans. They also set up wooden platelets to block the doors. The tin cans are probably to stop me from running in," Hagakura said. Then began to take her gloves and boots, "but it's still our best bet." Tsuyu nodded. The girls had agreed that their best plan was for Tsuyu to distract Sato and Jiru while Hagakura snuck up to the bomb. Yet with the tin cans, if Hagakura accidentally knocked any of them over, Jiru and Sato would know where she was. Hopefully by knowing ahead of time, if Hagakura knocked one over, she won't freeze. Hagakura slipped out of her last boot and whispered, "All right, I'm ready." Tsuyu nodded and without hesitation, she kicked the door down. With missing a skip, Tsuyu stepped forwards and kicked the wooden platelets surrounding the door. The noise caught the attention of Jiru and Sato, who quickly looked over the frog quirk user. "I've got her," Sato said as he pulled a container of sugar from his belt and downed it. Just from seeing that made the girls a bit sick to their stomach. As if any of them had eaten, they won't be able to lose the weight for a year. With fuel for his quirk to use, Sato charged forward and swung a punch. Yet Tsuyu dropped below the punch and then kicked her legs into Sato's knee. Even though her quirk gained her strong leg, when Tsuyu's legs connected with Sato's leg, it felt like she had hit a steel wall. Tsuyu quickly backed off and looked over at Jiru. The purple hair student hadn't engaged yet, meaning she was on the lookout for Hagakura. Tsuyu didn't find the time to look around for Hagakura as Sato got in close. While Sato continued to throw punches, Jiru began to look around trying to find Hagakura. Jiru spotted Hagakura's discarded boots and gloves. Yet the villain duo had expected that. Jiru quickly plugged an earphone jack into the ground and tried to hear Hagakura's feet. Yet with all the moving around Sato and Tsuyu, it was to hear anything less. Reopening her eyes, Jiru moved to plan B after setting up the tin can and the wooden platelets. Jiru and Sato spread sawdust throughout the room. The layer of sawdust wasn't too thick, but just enough to see where Hagakura was stepping. Jiru looked around but didn't see any noticeable footprints, until she saw some dust move. Without hesitation, Jiru launched herself into the space above the footprints. Jiru felt herself crash into a body and she quickly wrapped her arm around the body. As Jiru hit the ground, she kept her arms wrapped around Hagakura, but then she noticed that the loop her arms were in was too big to be around Hagakura's waist. Jiru blushed as she realized where she had grabbed her opponent and immediately screamed, "I'm sorry." Jiru quickly moved her hands down and wrapped them around Hagakura's waist. Jiru was glad she couldn't tell whether Hagakura was blushing or not. Hagakura began to struggle against Jiru's hold, but each time her elbow hit Jiru, it told the purple-haired student where her opponents were. Hagakure hit Jiru in the side, and the earphone jack user quickly grabbed the arm and tied the capture rope around her opponent's wrist. Using Hagakure's panic and confusion, Jiru managed to get on top of Hagakure and grabbed her other arm as it made an impression in the sawdust. As Jiru tied the capture tape around Hagakure's wrist, All Might announced, "Hagakure has been captured." Tsuyu looked over at her captured opponent, wanting to finally get a win for the hero team. Tsuyu moved around Sato and launched herself at the bomb. Jiru noticed, and knowing she would be about to stop her opponent, she plugged one of her earphone jacks into the speaker on her boot and unleashed a sonic burst. The sound wave hit Tsuyu in midair, but due to the angel, instead of sending Tsuyu off to the side, it boosted her towards the bomb. Tsuyu crashed into the side of the bomb, but that wasn't everyone's worry as Jiru's sonic burst had shaken the entire building. All four of them froze as dust fell from the roof and caused Sato to sneeze. The following seconds were filled with anticipation as nothing happened. Then without warning, the roof began to cave in, and all four of them gave out girlish screams. While everyone in the observation room looked panicked as the camera had cut out, All Might held an ear up to his earpiece and said, "Young Sato, young Tsuyu, young Jiru, young Hagakure, can you respond?" All Might didn't hear anything and he began to push buttons on the control panel, yet nothing was happening. All Might could sense that the rest of Class 1A was starting to get worried. "Don't move, we'll come to you." All Might then turned to Class 1A, time for lesson in rescue. Most of Class 1A froze as they weren't ready for something like this. For Izuku and Bakugo, that was all they needed to hear as they began to head for the door. They were the first two out the door, with Ochako and Shinsu behind them. Izuku and Bakugo hurried down the stairs, with Class 1A behind them. A small dust cloud was rising in the distance and gave a direction for everyone to run into. While All Might could have easily run ahead, he figured it would be best if he stayed with the majority of Class 1A. This meant Izuku and Bakugo led the charge to the destroyed food bank. They hurried down the roads, past underturned cars, and destroyed stores, until they arrived. As the building came into view, everyone slowed down and looked down, and Shiro asked, "Where are they?" No one had an answer, so everyone climbed onto the destroyed building and began searching around. While everyone did that, Izuku began walking the perimeter. He was looking for the metal door Tsuyu and Hagakure had gone through. If Izuku was able to find it, then he would be able to retrace Tsuyu's footsteps to the room. Halfway around, Izuku found the broken and mangled metal door. Taking a step inward, Izuku began counting, retracing Tsuyu's footsteps. When Izuku reached 125 steps, he turned to the left and saw the sign of a door frame and wooden platelets past it. Izuku took a few steps forward and then flipped his scooter down. It was still in heat signature mode, and Izuku saw heat radiating from under a section. "I found them." "Uraraka," Izuku called out. Everyone looked up and over at Izuku, as Ochako quickly ran over and saw the same sign that Izuku had looked for. She quickly crouched down and pressed her finger into a large slab of roofing. Izuku and Ochako moved the roof slab away as more and more members of Class 1A came over to help. Ochako continued to remove the gravity of debris. While under Izuku's guidance, Class 1A moved around the pieces so nothing shifted too much and threatened to squish their friends. After 2 minutes, Shoji moved the last section of roofing and revealed Sato. He was huddled over Jiru and Hagakure, protecting them from the caved-in roof. The three of them looked over and smiled at their classmates. Izuku slid down into the hole. Izuku put a hand on Sato's shoulder and reached down to his arm, which was still wrapped around the girl's. Izuku made sure Sato was looking him in the eyes. "Hey, good job, big guy." Using his enhanced sight, Izuku quickly overlooked Sato and the two girls. Sato had small cuts over his back and shoulder, and he was favoring his right side, while the girls had minor bruising. "They're going to live." "Minor cuts and bruises," Izuku called out. Then he noticed Sato's eyes were darting around. He was looking for something. "Tsuyu," Sato began to say, but Izuku stopped him. "She's next." "Uraraka, Tsuyu is 15 meters over." Ochako nodded and moved 15 meters further into the floor and began to remove the gravity of the roof. Half of Class 1A went over to help Ochako, while Izuku helped Sato, Jiru, and Hagakure out of the hole and into the open arms of their classmates. Once Sato was pulled out, Izuku climbed out of the hole and saw that the bomb had been undercovered, yet Tsuyu wasn't found. "Midoriya," Bakugo called out. "Frog legs ain't here." Izuku looked over. Tsuyu was around the bomb when the roof caved in and she didn't have time to move much. Izuku looked over everyone's heat signature. Bypassing the fact Todoroki's heat signature was split down the middle of his body, Izuku walked over and looked down at the bomb. Slime bomb weren't supposed to have that warm of a heat signature. "No, she is." Izuku then hopped down to the hole while pulling out his knife. Izuku knocked his knuckle against the bomb a few times, then rammed his knife through the outer shell and pulled it down. Izuku withdrew his knife and then pulled the hole open to show that Tsuyu was unconscious inside the bomb. All Might looked down and said, "She's a smart girl." She realized the bomb was her best chance of protection. She must have gotten through the hole she made by crashing into it. All Might dropped down into the hole and pulled the bomb in half. He then reached in and pulled Tsuyu out. All Might and Izuku climbed out of the hole. Sato asked, All Might, who won? Many of Class 1 thought Sato was so competitive he didn't care about being injured. But Izuku, Ochako, and Bakugo saw the signs of Sato going into shock. His mind was focusing on the exercise to keep himself from having a nervous breakdown. All Might always saw the sign of shock, so he said, We'll discuss that later. For now, we'll get you to Recovery Girl and have her check you out. All Might carried Tsuyu off the building, while Class 1 followed him. On the edge of the building, medical robots had arrived to take the group to Recovery Girl. As Class 1 walked their classmates to be taken away, Bakugo turned to their teacher and asked, Are we having the last fight? All Might turned to the ash blonde bomber and nodded. We'll continue with the last fight. The remaining 13 students of Class 1 walked back to the observation room, where Bakugo and Kirishima were called the villains while Shiro and Ajaru were called the heroes. As Bakugo and Kirishima walked to the building, Kirishima tried to make a plan. But Bakugo heard nothing of it. He had been thinking about it ever since Todoroki completely froze the building during his match. The overwhelming power had shaken Bakugo to be able to win so easily and without any emotion. Bakugo didn't like how seemingly indifferent Todoroki was, as if he didn't appreciate and value his quirk. And that kind of attitude made Todoroki prideful, and that was the downfall of heroes. Bakugo was going to show Todoroki that he wasn't all-powerful. As they walked through the front, Kirishima said, I've talked with Shiro and he can shoot tape out of his elbow and use it to move objects around. Ajaru has his tail, and during the assessment yesterday it looked like he had some martial arts training. It doesn't matter what the extras' quirks are. I'm going after Tape Dispenser. You can have plain face if you want, Bakugo said as he sat down in front of the bomb. Nerd thought he was clever by using a trap. I'll show him the best victory is total defeat. They won't even get a chance to enter the building. As the two groups prepared, in the observation room, Izuku leaned over to Ochako and said, 100 yen says Kaken leaves Kirishima behind to protect the bomb, while he goes ahead to fight Shiro and Ajaru alone. I'll do you one better. Both Bakugo and Kirishima leave the bomb behind. 1,000 yen, Ochako said. Young Midoriya and young Uraraka. It one's undoing to bet on such a thing. All Might said, in a stern voice that didn't have any power behind it, but it still got the class's attention. Everyone looked to see what Izuku's remark would be, but he just looked All Might in the eyes and said, Look me in the eyes and tell me that again, but first let me remind you of All Might's supercharged O's cereals June to July 2030. All Might froze as he recalled the incident. He tried to look Izuku in the eyes and repeat himself, but he couldn't. That took everyone by surprise, and Momo asked, What happened with All Might's supercharged O's cereals? That was a concern that overcame the class as most grew up eating that brand of cereal. About 5 years ago, All Might decided to endorse a new brand of cereal. However, he did so without testing the cereal himself. Within the first 2 months of the cereal being released, over 50 cases of near insanity were recorded, because someone on the board of the cereal company decided to use their quirk to make the cereal as addictive as cocaine. The company did their best to recall the cereal and cover up their mistake, Izuku said. Then looked All Might in the eyes. You want to try and tell me that wasn't a bet? All Might had no comment, so Mina, who had returned during the rescue operation, spoke up. I'll put 1,500 yen that Kirishima leaves before Bakugo. She had been very confused when she came back to the room only to find it empty. Recovery Girl told her class was still going on. I say Shiro and Ajaru win. 1,000 yen, Shoji said. Seeing that Class 1 was giving their own bet, Izuku decided to give a serious bet. I change my bet. 2,000 yen, Kaken and Kirishima will both leave the bomb behind. Kaken will go after Shiro, leaving Kirishima to go after Ajaru. The fight will be over in under 3 minutes, and Kirishima will capture his opponent a few seconds before Kaken does. That was a very specific bet, so Ochako asked, Anyone want to get more specific than that? To no surprise, everyone shook their heads. A few seconds later, the 5 minutes were over, and it predicted Bakugo and Kirishima both rushed out of the room they had left the bomb in. Izuku had called it, as Bakugo went after Shiro while he left Kirishima to handle Ajaru. The moment the signal for the start of the battle went off, Bakugo jumped back onto his feet and launched himself out of the window. Using his explosion, Bakugo cleared the sidewalk and landed in the middle of the road. He spotted the Shiro and Ajaru and yelled, I'm coming for you, Taper Dispenser. Both Shiro and Ajaru froze once they saw Bakugo come flying out of the building. Ajaru looked at Shiro and said, I think he means you. He was more than grateful that the explosive ash blonde was not going after him. Kirishima is still in the building, so watch out for him, Shiro said, as he shot a strand of tape and took off in a high-speed chase. Shiro was quite versed in swinging around using his tape. His family had a forestry backyard that he enjoyed playing in. Yet while Zero was self-taught, Bikago had formal training. He knew how to optimize his speed. This allowed him to stay right on Zero's heel, and with each explosion the taper user could feel the heat. Zero looked over his shoulder and saw the look in Bakugo's eyes. The ash blonde was solely focused on him, and Zero could use that to his advantage. It would lead Bakugo on a chase, while Ajaru would deal with Kirishima and capture the bomb. That was if Zero could stay ahead of his opponent, and when how close each explosion sounded, Zero began to doubt he would be about to do so. As Zero swung around the mock city, he thought about how he could capture Bakugo in his tape, but that idea was quickly cut short. He had risked a few seconds to try and wrap Bakugo in some tape, though only managed to pin his right arm to his side. However, Bakugo was quick to blast and burn the tape with his other arm. As Bakugo caught himself in the air, he shot a glare at Zero, warning the tape user that wasn't going to work again. So Zero switched back to staying ahead of Bakugo and led him away from the building, hoping Ajaru could handle Kirishima and capture the weapon. But that was easier said than done, as it took Zero's full concentration to stay ahead, to barely stay out of Bakugo's reach. But Bakugo was starting to figure out Zero's timing and began to gain ground. Within a minute and a half, Bakugo caught up to Zero and blasted him in the back. Zero cried out as he was ripped from his line. Thinking fast, Zero shot out a strand of tape, but Bakugo was quicker and grabbed the tape before it could attach to anything. With a small explosion, Bakugo burned the tape, leaving Zero to crash into the ground. Luckily, he was only 2 feet off the ground when Bakugo cut his line, so he didn't have far to fall. When he hit the ground, the air was forced out of his lungs. With a groan, Zero began to try and get back onto his feet. He was seeing double, and his ears were starting to ring from the explosion that had caught his back. Yet Bakugo wasn't finished. He wanted total victory. So with an explosion, Bakugo shot down and rammed an elbow into Zero's back. Zero's body convulsed, then he blacked out. Bakugo quickly recovered and pulled out a roll of capture tape and wrapped it around Zero's arms. Bakugo let go of the capture tape and waited for the announcement, but the one he got didn't make him happy. True to his word, the moment the starting signal went, Bakugo leapt out the window and went after Zero. Kirishima sighed as he walked away from the window and headed for the stairs, with Bakugo chasing Zero that just left Kirishima to deal with Ajaru. Kirishima took a lazy walk down the stairs to the first floor. As Kirishima reached the bottom step of the stairs, he looked up and saw Ajaru coming in through the front door. As soon as Bakugo leapt out of the window, Kirishima sighed and walked over to the stairs. Ajaru shifted into a martial stance and looked Kirishima over. "I'm guessing I can't get you to surrender." Kirishima brought up his hand and transformed his entire upper body. "Nope." With a yell, Kirishima charged forward. Ajaru held his hands and tail up defensively, but it did nothing against the momentum Kirishima had generated. Ajaru tried to hold his ground. By the moment Kirishima crashed into him, Ajaru quickly lost his footing. Kirishima's tackle sent the two of them through the doorway and back into the streets. As they began to roll, Kirishima let go of Ajaru and rammed an elbow into the ground. This stopped Kirishima, while Ajaru continued to roll away. As Ajaru got to his face, Kirishima jumped up and kicked at Ajaru's midsection. Yet before Kirishima's foot connected, Ajaru's tail came up and blocked the attack. Ajaru then wrapped his tail around Kirishima's foot and threw it across the street. Kirishima quickly activated his quirk over his entire body and crashed into a wall. With a perfect Kirishima-shaped hole, the red-haired students became stuck into the wall. Kirishima blinked his eyes to refocus and saw Ajaru running back inside. Kirishima refused to let Ajaru win, so with a yell, Kirishima pulled himself out of the wall. Hitting the ground and cracking it, Kirishima fell to his hands and knees. Reactivating his quirk, Kirishima closed his hand into a fist, scaring the ground in the process. With a grunt, a barely noticeable glow began to line the cracks throughout Kirishima's hardened body. As his back cracked a bit in pain, Kirishima got to his feet and looked through the open doorway and up the stairs. If he was going to win, he had to stop Ajaru from finding the bomb. With a yell, Kirishima took off running back inside the building. Kirishima found Ajaru on the second floor looking for the bomb. Not worrying about a sneak attack, Kirishima charged forward. With the thundering footsteps, Ajaru was able to turn around and swing his tail at Kirishima. Kirishima tanked the attack, with only being pushed back a bit with his feet craving trenches in the floor. Yet Kirishima wasn't deferred and charged forward again, this time dodging the initial attack, but the second hit. Yet Kirishima still refused to give up. He was going to be a hero. He was going to shoulder the responsibility that meant, and his first step towards that was never backing down again. Kirishima yelled as he rushed forward again, this time changing tactics. Kirishima dropped to the floor to dodge Ajaru's tail and swept Ajaru's feet out from under him. Ajaru hit the ground and Kirishima jumped on top of him, pinning Ajaru's arms to the ground. Ajaru tried to attack with his tail, but Kirishima locked it within his legs. Ajaru tried to escape, trying to pull his tail out, but Kirishima refused to break his hold. To get the capture tape out of his belt, Kirishima pressed an elbow into Ajuru's back and then quickly pulled out his roll of capture tape. Feeling his legs starting to slip off of Ajuru's tape, Kirishima quickly wrapped it around his opponent's wrist. Mashiro Ajuru has been captured, All Might announced, then added a few seconds later, Hantashiro has been captured. Villains teams wins. Return to observation room as soon as possible. Everyone looked at Izuku as he had been the most accurate with his bet. Izuku noticed their stares and waved their concerns away. Keep the money, I like to bet for the fun of it. It tells me how well I know people. How did you know Bakugo would go after Shiro? Takoyami asked. Izuku looked over to Takoyami and said, because Shiro placed higher on Mr. Aizawa quirk assessment. Bakugo takes pride in his quirk, skills and above all else, winning against powerful opponents. By going after Shiro, Bakugo marked him as the more powerful opponent. Bakugo was the only one to return after a minute. Shiro had been taken to Recovery Girl's office, while Kirishima and Ajuru elected to take a few minutes to catch their breath. Both had bruises all over their bodies. But eventually, they returned and Kirishima was named the MVP, something Bakugo wasn't too happy about. Until Izuku pointed out that if the fight had taken place in an actual city, Bakugo could have easily been ambushed by more heroes. Then the bell rang signaling the end of class. All Might smiled and said, please return to your homeroom for the remainder of class. Now let me show you how to escape the media like a hero. All Might posed then quickly disappeared out of the room. After a few seconds it took everyone to process everyone. The class broke into conversation as they headed back to the changing rooms. In the changing room, instead of heading towards his locker, Izuku directed himself over to the shower. As he turned the water on and waited for it to heat up, Izuku began to peel off much slime from his body. As he was in the first round, the slime had dried and stuck to his body and some felt like he was waxing his body. Once he got off as much slime as possible and the water was warm enough, Izuku slipped his hero costume off and stepped into the shower, attacking his hair first, as the slime seemed to cling to his hair with extra strength. It took half a bottle of shampoo to get most of the slime out, and then Izuku used a brush to get the rest out. Once his hair was slime-free, Izuku cleaned the rest of his body off. After turning the shower off, Izuku wrapped himself in a towel and walked out to an empty changing room. Izuku walked over to his locker and pulled out a hair tie. Wringing as much water out of his hair, Izuku pulled his hair back into a ponytail, securing it with the hair tie. Then he pulled out his uniform and changed it. Once he was fully dressed, Izuku stored his hero suit back into its briefcase and headed back to homeroom. As Izuku opened the day, he found everyone was sitting at their desks, even though they had gone to see Recovery Girl. There were still 30 minutes left of school, but neither All Might nor Mr. Aizawa were anywhere to be found. Izuku quickly walked over to the shelves and put his briefcase away. Sensing all the suits had returned, the shelves retracted themselves back. As the shelves retracted, Izuku walked over to his desk and sat down. For the next few minutes, everyone sat in silence, but then it became clear that a teacher wasn't going to show up and conversation began to begin around the room. Izuku kept to himself by pulling out homework and beginning to work on it. However, this time was cut when he heard a chair being slid across the foot and stopping right next to his desk. Izuku looked up and was met with Mina sitting down in her chair. Izuku looked at Mina with a simple, hi, and then went back to his homework. Yet Mina wasn't done, evident by her clearing her throat. Izuku looked up and saw that she was still staring at him. She locked eyes with him and then asked, so Midbro, does your quirk deal with your hair in any way? Izuku was intrigued that Mina wanted to talk about quirks, so he put his pencil down and looked at her. It does, it's where my ammo comes from. I can create a bullet by weaving it. Can I see? Mina asked. Izuku noticed some of the other students were looking over at him, so Izuku nodded and grabbed a small strand of hair from behind his ear. He began to weave it around his index finger. Then once it began to solidify, he rolled it back and forwards between his index and middle finger. Once the bullet was fully formed and disconnected from his hair, Izuku put the bullet on the table. Izuku began to pull his hand away, but then he noticed the bullet looked a little weird. Before Mina could grab it, Izuku scooped the bullet back on and looked it over. Usually, the bullets formed from his hair were smooth as normal bullets were, but this had small bumps all over it. Mina noticed and said, I'm guessing you haven't had long hair for a while. Izuku shook his head and said, no, I've only really let it grow out in the last few months, partly because my hair grows fast, partly because my younger sister enjoys playing with it. Well, rule number one of having long hair. The first thing you need to do is dry it, and then brush it. Right, Yaoyorozu? Mina said. Izuku looked over at Momo in time for her to pull a brush out of her backpack. Then Izuku's attention was drawn back to Mina. As she pulled out her brush, want some help? Izuku sighed and hit his head on his desk. Maybe a little harder than he meant to, as a red spot quickly formed on his head and he held a hand up to his forehead. Oh, yeah, why not? Izuku said, as he reached back and pulled his hair tie out. Izuku fluffed his hair out and leaned his hair back. Bakugo took that time to turn around and see Mina begin to brush Izuku's hair. I think I got a new nickname for you, nerd. Rapunzel. Izuku could only sigh as Bakugo found a new way to torture him. But then his attention was drawn to Ochako walking up behind and talking to Shinsu. As she walked up, she began flipping the comb around in her hand as if she were flipping a knife around. Once Ochako was standing next to Shinsu, she asked, "Can I take your seat?" Shinsu looked around and saw that Hagakura and Momo were both walking over. Both also had brushes and combs. Not wanting to be in the middle of all that, he quickly got up and walked over to talk to Kirishima, Siro, and Kaminari. Ochako then slipped into Shinsu's chair and began working on a section of Izuku's hair. Soon after Ochako, Momo, Hagakura, and Mina were all brushing Izuku's hair. As Ochako brushed Izuku's hair, she noticed something. It appeared much longer than the last time she brushed it with Iri. Ochako pulled out a strand of hair to full length and found it was almost an arm's length and a half, making her guess it had grown at least 7 inches since the last time she joined Iri in brushing Izuku's hair. Hey, Midoriya, Bakugo calling you Rapunzel is a little more accurate than you thought. Your hair is starting to get down to your knees. Izuku mumbled, causing Momo to do the same as Ochako. Judging it against her hair and with Izuku being a few inches shorter, Ochako's estimate was close. She's right, Midoriya. Your hair is nearly a full meter. When was your last haircut? Momo asked as the girl continued to brush Izuku's hair. Izuku thought about it for a few seconds. 4 months ago and I got it whacked right above my shoulders. Izuku then clenched his teeth as Mina began pulling through a knot. All the girls paused at that and Hagakura said, "Your hair grew nearly half a meter in 4 months." Hagakura looked at all the hair in front of her. Her hair was long too, but it barely reached her hips, not that she did much with it as no one would notice. Then there was how soft Izuku's hair felt. Hagakura didn't think hair could be so soft. It's a part of his quirk, to help keep him from going bald. Ochako said and Bakugo chuckled. She finished by a section of hair and moved down further out, as she remembered back to how Izuku described the different issues that arose from his hair being altered by his quirk. The amount of shampoo he went through, how hard it was to get dirt and other stuff out of it, but still why did you let it get this long? I don't know, I always thought I would look good with long hair. What's with all this question? Do none of you have young sisters to do this with? Izuku asked. He knew Ochako was an only child, but he only met the other girls yesterday and now they were acting as if they were at a slumber party. Mina chuckled and said, I have 2 older brothers, so I never got to do anything so girly growing up. I have a younger brother. Hagakura answered. I have an older sister, but we never did anything like this before, Momo said, as she dropped Izuku's hair and began brushing it again. She had to know what kind of shampoo Izuku used if he was able to keep this much hair healthy and good looking. Midoriya, as long as you have long hair, you might as well accept reality. You've seen how much Iri enjoys brushing your hair, Ochako said. Then leaned in close to Izuku's ear. Even with everything she's been through, she seems to enjoy doing that. Izuku nodded and decided to relax and enjoy the feeling of having his hair brushed. After half an hour was up and the final bell rang, everyone quickly gathered their material and left home. Izuku and Ochako walked out together and over to Izuku's bike and Izuku drove her home. Then after a short stop by a general store, where Izuku bought some matcha, Izuku drove home. As soon as Izuku walked inside the house, he was attacked by Iri in her hugs. Izuku skillfully picked her up and held her against his hip. Hey Iri, how was your day? Iri didn't smile but said, I helped Ms. Midoriya around the house. We cleaned the entire house, then we made candy apples, then we had to clean the kitchen again. Iri then noticed the bag Izuku was carrying. What do you have in there? Some matcha, Izuku said, as he carried Iri to the kitchen and stored the matcha in the freezer. Doesn't that nice lady like matcha? Iri said as she closed the freezer door for Izuku. Yeah, I made her mad during school and I want to apologize, Izuku said, as he walked over to the kitchen table and put his backpack on it. Want to help me with homework? Izuku already had most of his homework done, working on it any chance he had in class. Nor would Iri be able to help him, but she enjoyed doing things with him. It didn't matter what it was. She nodded and Izuku pulled out a chair for her and together they did Izuku's homework until dinner was ready. Once dinner finished, Izuku played a few games with Iri until she got tired. Izuku smiled as he picked her up and carried her to her bed. She fell asleep in Izuku's arms, so Izuku silently laid her in bed. He began to walk away, but Iri tightly gripped his hand. Izuku's smile fainted a bit. Iri seemed calm when she was awake, but Izuku and Inko could tell she still struggled to get past her dark past. She didn't seem bad during the day, but when she went to sleep, it became clear just how hard she was fighting. Memories of her time with Overhaul and what he did to her came back to the surface. Despite how tired he was, Izuku didn't pull away. He sat down on the floor, allowing Iri to hold tightly to his arm. His right hand, something Izuku didn't fail to notice, was the thing that had saved her from a monster and given her a new life. As Izuku watched over Iri, he noticed something hanging around her neck. It was a silver band that Izuku had always seen her wear, but she never let him see what ornament it held. Now Izuku could finally see what Eri held on. The mystery of what she held so precious was no longer a mystery. Izuku gently pulled out the ornament and saw what it was. Even with the low light coming from the night light, Izuku recognized the shape and texture of the object. It was a bullet, more specifically one of his. It was the bullet he had given her as they came home from the hospital. The first thing she had been given in her new life, and she made sure she couldn't lose it. Izuku gained a small smile as the stresses of life and school disappeared from his mind. He was happy to just be lying next to Eri, protecting her. And with his bullet with her at all times, he would always be protecting her. After the chaos that had been hero class yesterday, Izuku was hoping for a steadier, calmer day. Yet he knew the moment he put that into that universe, the day was going to be anything but calm. After waking up in Eri's room, Izuku silently removed her hand from around him and stood up. He snuck out of the room and across the hallway to take a quick shower. Once he was cleaned off, he walked back to his room and changed into a fresh UA uniform. He then headed downstairs to have breakfast. The last thing Izuku made sure to do before leaving was check on the matcha in the freezer. After closing the freezer door, Izuku grabbed all his supplies from the table and headed out to pick up Ochako. Taking the memorized route, Izuku pulled up to the entrance to Ochako's apartment complex. He spotted Ochako sitting on a bench waiting for him. Izuku pulled out and Oko happily slid onto his motorcycle while slipping on her helmet. Once Ochako made herself secure, Izuku pulled away and headed to UA. Izuku was the first to notice, but there were several news vans in front of UA. Across the street were all the corresponding media outlets and news stations, all set up right outside UA's front gate. Izuku pointed them out to Ochako, who nodded. Izuku directed the bike into the parking lot, and as Ochako pulled her helmet off and fixed her hair, she asked, "What are they doing here? I've never heard about the news trying to cover much of UA until the sports festival." "I don't know," Izuku said as he took off his helmet. He thought of all that UA had done since the new year, but nothing garnered this much cover. Though there was one thing: if they had officially publicly announced, the media would become foaming at the mouth to hear. Maybe they heard about All Might taking the position of a first-year teacher. Ochako thought about it for a second, then said, "But UA has released that information. They must have someone on the insides." Izuku laughed as he said, "Yeah. The news can be pretty bloodthirsty for this kind of news, especially when All Might is involved. His name alone is guaranteed to increase viewership. You would be an expert in that, wouldn't you?" Ochako said, elbowing Izuku as they walked across the street. "Haven't you patronized me enough already?" Izuku said. Yet Ochako never got to answer as several microphones were shoved into their faces and the flashing lights of camera went off. What's it like having All Might as a teacher? Is he as charismatic as they say? How has he begun to teach the next generation of heroes? What have you learned from him? What's the symbol in person? Ochako tried to listen to all the questions, while Izuku rubbed his eyes as the flashes bin irritated his sensitive corneas. Once his vision came back into focus, he sighed and shook his head. He then yelled, his voice carrying over the different questions, "We've barely met him yesterday and we've only had one lesson from him, so not much. But yes, he's charismatic and I hope to learn many things from him over the coming year." Izuku smiled as he reached forward and used his helmet to lower a mic that had been shoved in his face. He then looked directly into a reporter's eye as he continued with, "Now we have class to get to and you better not make any student late." Izuku continued to look in the news reporter's eye until they looked away. He then smiled and winked. Not wanting to be in the crowd anymore, Izuku grabbed the back of Ochako's backpack and pushed her through the crowd. Once they were through the gate, they found Mr. Aizawa waiting for them. Izuku looked at Mr. Aizawa, who nodded and simply said, "You handled that well. Give them answers to use on air, then signal your real thoughts by lowering the microphone. Want any help with clearing them out?" Izuku asked, looking over his shoulder at the crowd of reporters. He knew how much disdain Mr. Aizawa, as a pro-hero, had for the news, using any chance to escape the news and all of its reporters. "No, All Might isn't even on campus today. He'll pop up somewhere else and they'll follow his trail," Mr. Aizawa said, then began walking up to the news group. Izuku walked as Mr. Aizawa told them off, then began walking back. Yet one of the reports, they much of to separate, began walking forward, demanding an answer to all their questions, stating how UA couldn't simply have All Might as a teacher and not explain their reasonings behind it. Yet they were cut off when a wall of metal jetted out of the ground, blocking the entrance. How does All Might even deal with them every day? They stop heroes from doing their job. Each has their own way. Yours is one I look up to, Izuku said, maybe because he grew up hearing how bad the media was from Mero and his mother. But Izuku had grown to distrust the media. Though as he got older, Izuku found himself still agreeing with Mero and Inko in that regard. Then hearing what some reporters did to get quotes for their stations, Izuku was surprised Darwinism hadn't kicked in. Case in point, UAS security system was well known to be top of the line. Not anyone could get in. You're going to be late to class if you stand around any longer, Mr. Aizawa said, looking at Izuku with an unamused face. Izuku bowed, then walked with Ochako to their lockers. They quickly stored their backpacks and helmets and then headed to their first period. As they walked in, they heard their classmates talking about the media out front. As Izuku and Ochako sat down at their desks, Mr. Aizawa arrived and stood at the front. Once everyone quieted down, Mr. Aizawa cleared his throat and said, "I've reviewed the footage of your hero classes from yesterday. Midoriya, in a real-life situation it is best that your teammates have the same amount of information as you. Do not allow them to go in blind. Kaminari, Ashido, you acted rationally and it led to a predictable outcome. You must learn to consider the effects on yourself and others around you before you act." Aoyama, Mr. Aizawa just sighed and then moved on. "Ilda, Shoji, you became too focused on getting through that single door. You didn't look to see if there was another option. I understand that there was a time crunch, but it's important to look for other avenues. Jiru, similar lesson to Kaminari and Ashido, but be aware of your environment. You dropped a building on yourself and on your teammates. Bakugo, learn when it's best to keep our advantage and not risk it for selfish reason." "Everyone," Mr. Aizawa called out, nodded and said, "Understood, sir. Now that's over, let's get to the first order of business. This task will decide your future, so it's important that you think about it," Mr. Aizawa said. Everyone flinched as they waited for Mr. Aizawa to expel someone. But he calmly continued with, "It's time for you all to pick a class president and vice president." A small sigh went throughout the class as it was just normal school stuff that had to be done. It was quiet for a bit, but then Kaminari jumped up, raising his hand, and yelled, "Pick me, I'll make sure the class fund raises money for awesome trips." Jiru scoffed as raised her hand and said, "Yeah, you're going to need me. The person with the most style is destined for such a role. We shall be the flashiest class with me at the helm," Aoyama said with style. "I'm totally the right pick. You can't go wrong with me," Mina said, jumping out of her chair and waving her arms around. Izuku smiled as he figured most of the people nominating themselves probably didn't understand how important becoming a representative of a hero class was. In a normal class, it would just be extra work, but whoever was elected would have a referral on their transcript, a referral that would get them noticed by the hero agency and help them be offered work studies in the future. As everyone called out their names, Ilda walked up to the front of the room and said, "Quiet, everyone. The duty of a class representative is to lead their class and should be filled by the one that can be that the best. The class representative must have the trust of all the students in the class, and the best way to find that out is democratically. Therefore, I propose that we hold an election. We have everyone write down a name of the person they believe has the best ability to fulfill the role of a class president." Everyone calmed down, then Tsuyu said, "Most of us have only known each for a few days. How can we know who to trust?" Kirishima then chimed in with, "Yeah, won't everyone just vote for themselves? The vote would just come out equally." "True, we've only known each for a few days, so whoever is voted in has made the most impact in a short amount of time." "Right, sir," Ilda said, then turned to Mr. Aizawa. Yet Mr. Aizawa had already zipped up his sleeping bag and fell asleep on the floor. Izuku noticed Ilda seemed a little distraught from this, so he stood up and pulled out a piece of paper from his notebook. As Izuku walked up to the front, he folded the paper and then ripped it into roughly equally sized pieces and said, "Ilda, right, the best way to know who is trusted the most is by election, and whoever has made the biggest impact is surely to continue to do so. So write a name out on the pieces handed out and we'll tally the votes. The most will be class president and the second will be vice president." Different from Ilda, everyone listened to Izuku as he walked around and handed out the pieces of paper. After a minute no one had written, but then many quickly wrote down names and walked their vote up to Izuku. Some took a bit longer to think over who they wanted to choose to be class president. Once Izuku had all the names, he shuffled them to add more anonymity, then handed them over to Ilda. Ilda began tallying the names on the board, writing new names whenever one appeared. Izuku kept his back to the board as Ilda tallied the names. Once all the votes were tallied, Bakugo stood up and said, "I demand for a revote, and someone check that damn nerd's pocket. He must switch the names with pre-made ones." Now confused, Izuku turned around and looked over the board. Bakugo had 2 votes, Momo had 3, Ilda, 0, Kaminari and Mina each had 1, while Izuku had 12 votes. Izuku raised an eyebrow at this, as he had personally voted for Momo. He didn't believe himself to be in the best role, as his previous connections with school were just the lessons, nor had he ever done any kind of extracurricular activities. Ilda shook his head and said, "Except each name was written in a different handwriting and some were in color. Nor do I think he could have done a sleight of hand with all of us watching him. Still, I want his pocket to turn inside out," Bakugo said, walking up to Izuku and patting him out. Izuku just waited through the process, knowing Bakugo wouldn't find any. Once Bakugo was satisfied, he huffed as he walked back to his seat and sat down in silence. So it seems that Midoriya is class president with Yaoyorozu as vice president, Hilda said before walking back to his chair and sitting down, trying not to act defeated. Momo stood up and stood next to Izuku as he said, well, thanks for all your support. I don't know why you would vote for me, but thanks. I'm proud to be voted for this position and I hope I am about to fulfill your wish for me, Momo said, causing Izuku to feel self-conscious about how unprepared he was for this. Momo must have been in this kind of position before. With her intelligence and mature personality, Kirishima folded his arms and said, well, Midoriya, you did well in Mr. Aizawa Quirk assessment and in the training yesterday. And you were quick to analyze others' fights and point out their strengths and weaknesses. So you said, and Yaoyorozu was quick with our test results. I guess I can get behind this, Kaminari said, and that seemed to be the general census of the class. Mr. Aizawa woke up and looked at the board. Izuku Midoriya as class representative and Momo Yaoyorozu as vice representative. I'll pass that information to Nezu. Class dismissed, just in time for the bell to ring. Past those few moments in the homeroom, the rest of the morning went on as normal. Everyone paid attention in class and soon the bell for lunch rang. Everyone headed to the cafeteria for lunch. In the line, Izuku got himself some fish and a vegetable soup. After paying for his lunch, Izuku found an empty table and sat down. As giving thanks and took a bite of the fish, he was joined by Ochako, Hilda and Momo. This place is always so crowded, Ochako said as she took a small bite of white rice. That's because the students of the support, business and general classes share a cafeteria with the hero classes. And with all 3 years having lunch at the same time, this central hub is always bound to be filled with talented people, Hilda said as he cracked open his can of juice. Momo swallowed her piece of sushi and then brought up something that had been on her mind since homeroom. She turned to the newly elected Class 1 president and said, so Midoriya, you didn't seem that enthused about being elected as class president. Izuku chuckled a bit and said, well, I've never really had what you could call a normal school life. I mean, yeah, I went to public school, but I never really did any extracurricular activities. Sports, band, joining a club, anything like that. Our moms tried to get us into other hobbies, but they never really lasted that long. Most of our time out of school and homework was training. I don't exactly have the experience of being a class president, so I don't think I'm qualified. What kind of hobbies did you try? Ochako asked. I think the longest for Bakugo was he played the drums for 3 years, while I only played the guitar for 2. Izuku said as he twirled his chopstick before going back in for another piece of fish. I think you'll be great. Your courage and quick thinking under stress will make you a perfect leader. You were the one that managed to find Sato, Asui, Jiru and Hagakure after their building collapsed. And you have far more training than most in our class. I hope to learn from your example of hard work and dedication, Hilda said, then began eating his soup. Yeah, you took out the shy Hasekai, so why are you so afraid of being class president? Ochako innocently said after a moment of thinking. Hilda and Momo choked on their food as they looked at Ochako and then over to Izuku, just in time to see him slap his forehead with his palm. Hilda's attention jumped back and forth between Ochako and Izuku before landing on Izuku. Hilda cleared his throat before saying, I heard about that from my brother. He said word on the street was a team broke into a Yakuza's hideout and then later pro heroes were knocking down all their doors. People believed it was a rival Yakuza family and they simply handed over some incriminating evidence over to the police and heroes. I think the first location that was hit was in Wasukako Prefecture. The other bases soon fell after that. Are you saying you were a part of that? Izuku nodded, prompting Momo to ask. I thought only Bakugo trained with you and neither of you mentioned being a part of a hero team. Izuku shot a quick glare at Ochako. He had trusted her. It was a slip of the tongue, but still, why did she have to slip up on that? Ochako gave a quick, sorry. Izuku sighed. No, we weren't a part of the hero teams that raided the hideouts. We don't have our hero license. We only have bodyguard licenses to protect ourselves and family members. Second, it wasn't a team that found the evidence. Izuku caught himself and then slapped himself again on the forehead. Now it was his slip of the tongue. And why did he have to be so prideful? Did he want recognition that he had a key part in taking down the shy Hasekai? He shouldn't. But my brother's contact said it was a team that broke in and stole the evidence that was handed over to the police. It was enough to put the old Yakuza family out of business and sentence them to life sentences, Hilda said, and Izuku shook his head. You understand that all of this sounds crazy, right? I must say I have to side with Hilda. Midoriya, how would you have even gotten involved in the first place? Momo said, I understand that you don't believe me, but my trainer is friends with local heroes and he called me for a favor. I was supposed to sneak into one of their hideouts and find information about one of their new plans, which I did, and my trainer handed that information over to the police. Izuku said, still it's all crazy. You would have since been a middle schooler. How could you have had any possible connection to the raid? Hilda asked. Izuku looked over at Ilda, and Izuku shouldn't, but he had risked his life to secure evidence to justify a raid on the Shy Hasekai. From an outsider's perspective, it would sound crazy that Izuku had the work of what people thought would have taken a team. The question was how to convince the most level-headed person in the class. Izuku thought about everything that had been published and found a detail that most likely only the police and pro-heroes would know. Ilda, your brother, did he mention that the pro-heroes had to go through a secret entrance to get into the underground bunker of the Wasukako prefecture? Yes, but that never gets put in. Ilda paused. Izuku could see that Ilda was beginning to believe him. What was the statue that had to be moved out of the way to access the panels for the entrance? Raven. And I can give you the pattern that had to be entered, Izuku said, but Ilda nodded. Momo's eyes went a bit wide as she asked, but why you? You're a teenager. No sane person would put a teenager in danger. It's a stealth mission. No harm was supposed to come to me and none did. Izuku said that despite all the gunfights that occurred, it had originally started as a stealth mission. And Izuku didn't feel like mentioning the fact his shoulder had been torn with a bullet or that he had gotten broken ribs from fighting a member of the Yakuza. Then perhaps you can explain a rumor going around in the underground. Some are saying that more than just evidence was stolen, some say a rescue was made. Ilda said. Ilda's words echoed through Izuku's ears. When they finally registered, Izuku gripped his chopsticks, nearly breaking them in two. He looked at Ilda with purpose in his eyes. Eri was supposed to be kept a secret. Her name, her location, her existence was erased. The only people who knew about Eri were Izuku and Enko, along with the Bakugos, Mero, Henkido, and Ochako. The only reason Eri would be thrown into the criminal case was if her abuse needed to be added to the charges. But luckily enough was found to be the Shy Hasekai out of business for good and the higher-ups in jail for several life sentences. If someone knew that Eri was rescued, Izuku needed to know who they were and how much they knew about Eri, specifically if they knew where she was staying. Who was saying a rescue happened? How did your brother hear about this? Izuku said. However, before Ilda could answer, an alarm went off. Emergency level 3. Security breach. Emergency level 3. The alarm yelled. Everyone froze for a second, and then chaos broke. Everyone jumped up to their feet and began running out of the cafeteria. Many were swept off their feet and dragged through the hallways. As soon as the alarm had gone off, Izuku was quick to the feet and kept a hand on Ochako's shoulders. Izuku held on tightly, so as not to lose Ochako as they worked their way through the crowd and into the hallways. He heard a third-year call out that a level 3 meant someone was breaking into the school, and that caused everyone to panic even more. Izuku and Ochako began to be pushed and shoved, resulting in them getting pushed up against the glass wall. Working to protect Ochako, Izuku used his body to keep anyone from getting close to Ochako, providing a sort of air pocket. As Izuku strained against the crowd, he looked over the window and saw the cause of the alarm. The first thing he saw was the destroyed UA gate. It looked as if it had eaten from the inside out. The second was the meteor running across the front lawn, only to be met by the teachers. The media has somehow gotten in and that caused the alarm to be tripped. Izuku growled a bit and said, "It's just the media. Their greed to get a story caused them to trip the alarm. And no one is the wiser." With his attention being split, Izuku was suddenly pushed against, causing his head to ram against the glass window. Izuku could feel a cut form on his forehead and blood begin to trickle down his nose. "Alright, that's it. Uraraka, I need to use your quirk on me." "Why?" Ochako asked. If she took away his gravity, then he would easily get swept away in the crowd. And without him in the way, she was bound to easily get swept away and she'd rather not be trampled. "Please, I don't have time to explain," Izuku said. Ochako looked Izuku in the eyes and saw how serious he was. Hearing about how people knew Eri had been rescued must have caught him seriously off guard. And the only reason he wasn't integrating Ilda was because he was having to deal with the panic. Ochako nodded and pressed all 5 fingers on Izuku's chest. Izuku took a deep breath and then jumped up to the ceiling and rammed his left fist into the tidal ceiling. Izuku then transformed his right arm and let loose a loud gunshot. Immediately everyone ducked down, as if in an attempt to dodge the shot. "Listen up everyone, everything's fine. It's just the media. They somehow got in and tripped the alarm. Even if it was a villain, that doesn't give any of you the excuse to run any like chickens with their head cut off. You're training to become better people, so start acting like it." Izuku yelled as he fired out a second shot and then transformed his arm back. "He's right, the media got past the gate," Ilda called out as he pointed off the window. The students pressed up against the window, all looked out and confirmed their stories. Many began looking out the window as the panic died out. With that over, everyone began to slowly make their ways to their next classes. Once the hallway was clear enough, Izuku signaled Ochako to release her quirk. Once she did, Izuku immediately felt gravity return and he felt. His legs hit the ground first and he rolled to save himself from injuring his knees. As he stood up, he sensed Ochako, Ilda and Momo walking up to him. "You handled the situation quite well," Momo commented as she stood to the side of Izuku. The students that were still in the hallways were giving Izuku a large berth, not wanting to get close to him as his cold demeanor was radiating from him. Crowd control 101. Do something that gets the attention of everyone. A gunshot during a break-in was not going to be missed. Izuku huffed as he began to wipe the blood from his nose. "You've been injured, Midoriya," Ochako said, holding a hand up to Izuku's forehead. "It's fine," Izuku said as he finished wiping the blood from his head. But then pain shot up from his left arm. He looked down and saw a long deep gash had formed going down his forearm. He must have cut his arm on the ceiling tile as he fell. Momo noticed the injury and then quickly looked at Ochako and Ilda. "I'll head back to class and inform Mr. Aizawa of Midoriya's injuries. You two can take him to Recovery Girl to be healed." After Ochako and Ilda nodded, Momo disappeared into the end of the crowd to head to classroom 1A. Knowing that he should get patched up, Izuku began walking to Recovery Girl's office, and he noted Ilda and Ochako was walking on either side of him. Once they got to Recovery Girl's office, they found a few students were also waiting outside. Ochako suggested trying to get to the front as it seemed none of the student had major injuries like Izuku. Yet he stated he was fine to wait his turn. After a few minutes, Izuku was the last one to be checked out. So along with Ilda and Ochako, Izuku walked into Recovery Girl's office. Recovery Girl was a little horrified at Izuku's arm and said he should have come in immediately to be healed. However, Izuku stated again that he was fine to wait. Recovery Girl berated his stubbornness as she cleaned the wound of Izuku's arm, pulling out bits of titling, then planted a kiss on his neck. The cut on his forehead quickly disappeared, while the gash on his forearm scarred over, and Recovery Girl quickly wrapped it in gauze. She gave Izuku a few gummies, who quickly popped them into his mouth. Recovery Girl then stated, "If you're lucky that your forearm shouldn't scar, you're dismissed." "You too." Recovery Girl pointed to Ochako and Ilda, "Make sure he gets back to class. He'll be tired." However, Izuku insisted he was well and walked on his own, Ochako and Ilda beside him. "I feel the need to restate Yaoyorozu's comment from earlier. You did well to handle the situation, Midoriya. Your grit and leadership are what made me vote for you to be class president," Ilda said as he trailed behind the one class president. "You voted for me. I thought you voted for yourself," Izuku said as he rubbed the raw skin on his forearm. The gauze was a little tight, but not the worst wrap job Izuku had experienced. Harry probably wouldn't be too happy about him having another scar. Hopefully, she won't still think it came from overhaul. "I did not, so I too am curious as to where my vote came from," Ilda said as he moved his arm up and down in a chopping moment. "The election was your idea, so why didn't you vote for yourself?" Ochako asked, looking over Ilda. The way he sweet-talked everything. It was clear that he was trying to make it seem he was the best option. If Izuku wasn't in class, Ochako would have voted for Ilda. "Yes, I had planned to vote for myself, but as I thought about it I realized that Midoriya would be best suited for it. Want and ability are not the same thing. Midoriya has been nothing if not humble since the beginning of school. He does not brag about his entrance exam score, nor does he simply act as his friend Bakugo does. They both have had training, but Midoriya acts with enthusiasm of wanting to learn and improve. He does not simply relax and wait. He continuously works hard to achieve his goal, a mindset I hope others can learn from him," Ilda said, the chopping motion of his arm increasing. "Well, thank you, Ilda," Izuku said, and Ilda bowed. "Now I'm hoping you can answer my previous question. You said your brother was the one that told you about the fall of the Shy Hasekai. I'm wondering who was his contact and how did they learn about the rescue?" "Yes, I mentioned my brother earlier, but they're just rumors," Ilda said, his voice showing concern about Izuku talking about his brother in such a way. "Ilda, I know your brother is Ingenium. Now I need information about his contact," Izuku said, then took a deep breath. Whenever Eri seemed to be in danger, Izuku could always feel himself become worked up. "Your brother is Ingenium," Ochako said. She couldn't see it before, but now she could. Their quirks looked similar and their demeanor was the same. "Yes, a fact that I was hoping to keep secret. Perhaps I thought you would view me differently if you knew I came from a hero family. So the rumors about someone being rescued are true?" Ilda asked. "Yes, a little girl and I rescued her, so I'm very protective of her. You need to understand I need to know who knows about her and if she's in danger. So I need to know who told your brother about the rescue," Izuku explained. He might be out late for the next few days figuring out who started the rumor and if they're looking for. "It was one of my brother's underground contacts. One of his sidekicks passed the information up to him. He said he got it from a member of a different Yakuza. I can ask my brother for the contact's information. Is the little girl in danger?" Ilda asked in his voice, taking on a bit of concern at the end. "That's what I need to find out," Izuku said, and Ilda nodded. The trio quickly returned to class. As Izuku sat down in his chair, Mr. Aizawa appeared and said, "Midoriya, well done for handling the situation. However, shooting your quirk into an already panicked crowd can cause the situation to become even worse. You got lucky. Past that, Principal Nezu would like to see you in his office." Izuku nodded and stood up. "Yes, sir, I understand, sir." Izuku quickly walked out of the room and headed to Principal Nezu's office, where he knocked and a small voice said, "Come in." Izuku opened the door and found Principal Nezu, Midnight, 13 and Snipe waiting for him. Izuku nodded at each teacher in turn, then looked back at Principal Nezu. "Good after, Mr. Midoriya. I wanted to praise you for how well you handled the situation. You recognized the situation as it was, the media breaking in, and you worked quickly to calm down your fellow students. You are in your debt," Principal Nezu said as he and the other teacher bowed. Izuku returned the bow then said, "Sir, I did recognize the situation for what it was. The media broke in, yes, but they weren't the one that destroyed the front gate. I believe reporters to be greedy, but they're not dumb enough to break into a hero high school such as UA. That would lead to many lawsuits against their news station and them being fired from their position." The teachers looked at Principal Nezu. From the security footage, they saw Izuku had barely looked out the window for a few seconds. They were hoping he had assumed the media was behind everything. Principal Nezu, however, kept a calm attitude and said, "It is only because of what I know of your past and the training you have that I ask this question. But what insight do you have? From the brief sight I got of the gate, it looked as though it had been eaten from the inside out. But there weren't any broken pieces on the ground. It looked as if part of the gate had simply turned to dust and disappeared. That mixed with my earlier statement about reports, I believe this to be the work of a villain," Izuku said. "But what would a villain gain from attacking this school? All it achieved was a mild panic and a headache for the staff. Most won't do anything like that if it could be tied back to them and have them placed in prison," Midnight said. "I believe this was something more like a statement piece, a call to arms and a warning to what is to come. Organized crime hasn't been an issue in Japan since All Might arrived, so I believe this is a calling card. Something to say, gone but not forgotten," Izuku said, then noticed Principal Nezu's neutral face falter a bit, but then as quickly as it happened, Principal Nezu's expression returned to neutral, or something like that. "I thank you for your insight, Mr. Midoriya, and ask that you return to class and think nothing of this. If this was a villain attack, then we as heroes will act swiftly to bring this person to justice and stop any plans they may have. Swiftly return to your class as the next period will begin soon," Principal Nezu said. Izuku nodded then walked out of the office. As the door slowly closed, he heard Principal Nezu say, "A discussion that will need to be had with All Might." With that sentence ringing in his ears, Izuku took off back to room 1A. Izuku thought about what he had heard Principal Nezu say. What kind of conversation would need to be had specifically with All Might? Izuku thought about this as he walked back to classroom 1A. Opening the door, Izuku pushed the train of thought and switched to force on heroic classes. As Izuku walked over his desk, Mr. Aizawa looked up and said, "Good, you've returned. We can begin class properly." With All Might absent, Mr. Aizawa led the class through the beginning of basic training, such as how to use their quirk to subdue an opponent and force them to surrender. Through the afternoon, the students of WhatIf practiced what Mr. Aizawa had taught them, sparring against each other and seeing how long they could fight. When the final bell rang, everyone picked themselves up and headed to the changing room to wash up and change back into their normal school uniform. As Izuku took longer to get into the shower, he wasn't surprised that as he walked out to the front gate he found Ochako already waiting for him. Ochako didn't say anything but joined him walking across the street and to his bike. She stayed quiet during the drive to her apartment, where Izuku pulled into an empty parking spot. Izuku parked his bird and then waited for Ochako to get off, yet when she didn't, Izuku looked over his shoulder and asked, "Is everything okay?" Ochako must have been deep in thought as she said, "What? Oh yeah, I'm just thinking about lunch." Ochako then paused, and it was a few breaths before she continued with, "When the alarm went off, the panic that encased the room. I won't lie, I felt myself starting to panic too. I thought some villain had broken and I just froze. I had no idea what to do, how to help, but there you were, calm and in control. You switched so fast from our conversation and you knew what to do and you were able to focus on it. Without you I would have gotten swept away in the crowd, but you got me out of the lunchroom and then you prioritized protecting me. It made me feel vulnerable. And then I realized we don't have any training with our quirks, and until we do, and being reminded of what happened to Eri, it made me realize how underprepared I would be if I was in that kind of situation. If something happened, there would be nothing I could do, because I don't have the skills or knowledge that you do. So you feel useless," Izuku said. He became glad he still had his helmet on, as Ochako slapped the back of his head. Despite all the training he had, he still didn't know how to talk to girls. One of the few failures Inko was still trying to correct. "I didn't say anything like that. But I guess in a way, yes. Yesterday, I was out of the fight within minutes, and then during lunch, the only help I was because of what you told me to do. And all it was getting you above the crowd," Ochako said, making the last part a quiet mumble. "Hey, we're all at different levels of skill. Look at Ajaru. He's been training in martial arts for life, so that would put him above, say, Kirishima. But Kirishima obviously has some training, so that would put him above you. Izuku said, then quickly covered with combat training, that is. We all come in at different levels, and if we try to compare ourselves to others, our faults and downfalls just become more apparent compared to. But that doesn't mean one is more important than the other. But it could take forever for me to catch up, Ochako said in a desperate tone of voice. She wished she could see Izuku's eyes so she could tell what he was thinking. She was tired of not being able to use all her skills, but if Izuku trained her, then it wouldn't be too suspicious for her to have said skills. You said you know the basics, right? You said you had a small stint of training, Izuku suddenly asked. Yeah, Ochako said, and had to recall how she had said she knew the basics so Izuku wouldn't be too suspicious when she slipped up. But it's been a while since I've practiced then. What discipline did you practice? Izuku asked as he began to tap his fingers against the handles of his motorcycle, thinking about what form of martial arts would be best for Ochako to learn. Karate, Ochako said. Izuku hummed as he thought over the different forms of karate. It was an expansive fighting style, but for Ochako and her quirk, she would want something that was more based on grapples. While karate is a good base to have, I think your quirk and its 5-finger contact requirement, judo with its strike and grapple, would be the best for you to learn. Would you be willing to teach me? To help me to catch up on the rest of our class? Ochako asked in a begging tone. Izuku paused for a second. I can do that. In fact, my mom and I have been thinking about training Eri at home. The basic form and how to throw her fist so she can protect herself. You'll be a good test dummy to see how well I can teach. Ochako slapped Izuku's helmet again, but this time it was more playful. First I was a decoy and now I'm a test dummy. All right, I'm sorry, Izuku said, but couldn't help but chuckle. All right, why don't you head inside and get a pair of training clothes? UAS uniform isn't going to be doing you any good. Ochako nodded as she jumped off the bike. She ran up the stairs and into her apartment. Not even taking the time to take off her helmet or her backpack, she hurried over to her bedroom. Going over to her dresser, Ochako pulled open the bottom dresser and pulled out a set of workout clothes. Ochako then quickly pulled out her phone and sent a text to her handler. Have a chance to get closer to the target. I'm taking it. Ochako felt that was all she needed to share, nor did she feel like she needed to ask if this was a good option. Madam President had been against Ochako being able to use her training. She always claimed that if Ochako came in as a trained student that was potentially just as trained as Izuku would notice and begin to find out how Ochako was so well trained. With not many avenues that gave the same amount of training as Project Velocity, Izuku would eventually come to the correct conclusion. Yet Ochako was tired of having to hold herself back. She had trained, she should be able to use them. And if this was how she would be able to, she was willing to pretend she had never been taught before. Closing her phone, Ochako stuffed her workout clothes into her backpack. She picked herself up and sped and walked out of her apartment. After making sure to lock the front door, Ochako hurried down the steps. Getting back to Izuku, Ochako slipped onto the back of the bike. You said it would be best if I learned judo. Ochako asked for clarification. Yes, with your ability to take away your opponent's gravity with your hands, it would be advantageous to learn how to grapple your opponent. This can help disable your opponent and provide more opportunity to use your quirk, Izuku said, as he shifted his motorcycle back into gear and pulled out of the parking lot. As they pulled out onto the road, Ochako brought up a comment Izuku had said in passing. Earlier you talked about everyone's combat level. You mentioned Adria would be above Kirishima, who in turn is above me. Who would you say is at the top and at the bottom? I haven't made a full ranking of our classmates. You have to take into account everyone's quirks, as some lend themselves to more combat, how they use their quirks. Though for combat skill and strength I would say Bakugo and I are at the top, while I would say Hagakure is at the bottom as her quirk would lend itself to stealth. Though that is not to say Hagakure couldn't take someone out if she managed to get the drop on them, Izuku said as he coasted up to a red light. You and Bakugo, what about Todoroki? Ochako said as it was important to find who Izuku saw as a threat. If Izuku did turn out to be a villain, it was important to whom he would be hesitant to try and fight his way out of against. His quirk is strong, he is the son of Endeavor, but he seems to just be spamming his quirk rather than being tactile with it. He is going for overall strength rather than technique. And have you noticed he only uses half his quirk? Izuku said. Yeah, he must have Endeavor's fire since he's able to melt his ice, Ochako said, then caught herself and hoped Izuku wouldn't catch on. She had to quickly change the subject. What about intelligence? Oh, Yaoyorozu, no doubt. The way she explained her quirk, she would need to be pretty smart to be able to use it. I also have a feeling that using creation requires a sharp mind. As for the bottom, Ashido and Kaminari, Izuku said, causing Ochako to laugh. They laughed at the expense of their classmates as they drove to Izuku's house. Arriving at Izuku's home, Izuku pulled into the garage and parked his motorcycle off to the side of the family car. As Izuku clicked the button to close the garage door, Ochako got off and began heading inside, and after putting down the kickstand and turning the engine off, Izuku quickly joined her. Walking through the door, they were both attacked by Eri. Eri tackled Izuku but also reached out for Ochako, but she managed to take a quick step out of Eri's reach. Izuku caught Eri and wrapped her in a big hug. He looked down at her and asked, "Hey Eri, how was your day?" "Good," Eri said, then noticed the wrapping on Izuku's forearm that had been revealed as Izuku's sleeve had been pulled up. "Did you get hurt again?" "I did, and guess what? It happened while I helped protect others. But don't worry, my school has a nurse who has a quirk that can heal people," Izuku said as he threw Eri into the air. As Izuku caught Eri, she reached out for Ochako. Ochako laughed and smiled as she pulled Eri from Izuku's arms and then carried her as they walked into the dining room. At the table, Ochako sat Eri down in her chair. Then Izuku and Ochako pulled out their homework to work on it together. Ochako got the feeling that Izuku already knew the material and was simply going over it again for her sake. Nor did it help that she noticed Izuku would write the answer on his worksheet until after she had. With everything they had to go through and with Izuku working with Ochako, it took them nearly an hour to get it all done. After slipping the packet back into their backpack, Izuku grabbed Eri and then signaled to the living room. As Izuku headed to the living room, Ochako grabbed her workout clothes, which consisted of a pink tank top that was thin enough to reveal the black sports bra underneath, and light gray sweatpants, from her backpack and disappeared into the bathroom and quickly changed. After putting her hair up into a ponytail, Ochako walked back to the living room. She immediately noticed that Izuku had changed into a pair of dark green shorts and a white t-shirt, and had his own hair into a ponytail. Ochako tried to distract herself from seeing how the white t-shirt hugged Izuku's upper frame. Ochako managed to find a distraction by noticing that the layout of the living room had changed. The coffee table had disappeared, with the couch and lazy body had been pushed up against the wall, and two large dark blue practice mats had taken their place in the middle of the living room. Izuku pushed them together as Ochako walked in and said, "Seems like you've done this before." This caught Izuku's attention, causing him to turn and look up at Ochako. He took her thin pink tank top and the black sports bra behind it. He took in how the combination showed her flat yet somewhat muscular midsection, how the gray sweatpants hugged her legs and the two front bangs left out of her ponytail framed her face. Her hero costume was even more fitting, but this time Izuku had pulled some leg hair to stop himself from commenting. Izuku froze a bit and Ochako had to ask, "Is something wrong?" Izuku's mind managed to use the pain from pulling the hair to restart his brain and come up with a response. "No, you look like you're ready to start." Her thighs looked so nice in the sweatpants that made Izuku immediately mentally slapped himself to make himself focus. Ochako looked over the practice mats again and then asked, "I thought we were just going over the basics. What's with the mats?" Izuku spoke as if he wouldn't be teaching her anything grappling or takedowns for some time. "In case you pick things up quickly," Izuku said as he redid his hair tie, then stepped onto the practice mats and gestured with two fingers for Ochako to join him. As Ochako walked up to him, he continued, "For starters, let's see how hard you can punch. I believe your grip strength was 125 kilograms during Mr. Aizawa's quirk assessment, and you didn't use your natural strength for the ball throw. So I need to get a gauge of how strong you are." Ochako was surprised Izuku remembered her score for a random test. But then again, Izuku had a ranking of who was the strongest in class. Maybe he had used more than just the heroic class lesson to judge people. That meant he was more perspective than the files had stated, meaning Ochako would have to be even more careful so Izuku didn't catch on to her mission. Ochako was pulled from her thoughts as Izuku took a step back and held his right arm. With his hand up and his palm facing her, "I want you to punch it, full strength." Ochako looked quizzically at Izuku's hand and then at Izuku. Izuku nodded to his hand and wiggled his fingers, signaling she had heard him correctly. Yet she was still confused. "You want me to punch her hand?" "Yes, so I can get a feeling of how strong you are," Izuku said, waving his hand back and forth a bit. "Judo and karate are more than just grapples. Kicking and striking play a part in it too. So hit me." Ochako looked at Izuku and smirked. It took a few moments for Izuku to figure out why. Once he did, he said, "My hand," as he nodded down to his hand that was still stretched out in front of him. Still not understanding the point, Ochako sighed as she drew back her fist, then swung it forward and hit Izuku's open palm. Izuku barely felt an impact. "I said full strength. Don't worry, you're not going to break anything." Ochako nodded and drew back her left fist again. Then with a breath, Ochako stepped into the punch and pelted Izuku's hand. Izuku's hand barely moved back, but his palm was starting to turn red, along with Ochako's knuckles. She waited for an answer, perhaps even a facial expression. Yet Izuku didn't say anything. He didn't raise an eyebrow as he lowered his right and then shifted around his body and held up his left hand. He locked eyes with Ochako and said, "All right, time for your right arm." Without the previous hesitation, Ochako drew back her right fist and similarly took a step forward, then rocketed her fist into Izuku's open palm. Their hands connected and Izuku's hand moved back a bit from the impact. Time seemed to freeze. And then after a second Izuku slowly looked down at his hand. He then fell to his knees and began to scream in pain. Not noticing that Eri didn't look concerned, Ochako quickly dropped down to help Izuku, but she found him laughing to himself. Ochako couldn't believe it. He had made her think that she had broken his hand. "You jerk," Ochako said, then went to slap Izuku. Izuku let Ochako hit him, but as she drew back her hand, Izuku's hand reached out and grabbed Ochako's wrist. The next moment Izuku rotated Ochako's wrist into a hyperextended state, making it hard to move her arm. Izuku looked up and smiled, then let go of Ochako's arm. "You know why police get tased and pepper sprayed as part of their training?" Izuku asked, and Ochako shook her head as she tried not to show her discomfort as she rotated her wrist a bit. "It's so they know how it feels when they do it to other people. So I won't be simply teaching you how to grapple people and take them down. I'm going to make sure you know how it feels to be on the receiving end. Do you still want to do this?" Ochako rotated her wrist a bit. It was a little numb, but that feeling quickly disappeared. Her trainer hadn't been that forceful with the lessons, nor was he as direct. "Yes." Izuku smiled and nodded as he stood back up. Over the coming evening, Izuku showed Ochako how to properly grip a person's wrist and not allow them to slip out of her hand. It began with how to force Izuku's hand up by bending his thumb and forcing his other fingers to follow. An hour before dinner was called, she began to get the muscle memory down. Then Izuku had her close her eyes and practice the motion without sight. Once dinner was called and done, Izuku switched Ochako to locking her opponent's wrist and keeping them from the full range of motion, while limiting the strength they could call upon. Ochako struggled, in the beginning, to get the rotation of Izuku's wrist proper without losing her own grip, as Izuku's wrists were surprisingly flexible. However, as the night went on, she began to get a baseline of the technique. As the sun disappeared and night took over the sky, Izuku called it an evening and brought out the matcha. When Ochako first saw the matcha, she had to stop herself from greedily taking most of it. Training with Izuku had her working up an appetite, and having to restrain herself from showing her previous training was more mental work than physical. So as Ochako popped the first piece of the dessert into her mouth, she was able to relax and push all the stress out of her body. Once the small dessert was gone, Inko took Eri to bed, while Ochako and Izuku returned the living room to its normal state. As Izuku took the practice mats and disappeared into the garage, Ochako brought the coffee table back into the living room. Then Izuku came back and pushed the couch back into place, while Ochako pulled out her phone and looked at the time. It was at that moment she realized how late it was into the evening. She needed to get home if she wanted to get some decent sleep for school the next day. "Hey Midoriya, I need to get home," Ochako said as she turned to show the time on her phone. "Sure," Izuku said, letting go of the couch. He looked over at Ochako and nodded. He then walked to the kitchen and began through all his backpacks. He looked through all the pockets of his backpack but was unable to locate his keys. Letting go of his backpack, Izuku looked over at the stairs and asked, "Mom, do you know where my motorcycle keys are? I don't keep track of those. They're your responsibility. Besides, did you forget I was against you and Katsuki getting them early?" Inko said, as she walked into the living room, then looked between Ochako and Izuku. "Then can you drive your Araka home?" Izuku said as he walked back to the living room and leaned against the wall. "Sorry, I haven't seen my car keys all day. I remember having them in my hands this morning, but I must have put them down somewhere and then forgot about them," Inko said. Izuku looked over at his mother for any signs of lying, yet he didn't see any. Through Project Velocity, Izuku didn't have that normal of a childhood, so Bakugo was really the only close friend he had. Apparently, Inko had some plans in the works. "It's okay, I can walk home. It's not that far," Ochako said, shouldering her backpack. With spring coming around, the night won't be too cold and she had sweatpants on. No, we can't have that. You don't know what kind of people you can run into late at night. It's not safe," Inko said. Izuku wanted to groan at how thick she was laying it on, but then Izuku had a thought of what Inko was trying to achieve. But why did she have some kind of bet? With Mero, he was a gambling man. Maybe Aunt Mitsuki. Those two loved to gossip with each other. Izuku sighed as he looked at Ochako and said, "You remember my offer of you're welcome to come over anytime you want to. I think it might have to be extended to sleep over when you want to. Besides, it has to be lonely sleeping alone in your apartment." Izuku immediately went red at his word and turned away from Ochako and Inko. Ochako's face was a little red too, as she thought about the offer. After a deep breath, Ochako focused on Inko and asked, "What about my uniform? I can have that wash overnight," Inko said, walking over and grabbing Ochako's backpack. Ochako watched this and realized what was going on. Inko wanted her to stay over. Ochako looked over at Izuku. Maybe he noticed, but then he wouldn't say something about it, so maybe he hadn't. Ochako turned to Inko and accepted the offer, but then rubbed her knuckles, though I need a pair of gloves. That confused both Midoriya and Ochako quickly explained. In the past, something I would wake up floating in midair and would be sick for the day from overuse of my quirk, or with bruises all over my body from falling in my sleep. Izuku clicked his tongue and said, "That makes sense, I can find a pair of gloves. Mom, can you grab a pillow and some blankets?" Ochako watched in surprise. Izuku and Inko worked in perfect sync to gather everything for her. Ochako was more surprised when Izuku returned with his own pillow and blanket. Izuku handed her a pair of artisan gloves. They're made out of thin, breathable material. They were a little tight on Ochako's hand, but it felt like her hands were receiving a small hug. Inko helped Ochako set up on the couch, while Izuku threw his pillow and blanket on the recliner. When questioned, Izuku said it didn't feel right to leave Ochako to sleep alone in the living room. Once everything was set up, Inko excused herself and retired for the night. Ochako settled down on the couch, while Izuku laid the recliner back. As he lay in it looking up at the ceiling, his phone went off. He turned it on and saw he had received a notification from Hilda. It said, "Call at the earliest convenience." Izuku tapped the call button, and as soon as the line connected he said, "Hey Hilda, wasn't expecting you to be up so late on a school night." "Yes, normally I won't, but your concern over this little girl made me want to help as soon as possible," Hilda said, from the other side of the call. "So what news do you have for me?" Izuku asked as he shifted his head to hold the phone against his shoulder. "I talked to my brother and he said the underground contact is stationed in Wasukako Prefecture, the old ground of the Shai Hasekai. The rumor is one night there was a commotion at the main Shai Hasekai's hideout late one evening. After some gunfight, a person dressed in a black stealth suit broke out through the front gate carrying someone with white hair. The people on the streets couldn't get a good look as the person moved quickly and with the Shai Hasekai on their tail. Most people made themselves scarce, afraid to get caught in the crossfire. Some reports have the person engaging in some firefight on the freeway, then disappearing somewhere in Musutafu. A trail goes cold there," Hilda said. "So the rumors have a replaced in Musutafu. Does your brother's contact know how far these rumors have spread? How many people know about the rescue?" Izuku asked. There had been other cars on the freeway that night, besides just the truck, and he had seen a few people on the sidewalk, people who were bound to talk about what they saw. Yet Izuku was hoping most would chalk it up to some late-night hero activity, but it seemed some wrong people heard the news. It seems most believed that it was a group of people that broke into the hideout. Seems you worked so efficiently that you did the work of a small team. That's what most people focus on, as that's what appeared on the news. As for the rescue, I have the name of the man that told my brother's contact about it. Want me to send his name over?" Hilda asked. "Yes," Izuku said, his voice going a little cold. A small ding went off and another text came through, a name and a photo. Izuku pulled his phone away from his ear to look at the photo. Jonah Koji. It's believed he works for a rival Yakuza family that's been fighting against the Shai Hasekai for some years now. Matsu Prefecture, Hilda said as Izuku looked over the information in the photo. Mugshot. He's got an arrest history? Izuku asked as he looked over Jonah Koji. He had short hair with a large scar over his right eye that went back and cut in his hair. He had a single ear piercing on his left ear and was missing some teeth. Some bad gang fights, but nothing that didn't result in more than a day or two in jail. Are you going to go talk with him? Hilda said, his voice taking on a hint of concern. I need to know if Eri is safe or not, Izuku said, then remembered who Hilda's family was. Most importantly, who Hilda was. Nothing outside the law, no quirks or anything of the sort. I promise no vigilant work. Thanks for the information, Hilda. I'd hate to see your name appear on the morning news, Hilda said. It won't promise, Izuku said, then ended the call. He looked up at the ceiling and began to rub the bridge of his nose. It wasn't as bad as it could be, but Izuku was still worried. It was silent until Ochako spoke up. You really care for Eri, don't you? That's why you aren't going to tip your trainer or someone in a position who can talk to the man. You want to hear Eri is safe by your own ears? Ochako asked. She had seen how protective he acted when it came to Eri. Sometimes it was as if he was a different person. Izuku looked at Ochako. Even with the moon missing from the night sky, with his enhanced eyesight he could see the worry on her face. She had sat up against the armrest and was looking over at him. I agree with Hilda, you might have a bodyguard license, but there is still a limit on that. I'd hate to see you take something too far. Yes, I've become protective of Eri and I won't stop stressing about these rumors until I hear them from Koji for myself. Call it my Achilles heels. But I don't want to see Eri hurt ever again. What if people know where Eri is because of the rumors? Are you going to kill Koji to stop him from spreading them? Ochako asked. Izuku paused for a second then chuckled. That would be irrational. If I killed him because he was spreading rumors of Eri's location, then I would have to kill everyone he's told. If we're lucky, he doesn't know Eri's location, and if he does, I'll hand him over to Hawks, who can use his hero statues to make Koji stay silent. You know Hawks? Ochako asked as that was the only thing she fully heard. Yet Izuku never brought up that he was friends with the number 3 pro hero, despite how much of a hero nerd Izuku was. Trained with him as a kid. He trained with my mentor, Izuku said. He tried not to grin as he saw Ochako's chin drop. It was a few moments before she spoke again. Once she found her voice, she said, Midoriya, you've done a lot to protect Eri, you and your mom. And I know people aren't supposed to know about her, but there's only so much you two can do. She's recovered physically, but you keep bringing up that she hasn't smiled. I think you need to get some professional help for her. Izuku looked back at the ceiling, then said, You mean therapy? I agree, but there's still a lot we don't know about Eri or why she was abused by Overhaul. All we know is that her blood was used to create a new quirk drug. But that's it. We don't know how it works or how it deals with her quirk. We don't even know her quirk, and if Eri knows what her quirk is, she hasn't said anything about it, I know. So right now sitting down with a therapist isn't going to do much for either party involved. The only person that can tell us is locked up in prison, and I don't think he's willing to tell us. Maybe with time, but that time isn't right now. Izuku sighed. The next day started smoothly enough. Having slept on worse things like a couch before, Ochako was able to get a good amount of quality sleep, while if Izuku hadn't gotten any kind of sleep, he didn't show it. They both woke up to Izuku's alarm, which he profusely apologized for as it was set earlier than needed. Past that, it took Ochako a few minutes to wake, while Izuku seemed to be ready to go for a run within a minute. As Inko and Eri were still asleep, Izuku quietly worked to make steamed rice and grilled fish for breakfast. Once it was ready, Izuku and Ochako silently ate their breakfast in their pajamas. Towards the end of the meal, Inko came downstairs with Ochako's school uniform on a hanger. Ochako thanked Inko for the clean uniform, while Inko just waved away her concerns. While Izuku and Ochako took turns taking a quirk showered, Eri had woken up, so Ikno used the leftover fish and rice to make 2 more servings of break. After getting out of the shower and drying his head, Izuku slipped into his school uniform. He then grabbed his backpack and shoes and headed downstairs. As he came into the living room, he found Ochako dressed and ready to go. Izuku quickly slipped his shoes on and pulled his keys out of his pocket. He flashed them to Ochako to show he was ready to go. But then Ochako and Izuku gave their goodbye to Inko and Eri and then headed out on Izuku's bike. On Izuku's motorcycle, they breezed through Musutafu, and after getting to the top of the hill, they found, luckily the media wasn't waiting again. It seemed the panic they had caused the day before was enough to make them wait until UA released a statement about All Might's employment at the school. Though with the break-in, UA was probably going to release such a statement in a few days. Izuku pulled his bike into the parking lot and turned it off. He quickly jumped the kickstand and Ochako slipped off the bike. Once Ochako was out of the way, Izuku slipped off the bike. After taking the keys out of the invitation, Izuku joined Ochako in hurrying across the street. They didn't slow down as they crossed the front gate and hurried to their locket. Once their backpack was stored away, they hurried to first period. Morning classes went by quickly for some, while seemingly taking forever for others, though no matter which side a student was on. The afternoon easily picked up the pace, as after lunch class 1 headed back to their homeroom, and were surprised to see Mr. Aizawa awake. His yellow sleeping bag wasn't even in sight, which was a rare occurrence. Mr. Aizawa was standing at the front of the classroom, watching and waiting as the students slowly went to their seats. Once the last student took their seat, Mr. Aizawa began class. Today's training is going to be a little different. Not only will you be having 3 instructors, myself, All Might, and another faculty member, but we will be heading to an off-campus building. There we will begin your training and recuse. Mr. Aizawa pulled out a card that read, Rescue. Kirishima raised his hand and asked, Wow, 3 instructors, is it because of the break yesterday? I thought that was just the media, Shiro said, looking over at Kirishima. Mr. Aizawa looked at Izuku as if he was to blame for this. In a way, Izuku kind of was to blame. But in his defense, Principal Nezu had asked for his insight and Izuku gave it. He was simply following orders. The break-in was just the media. But as UA staff, we believe this is a necessary precaution. Once we arrive at the building, you'll be dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, and stuff like that. We'll go over the basics, how to canvass an area while looking for victims and how to make sure they are rescued without further injury. I'll be able to show how great I'm in water, Tsuyu said with a smile. And I'll be able to start training to become a rescue hero, Ochako said to her friend. Even though she had been trained to be a frontline hero, supposedly to be Izuku's equal, growing up Ochako had always thought she would be a rescue hero. Her favorite hero was 13, so it was natural for Ochako to want to be a rescue hero. Now, I know you're excited for costumes, but remember you're not used to them. Because of that, they may limit and hinder your ability to work. It is your choice whether you wear it today or not, Mr. Aizawa said. As he pressed the button and the shelves with the briefcase appeared. Change and meet at the front gate in 10 minutes. Everyone chose to change into their costumes, and within 10 minutes they all arrived at the bus. Hilda suggested to Izuku that he had everyone line in 2 lines and then get on the bus. However, after Izuku saw the inside of the bus, he gently told Hilda his plan wouldn't work, so he just let everyone get on the bus at their own pace. After everyone was on the bus and seated, Izuku slipped into an empty seat. Upon seeing this, Mr. Aizawa gave a signal to the driver and the bus began to pull away from the front gate. As UAS main campus disappeared in the distance, everyone began to start up different conversations. Some were plans for the weekend. Others were discussing what would be taught during rescue training. Izuku didn't hold another part in the conversation as he had his head leaned down and his eyes. He was fine listening to his classmate, but he sensed a pair of eyes on him. Izuku briefly opened his eyes and saw Tsuyu was the one looking at him. Tsuyu must have noticed as she quickly looked away. "Do you have a question, Asui?" Knowing she had been caught, Tsuyu looked back at Izuku and said, "I told you to call me Tsu, and I do have a question. It's about your quirk. I feel like I've seen it before, even with a pro hero." Izuku paused for a second to think over Tsuyu's comment. He then said, "Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen a pro hero with a quirk like mine. There's a pro hero in America that can throw something really fast. Then there's Snipe, but his quirk just allows him to control his bullet's direction. I think he would be the closest." "Really? What about your parents? What are their quirks?" Tsuyu asked. Izuku noticed that Mr. Aizawa was no longer blankly staring out the window. He was staring directly forwards. No. My mother's quirk is telekinesis and my dad's quirk allows him to breathe fire." "Wait, neither of your parents' quirks are close to yours?" Momo asked, turning her and most of the bus's attention to Izuku. That didn't make sense, as a person's quirk was always connected to their parents' quirk, either a direct inheritance with stronger abilities or a combination of the two. "Well, you could connect them in a way. My father's fire quirk transformed an internal combustion system and my mother's shooting object away from her changed into bullets," Izuku said, with a faulty tongue. "Guess that's one way, but a perfect quirk combination like that is rare," Hilda said, as he thought of the genetic percentage of such a powerful but unfamiliar quirk could be formed. "Not as rare as you think, as quirk mixes and evolved combinations like that are going to appear more and more. We've got 3 in class," Izuku said, holding up 3 fingers. "Who?" Kaminari asked as he looked over every in class 1A. "Kaken, Todoroki and myself," Izuku said, pointing to each in turn. "Don't bring me into your conversation, you damn nerd. And stop with the nickname," Bakugo yelled from the front of the bus. "But that just results in everyone's attention being drawn to him." "Wait, Bakugo's has a perfect quirk combination," Kirishima said, as he looked over Bakugo. "Yep," Izuku said, happy to redirect the conversation from him. "Aunt Mitsuki can sweat glycerin that keeps her skin young and healthy, and Uncle Murasu can create small explosions in his hand. Combine that and you've got explosive sweat." "Shut up. You're making my quirk sound like a weird disease," Bakugo said. "Well, I guess that explains why they are at the top of the class. They've got the perfect quirk combination," Kaminari said as he fidgeted with his communication earpiece. He just had a more powerful form of his mother's quirk, and while she had learned to direct it, he could only discharge it in random directions. And power without direction wasn't that powerful. "Yeah, it's hard to be popular if you don't have a flashy quirk. My quirk just turns my skin to rock," Kirishima said, as he hardened his arm and looked it over. Izuku noticed it wasn't glowing red as it sometimes did. He got Kirishima's attention, then said, "Hey, you got into UA, that means your quirk is worth something. You might not have the presence of All Might, but every quirk is unique and different. You just have to figure out what works best for you. Maybe, but it doesn't help to have a quirk that grabs people's attention. Bakugo got bright explosions and you've got an arm that can transform into a freaking gun," Mina said, with a big thumbs up. "Yeah, but Bakugo is always angry, so he'll never be popular," Tsui said. Izuku couldn't help but laugh as Bakugo shot up and yelled. As Bakugo turned to look at Tsuyu, Izuku had to stop himself from commenting about how Endeavor was Japan's number 2 hero despite having a personality even worse than Bakugo. "You want to say that again, frog legs? I'm going to become the number 1 hero off of strength alone," Bakugo said, and Izuku couldn't help but think that he didn't directly deny it. "See," Tsuyu calmly said, and Izuku had to stiff a chuckle. "I mean, we've known each other for a few days, so it's sad that we all know that your personality is a pile of fireworks with a lit fuse," Kaminari said, unaware of the figurative and literal bomb he had just set off. Bakugo got out of his seat and walked over to Kaminari. "You want to say that again? You're gonna regret the day you ever applied to this school, you extra." Izuku had to cover his mouth to hide his laugh. Yet he failed and said, "Never thought I would live to see that day where Kaken was made fun of by people besides me. No one in our middle school dared to say anything bad about you. You just always had to prove yourself the strongest." Bakugo glared at Izuku and then paused. So Izuku had decided to take the verbal jests that far. Fine, Bakugo was never one to back down from a challenge. Bakugo's glare turned a bit into a grin as he said, "You think that's funny, Zuzu?" Izuku's grin disappeared in a flash and was replaced by a calm smile that set Tsuyu, Hilda and Ochako in fear, while the pressure coming from him made the bus quiet down. Izuku was calm, yet in his mind he was crazy. Bakugo had just crossed a line then they both agreed to never cross. The nickname of Kaken had just stuck at the beginning. And Bakugo was always on the hunt for a nickname for Izuku. Unfortunately, he couldn't find one that stuck. So he had to resort to the nicknaming Kohad for her son as he grew up. "You say something, boom boom boy," Izuku calmly said, which was more fear-inducing than if he had yelled it. Bakugo froze, letting go of Kaminari's jacket, resulting in the electric quirk user falling back into his seat. The bus erupted into laughter. None could believe that Bakugo's childhood nickname was Boom Boom Boy. "This conversation is disgusting," Momo said, holding a hand over her mouth as if she was stopping herself from throwing up. She was never one for that kind of sense of humor, something she got from her parents' rules. "Yeah, but it's kind of fun to go after each other," Ochako said with a small smile. The jokes she heard being passed between her parents' employees were even worse, even containing worse language. So Ochako was no stranger to crude humor, but she knew deep down it was just the workers messing with each other. The same way Izuku and Bakugo were gesturing with each other, and Bakugo had been the one to throw the first stone. Hey, we're here, so stop messing around and return to your seats," Mr. Aizawa called out. Bakugo turned around to walk back to his seat, making sure to hit Izuku in the side of the head with his grenade gauntlet. Izuku took the hit, smiling as this was just making his birthday prank for Bakugo all the more sweeter. A minute later the bus slowed to a stop and everyone got off the bus. They were greeted with a giant building that had in bold letters, USJ and the Pro Hero 13 waiting for them. As Ochako's eyes landed on 13, she began shaking with joy. Izuku remembered Ochako's comment about 13 from yesterday, so he leaned over and said excited to finally meet her. "Yes, I can't believe we get to be trained by 13. She's the best rescue hero in the world," Ochako said as her whole shook with excitement. 13 had always been Ochako's favorite hero and was the main reason she wanted to become a rescue-based hero. "Hello everyone, I've been waiting to meet you. I can't wait to show you what's inside, so please follow me," 13 said, then gestured to walk inside the giant building. Class 1A followed 13 inside the building, and the inside was filled with different areas to train in. "It looks like some kind of amusement park," Kirishima said. "Yeah, an amusement park where the guests can't sue if they get injured," Izuku said as he looked over at the shipwreck area. One long slip-up could easily send a student into the water below, and with the distance from the top floor of the yacht to the water below would make the impact almost as if they hit the ground. A shipwreck, landslide, earthquake, a fire and blizzard, windstorm and much more are the areas you will find in. In each area you will be trained to handle these disasters and how to rescue people lost in them. This faculty was built to simulate all kinds of environments, and each time you enter one it will be different from before. "Welcome to Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short," 13 said. One had to wonder if any copyright issue had arisen before with Universal Studios Japan. Mr. Aizawa walked up to 13 and asked, "Shouldn't All Might be here already?" "Let me guess, he booked an interview or something of the like instead." 13 stepped forward and whispered, while holding up 3 fingers, "You must not have caught it. He did some hero work before lunch and reached his time limit. He's in the teacher's lounge resting up. He should be able to join us for the last half." Mr. Aizawa sighed and said, "That man is unbelievable with his timing. He deserves whatever lengthy lecture Nezu gives him. We should be fine with 2. Come on, the clock is ticking. We should get started." "Excellent," 13 whispered, then turned to Class 1A. "Before we begin I have one thing to say. Actually 2, maybe 3 or 4 or 5. Small sigh to go through the class in the lesson previous. You've learned new things about your quirk. Mr. Aizawa's quirk assessment. You learn how powerful your quirks are. With All Might's combat, you learn how to use your quirks against each other, but here you will learn how to use your quirk alongside others to help others. A quirk does not have a single purpose. It is a tool, and like a tool, if it can do many things, you simply need to guide it. My quirk, Black Hole, could easily destroy things, but I have chosen to use it to help and rescue others. So you must think, what do you wish your quirk to be seen as?" "Thank you," 13 said, with a bow, and Class 1A bowed back. "So where do we plan to start them?" Mr. Aizawa asked, but then froze as a villainous chill filled his mind. He looked around for it, noticing that Bakugo, Izuku and Todoroki were doing the same. Then Izuku suddenly shot forward and stopped on the top of the stairs that led down towards the main hub between the different hazardous zones. As Izuku stopped, his scouter was already down over his left eye, and his right arm was held out in front, ready to transform at the first sight of danger. As Mr. Aizawa caught up, they looked down into the main plaza. As they looked down they found a purple cloud swirling in the middle. "Has the training begun already?" Is this supposed to be a surprise test like the Quirk assessment? Kirishima asked, confused by the sudden action of his class's president and teacher. No, this isn't, Mr. Aizawa said as he reached inside his scarf for his pair of yellow goggles. Mr. Aizawa slipped them over his eyes, showing he was to do some hero work. Izuku looked at Mr. Aizawa and wanted to believe he was acting a part, but Izuku could tell the difference between fake murderous intent and the real thing. Even Mr. Aizawa's evil intent during the Quirk assessment felt real, but it didn't have the same crushing focus as the villainous intent coming from down below. No, those are villains and they're breaking in. Wait, you're serious? How in the world did they break in? Where is the security alarm? Jiro asked. UA was one of the most protected schools in Japan. Even though this was an off-campus faculty, the security shouldn't have been easier to get through. So security should have picked the wormhole. No kind of alarm was going off. If they're smart, they would have a way to cover their entrance. That way it wasn't interrupted. The real question is, what is their goal? What do they hope to achieve? Todoroki asked. Doesn't matter, they are here and that is the main problem, Mr. Aizawa said as he slipped on his goggles and began wrapping his scarf around his arms and hand in preparation to use it. He looked like he was ready to jump down into the middle of the villain and attack. Izuku noticed and called his teacher out. Eraserhead, you have to let us help. Besides, your quirk isn't meant for prolonged battles, Izuku said as he transformed his right arm and pulled out his combat knife. Mero had approached Izuku when he turned 10 and talked about how Izuku was well versed in long-range combat, but his quirk would reveal that, so Izuku needed to use that to his advantage and become well versed in close-quarters combat. Midoriya, you might have had extra training, but you are still a student and my responsibility, so stay up here and stay out of trouble. Kaminari, use your communications to try and get in contact with the school, Mr. Aizawa said, then took off down the stairs. As he ran, he saw several of the villains step forward and ready their quirk. They all looked as if they had long-range quirks. One had barrels of guns for fingers, and one had their hair brought up and ready to spring forwards to attack. Gunners, fire. The front one yelled and they all tried to use their quirks, but nothing happened. They looked up and saw Eraserhead closing in on them. His hair raised as he reached the first villain and with a series of attacks knocked them out one by one. The moment Eraserhead's feet touched the ground, he released his quirk and looked around. It seems after his demonstration, a few of the villains were a little more hesitant to engage him. They were some of the smarter villains. They understood the importance of knowing their opponent's quirks. You idiots, that's the pro hero Eraserhead. He can erase your quirk. One of the villains cried out. Eraserhead looked around for the villain that spat that information. As an underground hero, he worked to keep his name and quirk out of the news. So how had a level low thugs got a hold of that information? Quirk erasing. I bet you can't erase the quirk of heteromorphic like me, a large man with 4 arms and rock-like skin yelled. He charged forward and took a swing at Eraserhead. An attack that Eraserhead easily dodged by jumping back, then used his prepared scarf and threw it at the villain's torso. You're right, that's why I don't like villains like you getting close, until I'm ready, Eraserhead said, and the moment he felt the scarf tightening around the villain's torso, he used his opponent's momentum and pivoted around on his foot. This sent the villain flying like a whip, which Eraserhead used to attack the villains around him like a wrecking ball. Once the villains around Eraserhead were clear, he released the weapon of a villain. He expected the villain to go flying, yet the villain dug his hands in the ground and stopped himself. He quickly got back to his feet and after cleaning off his shoulders, he yelled and charged Eraserhead again. With a calm mind, Eraserhead formed a pattern of quickly readied his scarf to engage. Yet the moment the villain got into the range Eraserhead was prepared to throw his scar, a gunshot went off. The heteromorphic villain suddenly stumbled forward and then dropped to the floor like a rock. Eraserhead looked over at the villain and saw a blue mark on his forehead. That Eraserhead was sure wasn't there before. Suddenly a second gunshot went off, and something hit the ground next to Eraserhead's feet. Years of being out on patrol was what kept Eraserhead jumping away. Instead, he looked down and saw it was a purple and green bullet and it looked as if it had a speaker on the end. Suddenly Izuku's voice came through. Don't worry, I used a blue bullet. They act like a tranquilizer. He won't be walking up for a while. Eraserhead dodged a punch from a villain and dove towards the bullet. Midoriya, I told you not to get involved, Eraserhead said, but still grabbed the bullet and slipped onto his ear like he was holding a pencil. Communications had been hijacked, so Eraserhead would take any form, and with Izuku up at the top of the stairs, Eraserhead could give instructions on what he wanted his students to do. Correction, you told me to stay up here and stay out of trouble. I'm doing both while providing support. Izuku's voice came over the speaker as another gunshot went off. Eraserhead saw a green blur ricochet between 4 villains, hitting all of them in their necks and knocking them out. Eraserhead hated how quickly Izuku had found a loophole. but didn't mean he had to like it. Besides, you're going to need your strength for the boss. You've got a guy covered in hands, a giant monster that looks like an evil version of All Might, and a person covered in some kind of purple mist. Wait, where's the purple mist villain? Izuku pulled away from the scope on top of his rifle and looked over the group of villains. He swore he had seen the mist villain less than 10 seconds ago. Now it seemed that he disappeared into thin air. Without moving back to his rifle, Izuku fired off an orange bullet and then 5 blue bullets. Then Izuku felt the same chill from before, from when the purple teleportation gate appeared, but now it was coming from behind him. Izuku's instincts went crazy as he suddenly turned around and aimed his arm towards 1A. Midoriya, what are you doing? Ochako yelled as she and the other students froze. None of them understood why Izuku had suddenly turned and trained his weapon on his classmates. 13 had been trying to keep them calm, but now they had a gun aimed at them. Ochako took a small step forward, ready to attack if she had to, and if Izuku was a villain, why wouldn't he? He was surrounded by other villains. Now would be the perfect time to strike, discundrinate Class 1 and join the villains down below. With his help, the group of villains would be able to easily overpower Class 1A, perhaps even kill them. Yesterday, Izuku gave off the sense he knew everyone's quirks and how they worked. That was powerful information. And when All Might arrives, he won't be any the wiser of Izuku's betrayal. He could easily lay a trap with whatever villain remained. And while All Might was extremely powerful, he could easily get overwhelmed by the number of villains that could be lying in wait. That's why Ochako kept a close eye on Izuku. If he acted, then she needed to do as well. Then suddenly in her peripheral vision, Ochako saw Bakugo take a step forward. Was he getting ready to attack too? Ochako stole a glance over at him and saw he was ready to attack, but not in the direction of their classmates. No, Bakugo's body language indicated he was ready to go in another direction, and that was towards Izuku. A thought for later, as Ochako looked back at Izuku, he hadn't moved, his gun was still trained on them. Ochako could see Izuku's eyes jumping back and forth, but not landing once on a member of Class 1A. Ochako's eyes jumped as she realized Izuku was looking for something, and it wasn't 1A. Did some kind of villain brainwash him? Hilda asked. It would be effective to brainwash a member of Class 1A. They all had powerful quirks. Moreover, Izuku had the most training out of the entire class. If he attacked, it would be a struggle for 1A to win against him. That would cause 13's focus to split, making it easier for more villains to join the fighting. Shinsu looked at Izuku's eyes and saw that despite jumping around, his eyes were still clear and focused. No, he's not being controlled. He's in full control. Yet that did nothing to ease the mind of everyone Izuku was aimed at. Izuku looked around the class, searching for the purple mist, then spotted some space bending in on itself. Midoriya, turn your quirk away from your classmates, 13 said as she readied to pop open one of the tips from her gloves. Since the entrance exam, the teacher had been suspicious of who he was and what his motives were. So if he attacked, 13 would need to react quickly. Everyone get down, Izuku commanded with authority that was surprising for a 15-year-old. While there was a moment of hesitation for everyone, Bakugo dropped to the floor. Shortly afterwards, everyone quickly hit the deck and Izuku fired a barrage of bullets. First an orange one, then 2 blues, then several blunt purple ones. They all shot forward and disappeared in the purple mist that formed. You were quite the excellent shot. If I had a normal body, I would have been in trouble. The purple mist expanded and then formed in the shape of a man. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the League of Villains and we have come to kill the symbol of peace, All Might. Everyone flinched at the thought. Izuku, Bakugo, and Kirishima recovered first and attacked the villain. Izuku shot a high-pressure blue round in the head of the villain, while Bakugo and Kirishima attacked lower. All 3 attacks were missed. And then Bakugo and Kirishima were covered in purple mist and disappeared. As they disappeared, Izuku fired a weak bullet at Bakugo, who grabbed it. Where did they go? Kaminari asked, voicing everyone's confusion at the sudden disappearance of 2 of their classmates. Are they dead? Mina asked as she stared at the spot her best friend had just disappeared from. Though he has a teleportation quirk, he sent them something else, Izuku said, walking up to class, keeping his weapon trained on the villain. It was becoming clear that the villain's purpose wasn't to kill them. He could have easily done that with Bakugo and Kirishima. Instead, he had teleported them to a different location, something Izuku could feel had been done with the bullet he had passed to Bakugo. Izuku couldn't get the exact location of the bullet, but he felt that it was close by, at least within the USJ. Chances were that was what the mist villain was going to do with the rest of the class. They're most likely still in the USJ, something where villains can ambush them. You seem to have knowledge of our plans, the purple mist villain said, then noticed Izuku's quirk. A quirk he was quite surprised to see being wielded by a teenager, let alone one that was trying to become a hero. Quite the unique quirk you have among your classmates. I'll have to send you somewhere special. Izuku was about to fire off another bullet but then felt his weight beginning to move around. This caused Izuku to look down at the ground and see the ground's breathing begin to disappear. In its place was a growing ring of purple mist that his feet were slowly going down into. Izuku then looked around and saw many rings of purple mist appearing beneath everyone's feet. Izuku cursed himself as he had been too focused on the mist villain he had stopped paying attention to his surroundings. "Everyone get back!" Izuku managed to yell before he disappeared into the purple mist. Izuku's vision went black as his head went through the ring of purple mist. He felt his body move through space, as it felt like it was moving at 1,000 kilometers per hour. Then quickly as the sensation began, it stopped. It felt like his body suddenly stopped and was frozen. Izuku could move arms and legs, then the next second he could feel the atmosphere come rushing back in and slamming into his body. Izuku took a deep breath and the sensation of the world came rushing back in. The air felt cold against Izuku's face and it was moist as Izuku inhaled. Almost to the point it tasted muggy but stale. Izuku licked water off of his lip. Izuku then opened his eyes, and even with his enhanced eyesight, he could only get vague outlines of objects. Yet nothing looked familiar as Izuku was discoordinated. But then one last sensation came back to Izuku and he realized how much trouble he was in. Perhaps it was because the purple mist teleporter from League of Villains saw Izuku as a big enough threat. He did say he would be sending Izuku somewhere special. This must be what he meant. As if Izuku didn't act, he was going to hit the ground at a good speed. Because as Izuku's sense of equilibrium told him, he was falling and already pretty fast. As Izuku's mind received that sensation of falling, the world seemed to slow down. His eyes quickly adjusted to the low light of the area he had been sent to. Izuku quickly spotted something of use. Izuku aimed his left arm at a gargoyle on top of a building and with a flex of his arm, shot his wire at it. After a few seconds, the wire wrapped itself around the gargoyle, and Izuku held his left wrist with his right hand. The moment the wire went tight, Izuku felt his left arm get pulled, but he was able to stay within his gauntlet because of the grip of his right arm. He then began to swing. The wire slowly flowed out, so Izuku slowly got closer to the ground. As the ground came into view, Izuku saw that he was swinging directly into the back of a waiting villain. Izuku brought his knees up and ran directly into the villain. Immediately cutting the wire from his gauntlet, Izuku went down with the villain. The moment Izuku and the villain hit the ground and Izuku began to stand up, the world seemed to freeze as Izuku looked around and saw he was surrounded by villains. As the world slowed down again, all the villains noticed him at the same time and began to turn for him. As the nearest villain began to reach for Izuku, he transformed his arm and shot a bullet into the ground. The moment the bullet hit the ground, Izuku closed his eyes and a flash went out that lit up the surrounding dark area in enough light to be midday. This bleached all the retinas of the villain as their eyes had adjusted to the low light and were not prepared for the light. As the group of villains stumbled back and tried to rub their eyes, Izuku quickly stood up and began knocking them out. Precise attacks to each of their necks, easily doing the trick. "Damn it, I can't see anything. Does anybody know where the kid went?" a villain asked, only to feel a sucker punch to their gut. Then a karate chop to the neck. The next moment their body felt loose and they fell to the ground unconscious. The villain that was next to the one that Izuku had just knocked out heard the attack and swung in Izuku's general direction. Izuku easily deflected the attack, then got in close and tightly gripped the villain's neck pressure point with his right arm. The moment Izuku felt the villain begin to fall, he let go. "I can't see anything. That kid must have had a quirk that acts like a flashbang," a villain said as she heard bodies drop around her. She closed her eyes and rubbed them one last time. With her salamander quirk, her eyes were able to heal and she looked around. She saw all of her fellow villains on the ground pass out. Standing in the middle of the carnage was Izuku. With the rain, his hair was sticking to his face and his eyes made the villain uneasy. "No, that's Kaken. With me you're just stuck with the deadliest freshman in the world," Izuku said, as he turned around and faced the villainess. As he turned, he transformed his right arm. Steam bellowed out of it as it elongated and bulged. Izuku then raised his rifle and held it only a few inches from her. Oh, how easy it would be to pull the trigger. Chances were this villainess had hurt people before, maybe even killed someone. Yet Izuku won't let himself be viewed like that. "Now tell me, what would a group of low-level thugs like yourself want to attack you at?" The villain didn't answer, she just said, "Go ahead, pull the trigger. You don't have the backbone." With a straight face, Izuku stepped forward and then brought his left hand up and sucker punched the villainess across the jaw. "I said what your group is doing attacking you at." As the villainess caught herself, she began to stand up, but Izuku punched her again. "I said what is your group doing attacking you at?" Izuku demanded. The villainess stumbled back but managed to keep her feet under her. She brought her hand up in a hand expecting to be punched again. But as she straightened her back, she felt some cold, metal and cylinder pressed up against her forehead. Her eyes darted up and saw Izuku pressing the barrel of his purple rifle against her forehead. The villainess immediately broke. "Shigaraki, he has a plan to kill All Might. That creature he brought in, the one with the exposed brain. He called it the Anti-All Might. He told us he was bringing about the new era of society by destroying this one," the villainess said as she tried to take a step back. But Izuku matched her stride. The villainess felt her knee start to give out, but she still had enough courage to ask, Are you planning on killing me, kid? 'Cause if you're going to hold a gun to someone, you better be ready to use it. You're right, I am ready to use it, Izuku said, then transformed his arm back to normal. In the few moments of confusion, Izuku leapt forward and pressed his right arm in the villain's gut. Then with a yell, Izuku transformed his arm back and pushed the villainess straight into a wall, just not in the way you think. As the villainess's back collided with the wall, she spat blood out of her mouth. Izuku withdrew his arm from her gut, allowing her to drop to the floor. With that handled, Izuku transformed his arm back and closed his eyes to better listen to the world around him. Through the raindrops he could hear rushed footsteps coming towards him. It was 10 pairs of feet and they were all coming directly towards him. Izuku quickly stepped into the alleyway and waited for the group of villains to get near. As he waited, he tapped the bullet behind his ear. He was happy it had gotten stuck in his hair, allowing it to stay with him as he fell. Yet as he tapped the bullet he had used to communicate with Eraserhead, all he got was static. Izuku sighed. He would need a clear line of sight to reconnect back to the bullet. I saw a bright flash coming from over here. One of those hero students has to be over here. A villain called out as the group slowed down. One of them noticed the group of villains Izuku had defeated and pointed it out to the rest of the group. There must have been more than one student if all of them were knocked out, a second villain said, as they knelt to check on the villain next to them. Keep your eyes open. Shigaraki explained this was the plan. With that, Izuku stepped out of the alleyway and transformed his right arm. The steam was enough to catch the attention of all the villains. Yet before any of them could do a thing, Izuku quickly fired off 9 blue shots, then rushed the 10th villain. The villain panicked and threw a punch that Izuku easily caught. Izuku used the momentum to turn around and over the shoulder suplex the villain into the ground. As the villain let out a groan, Izuku pressed his knees into the villain's chest and asked in a forceful voice, "What are you here for? What is Shigaraki's plan?" The villain broke the villainess as he choked out the words. He's using that giant monster with the BB beak, called him the Anti-All Might. The P-perfect counter to All Might's strength. All to kill All Might and allow our V villains to come out of hiding. That's 3 times now. 3 times someone had said the plan was to kill All Might. Once was a story, twice was a plan, but 3 was gathering. Izuku had been right. The destruction of UASK was a warning of something big coming. Yet All Might wasn't here, so this Shigaraki wouldn't be able to go along with his plans. Shigaraki sounded like he was a man with a plan, but that plan was crazy. Izuku needed to learn more about Shigaraki, and the best way was to go and find him. Izuku figured he had to be the man who was covered in his hand and stood in the monster's shadow. Izuku needed to find the exit to this blackout area. "Are you going to let me go?" the villain asked, drawing Izuku's attention back to him. Izuku looked down at the villain and heard sounds of battle coming from the northeast. Izuku focused back on the villain who had a nervous smile on his face. "Nope," Izuku said, as he stood up and shot the villain in the chest with a blue bullet. Izuku then transformed his arm back and took off towards the sounds of battle. As he ran, his feet pounded against floor street asphalt, water splashing up with every step. This told Izuku that this must have been the blackout or rainstorm area. And if Izuku remembered the outlay of the USJ correctly, it was in the southwestern part of the building. As Izuku ran, he kept his ears attuned to the sound of fighting. He continued like this until he heard an unearthly roar. Izuku slowed down by sliding across a smooth patch of road. Izuku then turned his head in the direction that the roar had come from. It was to the east of him, so Izuku turned and headed towards the growl. As Izuku ran past an overturned car, a villain suddenly came flying towards him. In an instant, Izuku got prepared to fight, but then noticed the villain wasn't exactly flying. No, it looked more like he had been thrown. So Izuku sidestepped the villain, who crashed into the overturned car. Seeing that the villain was unconscious, Izuku continued heading towards the battle. As he got close, he saw a large shadow creature. Izuku got ready to fire an orange bullet at it, hoping that its weakness was light, but then he noticed it was fighting other villains. Izuku followed the trail of the shadow creature and saw it lead to Takoyami, who was struggling to stay away from the villains, while the now identified shadow creature of Dark Shadow fought the villains. Izuku quickly picked up speed and charged Takoyami. He leaped over an attacking villain and Spartan kicked a villain away from Takoyami. "Takoyami, is anyone else here with you?" Izuku asked as he dropped to the ground and swept the legs out from another villain. As the villain hit the ground, Izuku planted his fist against their jaw. "Ajiru. But I've lost him in this group of darkness," Takoyami said in a strained voice as he looked like he was ready to collapse to the ground. He and Ajiru had been easily overwhelmed, and with the darkness, Takoyami quickly lost control of Dark Shadow. Izuku looked around as he slammed a villain in the ground. He quickly spotted Ajiru's white gi. "I found him. He's 50 meters north of us. Can you recall Dark Shadow and have he get in close to us?" Izuku asked. Dark Shadow was easily handling the large group of villains, so it was obvious he could carve a path to Ajiru. Takoyami paused, then strained out. "No, Dark Shadow's strength grows in the dark, just as my control over him weakens." If there was light, then I could gain my control. Izuku watched Dark Shadow and saw that he was easily handling the large amount of villains that were attacking him. If that strength disappeared, then as a group the trio of students would struggle against the group of villains. I'm sorry to say, but right now we need Dark Shadow's strength more than we need your control over him, Izuku said. He could see how much Takoyami was straining against what Dark Shadow was doing, but with how easily he was sweeping through the villain, it was giving Izuku and Takoyami a chance to breathe. No, I understand. Takoyami understood Dark Shadow's strength better than anyone else. And if Dark Shadow was handling the villain, then all Takoyami could do was hold him back enough so he didn't kill someone. We'll get you some light later. Just keep making sure he doesn't kill anyone, while I work to get Anjuru back to us, Izuku said, then dashed off without waiting for an answer. Izuku worked his way through the villains, at least the ones that weren't solely focused on Dark Shadow. A neck chop to one, a fist to the chin for the next, then a gun rammed into the guts of the third. He had made sure to knock out the villain he had first run into, but now he was more concerned about getting to Anjuru. Once Izuku reached Anjuru, he knocked out the villain Anjuru held in his tail. Anjuru felt the villain go limp and drop. He then turned around and found Izuku closelining a villain who came running in with a knife. Anjuru couldn't believe Izuku's lack of fear. Usually, someone's reaction to seeing a knife coming towards them was to run away. But Izuku met the villain head-on and looked as if he didn't care about the knife. The villain didn't fully go down, so Izuku pulled out his own knife. The villain swiped with his knife, so Izuku jumped back before jumping right back in and using his knife to disarm the villain. Once the villain was disarmed, Izuku slugged them across the jaw, knocking them out. Izuku replaced his knife and attacked the next villain. Within 10 seconds of reaching Anjuru, Izuku had already knocked out 2 villains. Anjuru, we need to get back to Takoyami. He's the escape plan, Izuku said, as he tripped a villain, making them fall to the ground. Anjuru nodded and handled the villain he had in a headlock. Izuku quickly transformed his arm and began firing out a barrage of blue bullets, then switched green, knocking out a path of villains that led back to Takoyami, which, without waiting, Izuku and Anjuru took. As soon as they reached Takoyami, Izuku said, Takoyami, release Dark Shadow, get all the villains' attention on him. Takoyami looked concerned, as he had never given Dark Shadow full control over his actions. He only did it a few times when he was younger and didn't have good control over his quirk. But as he got older, Dark Shadow got more powerful. It became more and more evident just how powerful Dark Shadow could be if Takoyami lost control. Izuku then put a hand on Takoyami's shoulder, causing him to look up. Izuku had a confident look in his eyes as he said, Don't worry, I'll bring you back from the edge. Takoyami didn't know why. Perhaps it was the confidence Izuku held in his eyes. The confidence in himself. No, it was the confidence he held for Takoyami. That confidence allowed Takoyami to relax, and he released what little control he had over Dark Shadow's emotion. Takoyami felt his entire body ache, and he would have fallen to the ground if Anjuru hadn't caught him. The next moment, Dark Shadow grew even louder and let out a roar that shook the entire hazardous area. Anjuru looked at Izuku, who had a steeled look on Dark Shadow. I hope you know what you're doing. Izuku didn't say anything as Dark Shadow's fury was unleashed on the villain. With every swipe, Dark Shadow was throwing and knocking out a large grouping of villains. With each attack, Dark Shadow let out a roar that seemed to make Takoyami flinch and panic. Then with one final attack and the last of the villains unconscious, Dark Shadow drew back its arm and let out another unearthly roar. It was at this point, Takoyami cried out in pain and then blood started to leak out of his mouth. Anjuru noticed and then looked up at Izuku with the intent to say, I hope you have a plan. But Anjuru was caught off guard as Izuku calmly walked up the street to meet Dark Shadow head-on as if he wasn't facing a raging creature of the night that could easily kill him. Wait, Midoriya, don't. Takoyami yelled out and held his hand out as if he could grab hold of Izuku. You're crazy, Anjuru yelled. Yet Izuku didn't say anything as he held out his right arm. He had it pointed at the monstrous Dark Shadow. Then with steam formed around his arm, Izuku's arm transformed and he shot out a yellow bullet. It screamed through the air, and the moment it hit the side of Dark Shadow's head, it exploded. Dark Shadow's head jolted to the side. Away from the explosion, it let out a noise that was between unimpressed and annoyed. It then slowly turned its head back and looked at Izuku, an insignificant little bug that thought it could stand against a god of the darkness. What could the little bug know about darkness? Dark Shadow yelled as it drew back its fist and then moved to launch towards it. Izuku moved accordingly and jumped out of the way, as Dark Shadow's fist turned the ground and turned the asphalt into cement dust. As Izuku hit the ground, he rolled and came back up with his arm aimed at Dark Shadow. As he stood up, he fired off 2 orange bullets and a yellow one, going off the moment they hit Dark Shadow's jaw. Dark Shadow roared as it drew back its fist and then brought them together above its head. Then, like a hammer, Dark Shadow swung both of its fists at Izuku, who jumped back and slid over an overturned car and hid behind it. As Dark Shadow's fist hit the ground, it sent the car Izuku hid behind flying. but Izuku held onto the racks that were on top of the car. He clung to the car until he jumped off and wrapped his left arm around the top of a street light pole. Izuku wrapped his legs around the light pole and then leaned out and shot Dark Shadow again. Dark Shadow wiped its head to the side and looked Izuku in the eyes. Dark Shadow then caught a brief glimpse of a look hidden well within Izuku's soul. It was only there for a second, but it made Dark Shadow pause and rethink his previous stance on the little bug that had just dodged its attack. Izuku noticed the moment of pause and aimed his rifle right at Dark Shadow's head. The next moment he unleashed his entire stock of yellow and orange bullets as if he was firing a minigun. As each bullet hit Dark Shadow, they went off and exploded into explosions and flashes of light. Even as Dark Shadow reared into the air and let out a scream of pain, Izuku's aim followed it. Dark Shadow's scream started to die out and its body began to shrink. Dark Shadow continued to shrink until he was the size Tokoyami preferred to keep him out. It then slowly floated over to Izuku. It no longer had the power of the God of Darkness, so Izuku was not a little bug to it. Izuku locked eyes with Dark Shadow. Then after a few seconds, it let out a small whimper and went back to Tokoyami, disappearing under the boy's cloak. Tokoyami and Ajaru looked at Izuku. They had never seen anything like that. "Come on, we're finished here, but we need to make it back to the entrance," Izuku said, whipping his wet matted hair from his face. He didn't look at Tokoyami or Ajaru as he began walking towards the exit. "Everyone get back," Izuku yelled, causing Ochako to whip her head back to Izuku. Yet the serious look on his face wasn't what caught her attention. No, it was the purple ring of mist below his feet. The Ochako noticed that Izuku was starting to go through the purple ring of mist. Ochako then felt cold creeping up her legs, causing her to look down and see her own legs going through such a ring. Ochako looked to her right and saw Tsuyu reaching out of her, yet they were both falling too fast for Tsuyu to grab a hold. As Ochako fell, her instincts took over and crossed her arms in front of her. As Ochako's head went through the portal, she closed her eyes and the moment she could see light through her eyelids, she opened them. Ochako looked around and saw she had been sent to the mountain landslide area. Not only that she had been to the landslide area, but she had been dropped off at every top. As Ochako hit the ground she rolled, covering her head with her arm until she stopped. Taking a deep breath, Ochako pulled her arms down and quickly pressed them against the ground to get back on her feet. "Well, looky here. It didn't believe that Mr. Butler when he said he would be sending us someone special." A voice called that sent shivers down Ochako's back. She quickly turned around and found a group of 5 villains sitting on top of a boulder. They had similar jackets, each with a diamond design over the heart with a different color for each member. The villain who had spoken had a white diamond and was sitting on top of the largest boulder. Not just anyone, look at her great body. The villain with a green diamond design, sitting right below the leader of the group, and her costume ain't doing any favors of hiding it. "Hey, the boss told y'all to knock it off with that nonsense. That's what got you in trouble in the first place," the shortest of the group said, with a red diamond design. Yeah, you don't need to remind me of my debt. Besides, all I'm doing is admiring. Ain't nothing wrong with that," the green diamond villain said. "Legally, but morally, you are in the gutter." A villain with a black diamond on their jacket, who was the lowest sitting one of the group. Ochako looked around and saw many different cameras around the arena, but she almost noticed that none of the lights were on, meaning they weren't turned on, and Ochako didn't have to worry about holding back for the sake of holding up appearance. "You are all talkative. Perhaps one of you would mind sharing what you plan is here?" Ochako asked as she looked over the villain to try and determine their quirks. None of them had animalistic features or heavy mutants, so Ochako focused harder. Villains would always try to hide their quirks, but they always left enough hints to them. As such, Ochako noticed the villain with the white diamond had some firework tattoo on its neck. Odd choice, so perhaps the villain's quirk worked by creating firework explosions. Well, overall, Shigaraki wants to kill All Might, the villainess with the purple diamond said, and the white diamond villain scoffed. As if that could ever happen, but Boss was interested in the plan. Ochako noticed the disdain that the white diamond villain had for this Shigaraki, and how he said boss differently. "Shigaraki isn't your boss?" Ochako questioned. "Nay, we belong to the proud group of Color Shift. Boss was approached and sent us along to see how well the plan went," the green diamond villain said. Ochako noticed his nails were longer than the rest of the groups and sharpened to be almost blade-like. Chances were his quirk hardened his quirk to turn them into blades. "So kill All Might is your plan?" Ochako said. No, that's Shigaraki's plan. We as the Color Shift like to hold ourselves to more realistic, attainable goals. We're here to keep you distracted so Namu kills All Might," the red diamond villainess said. Ochako noticed that though she was the shortest of the group, she had the more toned body. Her muscles were tight against her jacket and Ochako could see calluses on her knuckles. A fighter, perhaps she had some augmented strengths. That's why the villains were so willing to talk, to distract Ochako, yet they weren't the only ones buying time. Ochako had 3 of their quirks down. She needed to figure out the quirks of the black and purple diamond villain. So prospects. You want to see if the League of Villain is worth putting your name under," Ochako said. The Black Diamond villain laughed and Ochako spotted a gun holster and a set of throwing knives. If Ochako wasn't so trained and used to seeing Izuku with his quirk, she would be afraid of going against someone who caught a gun. That left the purple villainess. "You say that as if we would be working under the League of Villains. Let us show you how wrong you are," the purple diamond villain said, and then she lunged towards Ochako. Ochako prepared herself to intercept the attack, but suddenly the purple diamond villain disappeared. Ochako tried to see where the purple diamond said went, but then she was kicked in the back of the head. As Ochako fell to her knees, she looked around for any sign of what the purple villain's quirk could be. Thinking it was super speed, Ochako looked for dust trails or friction marks against the ground. Yet there was no dust trail of friction marks. Before Ochako could think of another possibility, she heard a yell. She looked up and saw the green diamond villain jumping down from his boulder and had his hands posed to attack. Ochako noticed that his nails were longer and had a metallic glint to them. Not wanting to find out if the villain's nails were metal, Ochako rolled to the side, and just in time, the green diamond villain swiped his hands, making an X with his nails ending up in the ground. As Ochako got onto her feet, she spun around and managed to plant a foot against the green diamond villain. Yet she wasn't able to push the advantage as the red diamond villainess jumped down to join the fight, planting her fist against Ochako's side. With that single punch, Ochako knew the red diamond villainess had a strength-enhancing quirk as she went flying and crashed through a sign that said, "Warning, Boards of Falling Rocks." If Ochako wasn't in the middle of a fight, she would laugh about the irony of the sight. But as she was in the middle of the fight, Ochako gripped the metal pole of the sign. Then as she stood up, let her pinky drop. A pink light flashed over the pole and sign as the weight disappeared from her hands. With none of the cameras currently on, Ochako's determiner changed, and the change in her aura was noticed by the villains. "Oh, it seems like we've got a fighter here," the white diamond villain said. Ochako eyed each of the diamond villains in turn, and when she landed on the purple villainess, she disappeared. Ochako's eyes rose a bit, but then she heard a faint sound behind her. Ochako didn't hesitate as she sprung around and rammed the metal pole into the purple diamond villainess's side. Yet before she had a chance to hit a rock, the purple diamond villainess disappeared. Ochako turned back around and saw the purple diamond villainess nearly fly into the red diamond villainess. Yet the red diamond villainess caught her. The purple diamond villainess had a teleportation quirk, and it seemed momentum transferred between locations. With all quirks accounted for, Ochako felt a little more confident in being able to handle herself. So she took a running start and headed for the green diamond villain, who noticed Ochako's attack and brought his nails up and cut her sign in half. Yet that was Ochako's plan, as she quickly brought a foot up and kicked him in the gut. As the green diamond villain stumbled back, Ochako pressed the advantage. First, she hit him in the side of the hide with the sign, but swung the pole in her left hand against his hip. Yet she wasn't done. As the green diamond villain fell to the ground, Ochako brought her knee up and rammed into his ribs. The green diamond villain let out a gasp, just as Ochako dropped the pole out of her left hand and pressed all 5 fingers against his face. The green diamond villain barely had a chance to notice he was weightless before Ochako gripped his shirt and threw him over the edge of the mountain and down into the lower area. Ochako waited a few seconds, then pressed her fingers against it. A pink glow appeared from her fingertips as she turned to face the rest of the group. The white diamond villain was still on the top of his rock, while the black diamond villain was climbing down to join the red and purple diamond villainesses. As the black diamond villain reached the floor, he pulled out a tack-eye from behind his back. With her training, Ochako knew the best way to fight against an armed opponent. With a yell, the black diamond villain rushed forward with the red and purple diamond villainess at his side. The black diamond villain rushed Ochako first, and as he swung his tack-eye, Ochako sidestepped the attack and then got in close. She wrapped her left arm around the extended arms of the black diamond villain. Yet before Ochako could knock him out, the red diamond villain rushed in and attacked. Keeping hold of the black diamond villain, Ochako dodged the right cross and then jumped up and kicked the red diamond villainess in the chest. Using the spring in her boot, Ochako backflipped off the red diamond villainess and caused the black diamond villain to fall and kiss the ground. As Ochako landed, she brought her knee down hard onto the black diamond villain's back. Then Ochako gripped his jacket, keeping her pinky off as she picked him up and threw him at the red diamond villainess. The two crashed into each other, and the red diamond villainess was expecting it. They fell onto the ground. Yet before Ochako had taken much of a breath, the purple diamond villainess engaged. She began teleporting around and attacking Ochako. Ochako blocked a punch to the jaw, only to be kicked in the back. She then felt an elbow being rammed into her guts, and then a kick to her hips. A punch to the jaw, 2 seconds later, a kick in the back. 2 seconds, an elbow into the gut. Ochako started to feel overwhelmed, but she got her feet swept out from under her and noticed everything. The attacks weren't instantaneous. There was a small delay between them. About 2 seconds, which might not seem like much, but was enough time as Ochako heard the sound of the purple diamond villainous teleport. Ochako suddenly felt a weight on her chest and saw the purple diamond villainous draw back her fist to hit Ochako with. Ochako didn't wait time in trying to block the attack, but she tapped her left hand against the purple diamond villainous's leg. The purple diamond villainous immediately noticed how weightless she felt and teleported away, yet the momentum of her jumping away sent her shooting into the air. Ochako watched for a bit, then judged that the purple diamond villainous had enough time to decide he wanted to fall. So Ochako pressed her fingers together and muttered, "Release." If the purple villainous was smart, she would aim for the water before she built up too much downward monument that just left the red, black, and white diamond villains. The red diamond villainous had recovered and helped the black diamond villain to his feet, while the white diamond villain had yet to leave his rock. Ochako just had 3 more to get through before she could go and help anyone else who had teleported to the rock slide area. Ochako kicked the broken sign into the air and caught it. Her eyes jumped before the 3 remaining villains. It seems the green and purple diamond villains weren't that trained in combat, but these last 3 they held to themselves in a higher order. Generally, people with super strength lend themselves to become fighters. The black diamond villain was carrying around blades and guns, not the kind of weapons a person carried around without being trained. And the white diamond villain was obviously the leader of the group right now. They generally were well-rounded on the battlefield. "Well, you said she was a fighter," the black diamond villain said. "Yeah, she's got that look in her eyes," the red diamond villainess said, as she began popping her knuckles. Movement from up above caught Ochako's attention, and she saw the white diamond villain pulling out some playing cards from some kind of inner pocket within his suit. Yet before Ochako could see what the white diamond villain was going to use them for, her instinct flared up and she dodged a swipe from the black diamond villain, then jumped back from a sucker punch coming from the red diamond villainess. The moment Ochako's feet touched the ground, she saw a playing card been throwing between her feet. Ochako looked down and saw the playing card glowed and then a crack of light jet across the surface. Having a bad feeling about what was about to happen, Ochako dug the heel of her feet into her boot, coiling up the springs within them. Then at the last second, she released the spring, sending her up into the air, just as the card exploded. Up in the air, Ochako quickly ordinated herself so as she was about to crash into a large boulder, her feet hit first. The springs within her boots coiled up and locked in place, waiting for Ochako to use them. As she clung to the side of the boulder, she looked over the trio of villains. The white diamond villain finally jumped down to the ground. He had a deck of cards in his hands and was shuffling them between hands. So, explosive playing cards. Ochako had training against explosions, but they always came from the same location. Now she would have watched out for when he threw a card. With that in mind, Ochako pushed off from the side of the boulder, using her spring-loaded boots for extra speed. She rockets towards the red diamond villainess, releasing her quirk at the last moment and ramming her shoulder into the red diamond villainess. With the red diamond villainess' augmented strength, Ochako knew she would need to hit as hard as possible, and she wasn't going to waste all the momentum she had gained on the other 2. As the red diamond villainess went flying back into and between 2 rocks, Ochako had to drop down to the ground to dodge a swipe from the black diamond villain. Ochako then spun around on her hands and forced her heavy boots into the black diamond villainous knees. As he fell to the ground, he pulled off his gun and fired a bullet. The breath in Ochako's chest became stuck as she saw the gun and heard the sound of it being fired. Her eyes couldn't track the bullet, but judging by the angle of the gun, it was aimed at her left shoulder. Ochako then felt the aim of the bullet, but there was no piercing. There was still a high amount of pain that began to radiate from the impact, but Ochako didn't feel the bullet penetrate her skin, let alone her costume. Then her focus caught a pale yellow cylinder that dropped to the ground. Rubber bullets, that is what the gun was loaded with. Non-lethal, but that didn't mean they didn't hurt. Ochako then heard the sound of kinetic energy build up and she saw a playing card underneath her feet. She quickly rolled away, the resulting explosion catching her a bit. Debris caught her mask and cut a small hole throughout her costume. Ochako groaned as her ears rang. She tried to take a moment to catch a breath, but she was suddenly grabbed and lifted into the air. "Come here," the red diamond villainess said as she lifted Ochako in the air. Ochako struggled to breathe as the red diamond villainess put more pressure on her throat. Ochako's face began to go red as the blood flow was blocked. "Kirihiro," the black diamond villain called out. "Incapacitate, don't kill. Boss's rules." The red diamond villainess looked Ochako in the eyes. They started bulging and becoming bloodshot. With a sigh, the red diamond villainess dropped Ochako to the ground, who gasped for breath, but had to spit out some blood before she could inhale. "Your boss doesn't allow killing. I should be so grateful," Ochako said once she could. "There is a difference between a thief and murder, but all your heroes see are villains," the white diamond villain said as he prepared his highest card the boss had let him have for this job, a 7. As the higher the number of the cards, the larger the explosion. Yet even with his deck cut in half, the White Diamond villain always keeps a set of aces on him at all times. You break the law, you pay the consequences, Ochako said as she slowly got her hands and knees under her. Yet you heroes think a lowly thief should be treated the same as a murdering villain, the Black Diamond villain said as he holstered his gun. Ochako began to get onto her feet. Yet the Red Diamond villainess kicked in her side and sent her rolling. Ochako didn't stop until her helmet hit a boulder and a crack appeared on her visor. So the Red Diamond villainess was meant for close quarters, while the White Diamond villain fought up with range, while the Black Diamond villain was more mid. Knowing that, Ochako came up with a plan. It began with her gently pressing her finger into the boulder she rolled into. She then gripped it tighter so it wouldn't float away. Then with a groan, Ochako leveraged herself against the boulder and pulled herself up. Her hair was disheveled and she had more cut around her body, but she was meant to be Izuku's equal. She was supposed to be able to handle a group of villains at this by herself. It had taken her longer than Madam President had trained her to do so, but she had a plan and she knew it worked. The Red Diamond villainess saw the burning fire in Ochako's eyes, so she ran forwards to attack. Yet Ochako then quickly rotated and slammed the boulder into the Red Diamond villains. While she had taken away its gravity, it still had mass. All that was rammed into the Red Diamond villainess, who simply slid back. But that wasn't Ochako's entire plan to deal with her. Ochako dashed forwards and began punching against the Red Diamond villainess. Typically, along with augmented strength, Quirk was an increase of defense and resilience. Yet Ochako saw the small cuts and bruises over the Red Diamond villainous body. She was meant to dish out strong attacks, but in terms of taking them, she could only be a level above the average person. So Ochako didn't let off the pressure. Even when the Black Diamond villain joined in, she was quick to dodge each of his swipes before getting in close and punching him. While she handled the Red and Black Diamond villain, Ochako noticed the White Diamond villain was pacing down and forth, twirling a card in his hand. Ochako grabbed the wrist of the Black Diamond villain, locking it tight as she drew up her foot and kicked the Red Diamond villainess in the gut. Using the spring in her boot, Ochako managed to get the Red Diamond villainess to fly some distance. It was at this point the White Diamond villain decided to act and threw a play card. Ochako caught the card in midair, then spun the Black Diamond villain around so he was face on the ground. Yet that wasn't her only move, because as the Black Diamond villain kissed the ground, Ochako shoved the playing card against his chest. An explosion went off and the Black Diamond villain was thrown into the air. The White Diamond villain showed as his partner fell to the ground unconscious. He had thrown a 4 card just to get Ochako to back off some distance, but she had managed to use his quirk against him. That made the White Diamond villain growled as he reached a hand into his jacket's inner pocket and pulled out an ace. The White Diamond villain imbued it with his quirk. A purple glow outlined the image of the ace and then the border of the card. With a step, he threw the card and he connected with Ochako's chest. The resulting explosion sent her flying off the side of the mountain and down into the lower field. With a sigh, the White Diamond villain raised the cuff up to his mouth and said, "Murasaki, if you can read me, pick up Reimu and then head over here. Kuro is out and Kurihiro can't fight." There was someone throwing up water and then Murasaki's voice came through, "I'm on my way, Aijiroi. What about the hero student? Got away. We'll have to see how this pans and tell the boss." The White Diamond villain, named Aijiroi, said. As Ochako flew through the air, she tried to right herself but failed. With the wind rushing in her ears, she had no idea where she was going until she crashed into the side of someone. Ochako hit the ground and rolled, and when she opened her eyes she saw a villain that had rock gloves. He began to get onto his hands and knees, but then Momo suddenly appeared and kicked him in the chin. He went limp as he fell to the ground, while Momo reached down her hands, offering it to Ochako. Ochako quickly grabbed Momo's extended hand and 1A's vice president lifted her to her feet. "Thanks for the save," Ochako said. "You're welcome. I got the idea from Midoriya and his use of flashbangs," Momo said. Then 2 smoke bombs fell out of her legs. They went off the moment they hit the ground. Momo then tightened her grip on Ochako's hand as she pulled her through the smoke cloud. When they came out of the smoke cloud, Ochako noticed Shinsu was close to them. He knocked out a villainess and then looked up at them. He then quickly dodged an attack for him and then landed his foot on the villain that had tried to attack him. He then ran over to them, and they went shoulder to shoulder as Shinsu called out, "I count 40 left. Take a weapon," Momo said as she produced a metal staff for herself, a metal bat for Shinsu and a blunt katana for Ochako. As Ochako grabbed the handle of the blade, she realized it was a weapon she was trained with, yet now she was surrounded by members of Class 1A, people who knew she wasn't trained. She would need to hold herself back. Luckily, she also had Momo and Shinsu, who were skilled themselves. "Come on, we can get them if we just rush them. They're just some students," one of the villains yelled. Then all of them rushed. The trio did their best to keep their ground, but they slowly pushed back towards the edge of the mountain. While Ochako swung with skill and precision, she kept her movement slow, just slowed enough to hit and block any attack towards her. Momo and Shinsu did well for themselves, handling the villains as they rushed forwards. Momo seemed to have been trained to fight with a metal staff from a young age, while Shinsu was effective with the metal bat for knocking out the villains. That was until Momo blocked a swing from a man whose fists were metal. While she was successful in stopping the attack, it caused the staff to vibrate, and with the amount of force behind the attack, the vibrations were strong enough to force the staff out of her head. Before Momo could create a new weapon for herself, the villain raised his hands to attack. Yet Ochako was suddenly standing in front of Momo. She hit the villain across the face with her blunt katana. Then the villain stumbled back, so Ochako took a step forward and slapped him across the face, making sure to make contact with all 5 fingers. As the villain began to float upwards, a different kind of aura, from her usual bubbly and happy self, overtook Ochako. Her hold on her weapons became more natural as she spun around and rammed the tip of her blunt katana into the villain's gut. This sent the villain flying back, taking a few of his fellow attackers out. Then Ochako's movement seemed to change as well. She dashed forwards and met the nearest villain on. She was quick to disarm them over their 2 daggers and then rammed the butt of her katana into the neck. The villain quickly collapsed. Yet before they hit the ground, Ochako was already moving on to the next villain. As if sensing she was the biggest threat, the villains quickly converged on her, but all they did was lead them quicker to being defeated. Ochako was a flurry of attacks, blocks, and dodged until the last 10 villains remained. They were obviously smarter as they had directly attacked Ochako. Ochako's whole body moved as she took in deep breath, her mind keeping up to everything she had just done. This made the world come back into focus, and Ochako knew she had gone too far. She had shown off too much of her training. She quickly jumped back to Momo and Shinsu, taking a knee as if to show she was exhausted. But she could still fight if she was needed, so her grip of her weapon was still in an attack position. As the remaining 10 villains slowly took steps forwards, it gave the trio time to look over all of them. Some of their quirks were obvious, as one had the appearance of a snake and another formed rocks over their skin. Others weren't so, but Shinsu had seen a quirk earlier that could easily knock everyone out. He locked eyes with a villain that had vines over their arms. Shinsu zeroed on her by pointing his bat at her and said, "I guess Mother Nature wasn't very kind to you." "Shut up, you." The villainess stopped, as her eyes went cloudy. "Bind everyone," Shinsu said. A moment later, the villainess dropped her hand to the ground and large roots and vines erupted out of the ground and bound all the villains to the ground, even those that were unconscious. Shinsu then walked up and kneed the villainess in the side of the head, knocking her out. "All right, that's handled." Suddenly, the ground behind Ochako broke apart and a large figure wearing a skull mask came out. Ochako cursed herself at not being able to react as the villain grabbed her neck and lifted her into the air. Her body reflexively dropped her weapon. "All right, no quirks, or I'll squeeze the life out of your friend," the villain said, and began closing his fingers around Ochako's throat. Through her blurry vision, she saw Momo and Shinsu slowly raise their hands. "It seems you have some smarts in your head." Ochako tried to move around, but the villain just increased the pressure around her throat, causing the edge of her vision to go black. Ochako reached up and tried to pry the villain's fingers away from her throat. She had only trained Izuku once yesterday, and he hadn't discussed how to get out of hold like this. It was more of how to disarm someone and stop them from moving, so there was no way she could have this skill yet, but she couldn't think of any other way to break free. Besides, if Momo and Shinsu questioned how she knew how to break free and fight so well with a katana, she could pass it off as natural talent and heat of the moment. Ochako gripped as hard as she could against the villain's hand, then using her core strength brought her leg up until they were level with her head. Then reaching back, Ochako wrapped her left hand around the villain's wrist, pressing all 5 fingers down. The villain's gravitational pull was instantly nullified, and with this surprise, his grip loosened a bit, allowing Ochako to throw her legs down. As soon as Ochako's legs hit the ground, she was able to use them to pivot and throwing the villains over her shoulder. This caused the villain to fully release Ochako, allowing her to grab his arm and hold him high above her head. He tried to scream, but Ochako didn't let him as she slammed him into the ground. However, she wasn't finished, so she raised the villain again, then slammed him back into the ground again. This time cracks formed around the impact. Ochako then raised the villain up into the air and threw him towards the side of the mountain. She raised her quirk at the last second, allowing the anger that was evident on her face to work itself out. "Damn, remind me never to get on your bad side," Shinsu said, surprised at Ochako's sudden increased mobility and ability to easily lift a man over twice her size over her head. Ochako smiled at the compliment. "We might have cleared this area, but if we get teleported here, it's safe to assume the rest of our classmates are somewhere around the building. We need to get back to the main plaza and make a plan," Momo said, then began heading for the stairs, with the other 2 following her. With his natural sense of direction and a bit of luck, Izuku led Takoyami and Ajaru to exit the storm arena. Forcing the door open, Izuku was met with the main plaza and the horde of unconscious villains Eraserhead had handled on his own. Izuku smiled and couldn't help but be grateful he had underestimated his teacher. Eraserhead now only had Shigaraki and the giant monster to deal with. Though the mist teleport was back, he didn't seem to engage in the fight. Come on, we need to get back to the entrance and make sure everyone is fine, Izuku said as he and the other climbed down the stairs and went along the outside of the main plaza. They were about to reach the stairs when Shigaraki called out, "Namu, handle Eraserhead." Izuku turned and even with his enhanced eyesight, could barely see Namu's movement. He disappeared from behind Shigaraki and moved in a blur to Eraserhead. Izuku saw Eraserhead activate his quirk in an attempt to take away Namu's obvious enhanced strength quirk. Yet Namu's speed didn't disappear and he punched Eraserhead. Taken off guard by the missed drop in speed, Eraserhead barely had time to lift up his arm to protect himself. Namu's fist connected with Eraserhead and sent the underground pro hero flying. He hit the ground and rolled for a bit. Izuku watched his homeroom teacher struggle to get on his knees. It was clear he had used his quirk, but Namu's strength hadn't disappeared. So that meant Namu, whatever it was naturally that strong. Eraserhead's only advantage was bring his opponent down to his level, but that advantage was gone with the Namu. He would need some help. Takoyami, Ajaru, get to the entrance. I'm going to assist Eraserhead, Izuku said, then took off towards Namu. From the short fight he had just watched, Izuku knew how powerful Namu was and it was starting to get to levels of All Might. Friend, what hope do you have against a creature of such darkness? Takoyami asked. However, Izuku didn't answer. He just charged full speed ahead towards Eraserhead as Namu slowly walked up to him. Izuku didn't know what he could possibly do after a villain that had supposedly the same level of strength as All Might. Izuku knew he needed to get to Eraserhead before Namu, so he forced himself to move faster. However, he had the whole plaza to cross. Izuku and Namu reached the injured pro hero at the same time. Namu brought up his fist and rammed it into Eraserhead's head, causing the pro hero's head to slam into the ground. Namu then kicked Eraserhead away, causing Izuku to yell as he transformed his arm and readied a red round. One of the lessons marrow pounded into Izuku's head was that the outcome of a fight was determined by who found the advantage first, and to do that was to determine what worked against Izuku's opponent. Poke around the edge first. Normally Izuku would have gone explosive if he hadn't used all of those to provide light for Takoyami. As Namu began to lift its fist back up, Izuku slid in between the monster and this teacher and shot his incendiary round and ignited in the air. As it began to glow with a blazing red as it pierced Namu's shoulder and stopped between its humerus and clavicle and scapula. Normally that would have burned right through a person's body, but it was as if the Namu didn't even notice it. Izuku willed the bullet to increase in temperature and shortly afterwards smoke started to come out of the wound, along with the smell of smoke. Namu gave out a cry that Izuku could only assume was in pain, as in training Izuku was able to get his incendiary round up to about 19 degrees Celsius, almost able to melt tungsten at 22 degrees Celsius. As Namu clawed at its shoulder, Izuku jumped back and quickly lifted Eraserhead's arm over his shoulder. Izuku stood up and saw Namu staring down at him. Then the air around Izuku was filled with much a degree of murderous intent. It was the polar opposite of All Might. All Might's sense of peace was so powerful, it could almost be considered a secondary quirk, yet Namu had the opposite effect, even perhaps to a stronger degree. Izuku's mind and body had been trained against this, to either run or fight, never to freeze, but in the moment Izuku couldn't move. Namu was drawing back his right fist again, the same one Izuku had fired on. The bullet should have been hot enough to destroy any muscle it encountered, even at the same level as All Might. How could the Namu be moving his right arm at all? Then Izuku noticed something. The burn mark on Namu's shoulder was gone. No smoke was appearing. Namu had completely healed. The muscle issue, the bone, the skin. It looked as if the damage had never occurred. Izuku took a deep breath and forced his body to move. His instinct flared up and he jumped out of the way Namu's punch. Yet he could still feel the air wave that followed the punch. It was almost strong enough to completely dry his clothes. Impossible. Namu's speed is that of All Might's. How could a brat like you dodge its attack? You must have cheated, Shigaraki said as he began scratching his neck. Raw skin quickly appeared. Izuku took note of this, as it seemed Shigaraki, a male that appeared in his young adult life, was close to throwing a tantrum like a young kid. Izuku's enhanced eyesight allowed him to barely track Namu's movement earlier, but that was also from a distance. Now up close and personal, Izuku was able to most see the attacks coming, and Izuku knew why. It wasn't just the years of training, but the adrenaline that came from the sense of wanting to protect others. Izuku wanted to be more than just a hero that rescued people with a smile, like All Might. No, he wanted to keep fighting to save others, and if the moment called for such at the expense of his own life, to prove he wasn't what others thought of him. Now Izuku wasn't the type of person that was willing to sacrifice his life if there was another different option, no matter how low the percentage of winning dropped. But Izuku knew the life of a pro hero. It always took off years of a person's life. So Izuku could only hope he had achieved something great when fate decided to cut his thread. Until then, Izuku dodged another punch from Namu. Its right arm was still slower than before. Izuku's bullet was still in there and Izuku could sense it. It had lost some of its power, only heating up to about 800 degrees Celsius. Though he knew if he directed some of his focus to heating the bullet back up, then Namu would finally catch him. Namu, stop playing around and kill them already before the teachers get here, Shigaraki said. That comment was enough to distract Izuku. Somehow words had gotten out to the main campus. Kaminari must have gotten his communication work. If not, Izuku would bet on Ilda. Even with his leave no man behind mind thought he was the fastest of one and would get back to the main campus in the least amount of time. As he was distracted with that thought, he missed a punch from Namu and with it straight in his chest. Izuku could feel his ribs begin to creak as he and Eraserhead went flying. To protect his teacher, Izuku pulled Eraserhead into a curdle, bracing his teacher's head and covering his back, ensuring he would take the most damage. Izuku hit the ground first and his right shoulder almost began to dislocate. But he kept Eraserhead from receiving more damage. Didn't I tell you to stay out of trouble? Eraserhead mumbled, as Izuku got to his knees. That brought a small breath of relief to Izuku's soul. His teacher once dead. Sorry, sir, but there was a bit of a change of plans. Student of One has been scattered around the USJ by the Purple Mist villain who has a teleportation quirk. I can confirm Ajaru and Takoyami have made it back to the entrance, but not for anyone else. Word has been sent to the main campus, but I don't know how long ago. So starting from this moment we need to last 15 minutes. The teachers should arrive no later than that, Izuku said as he sat Eraserhead down on the ground. Namu had hit them far enough away that if Izuku met it halfway, Eraserhead would be out of the danger zone. Even in his damaged state, Eraserhead took note of how clean and precise Izuku spoke. But it was with false hope. Even if word had only been sent out in the last minute, it would take more than 30 for the heroes to arrive. Izuku was counting on All Might's speed, but unfortunately All Might had used all of his hero time. Eraserhead looked up and saw the stare on Izuku's face. It was hiding something, fear. No, fear was on the surface, fear of Namu. Underneath that hidden was an iron-hard will to fight, to protect his friends and family. Something that won't be there if Izuku was like the previous user of his quirk. Midoriya, you want to protect everyone, don't you? Eraserhead asked. I do, Izuku said, creating a trained eye on Namu. It wasn't moving towards them, but why? It had the order to kill them, but it wasn't moving. Its eyes were glossy. Izuku took the next few moments to look around. Tsuyu, Mina and Kaminari were waiting in the water at the edge of the sunken ship Harvard area, using the depth to hide themselves. Coming from the other side were Ochako, Momo and Shinus, and they were heading towards the stairs. Tsuyu, Ashido, Kaminari, Uraraka, Shinsu, and Yaoyorozu accounted for, Izuku said. You damn brat, you just don't know when to quit. Fine, let's see how you deal with this. Namu, forget about those two and handle the students on your right, Shigaraki yelled. Izuku watched as Namu turned and began walking towards Ochako, Momo, and Shinsu. He would have dropped Eraserhead and headed over, but then he saw Shigaraki beginning running towards the other trio. Shigaraki was dividing their attention, making them choose who to go for. Yet there were two of them and neither had to get close to use their quirk. Izuku quickly turned Eraserhead's head towards Shigaraki and said, Sir, count to 5 and then open your eyes. Try to keep your quirk active as long as possible. I'm going to make Shigaraki take a swim. With that, Izuku took off towards Namu. As he ran, he transformed his arm and fired 4 red bullets, 2 in the shoulders, 2 in the kneecaps. Unlike before, these bounced off Namu's skin. What? Why didn't they bounce off? Hyper-regeneration isn't Namu's only quirk. Impact absorption allows all kinetic attacks to simply bounce off, S.H. Jiraki said. Then grabbed hold of Tsuyu, yet nothing happened. You really are something, Eraserhead. You care for your students so much, but you cheat so much. Midoriya, whatever your plan is, do it, Eraserhead said in a strained voice. Eraserhead quirk allowed him to erase the quirk of anyone in his sight, but it gave him dry eyes, and with the concussion he had, he would probably only be able to hold it for a minute. Izuku would need to act fast. He looked at Namu and couldn't figure out why his bullets hadn't worked this time. If it could absorb all of his attacks, no matter how strong they were, then his plan won't work. Impact absorption won't let anything get through. But the force still had to go somewhere. Energy and force like that couldn't simply disappear. It had to go somewhere. Izuku's eyes then dropped to Namu's feet, then over to Ochako. Suddenly Izuku got a stupid idea. Ochako, do you trust me? Izuku yelled, as he prepared himself for the pain he would feel after the attack. Ochako's eyes jumped from Namu to Izuku. While she was in a great deal of fear, the small little voice in her head that sounded like Madam President told her this would be a great way to get Izuku's trust back. I do. Great, then when I say so I need you to use your quirk on Namu, Izuku called, fully aware of how ludicrous that idea sounded. Mission, be damned. Trust, be damned. Izuku wanted Ochako to try and get close enough to use her quirk on that monster. Her presence alone was making her body freeze. "Are you crazy?" Ochako and Shigaraki said, with Shigaraki adding, "It will kill your little friend before she gets the chance. Do you trust me?" Izuku repeated his earlier question. Ochako paused for a second, then yelled, "Yes." Izuku nodded and increased his speed. Namu was getting close, 5 feet, but Izuku didn't give the signal. "Now?" Ochako asked. 4 feet. Izuku gave no answer. 3 feet. "Now?" 2 feet, 1 foot. 6 inches. Finally, when the Namu was 4 inches away, it stopped. It looked at Ochako, its dead eyes staring down at her soul. And with Izuku right behind it, it began to raise its fists. Among all the panic, fear, horror, dread, dismay, terror, going through her head, a single word and voice cut through it. It was Izuku calling out, "Now." At Izuku's command, Ochako forced her fear out of her body and lounged forward. Not wanting to take any chance of missing a finger, she pressed all 10 fingers into Namu's chest. Namu then began to bring down its fist, but was found to have missed Ochako, resulting in its fist embedded into the ground. It raised its head and saw Ochako standing back by Momo and Shinsu, holding a hand to her chest showing she had been pushed back. Then a long barrel of metal filled its vision and Namu saw Izuku standing right in front of him, barely out of its attack. Namu screamed, but Izuku released the pressurized shot he had built up. It rang like a gong as Izuku's shoulder was forced back and a blunt purple bullet flew forward. The purple bullet struck true and Namu yelled and was forced back a few feet. Izuku let out a breath he knew he had been holding, and then with a smirk said, "So that idea does work." His idea had worked. Namu might be about to absorb the impact, but that only worked if Namu had something to redirect that energy into, and since it was unable to brace itself against the ground, it had nothing to redirect the impact to. Impossible. Impact absorbed such had not allowed that. Shigaraki yelled, turning away from Mina, Tsuyu and Kaminari. How could a first high schooler be about to stand against the Namu that Master and Doctor had built to fight All Might? All Might was the height of strength. No one would dare stand to be the same, yet a first-year high school student had found a way around Namu's quirks. Impact absorb can only work if Namu has stable ground to push off against. That's how absorption works, not a complete transfer, because energy cannot simply disappear. "Now let's see what this does," Izuku said, as he got ready to unleash a more powerful shot. Yet with no gravity, Namu was faster, meaning it easily rushed forward and shoulder-checked Izuku, hitting him square in the chest. As Izuku went flying back, Namu reached forward and grabbed Izuku's ankle, then with ease threw the dual-colored student into the side of the mountain area. "Midoriya!" yelled all the students that were in the main hub. Knowing her quirk was the reason Namu was able to move so much faster, Ochako released her quirk, as Shigaraki began to laugh and walked over to Namu. This Namu was bioengineered to be the perfect counter for All Might, Hyper Regeneration and Impact Absorb, quirks that withstand anything the number 1 hero throws it. "What chance did you think you had, brat?" Shigaraki said. In the hole in the mountain, Izuku's body was on fire. His vision was dark, but his left eye screamed in pain. It felt like his entire body was broken and beaten, yet he still had people to protect. He needed to continue fighting until the heroes arrived, to fight to save his classmates and teacher. That made him reflect on a conversation he had with Mero. "Midoriya, when is it most important for a hero to stand back up?" Mero asked as he swung at Izuku's left side. With his left eye covered by an eye patch, Izuku couldn't see the attack, only seeing it in the peripheral of his right eye. Izuku raised his left hand to block, but he missed the attack and Mero hit Izuku across the jaw. Izuku fell to the ground and struggled to his hands and feet. Mero had been training Izuku for the past 9 hours, and Izuku still had 2 to go until he could take a break. Izuku clenched his raw fist and pounded his knuckles into the ground, adrenaline spiking in his body as it had been for the last 3 hours. With the adrenaline, Izuku forced himself onto his knees, when he has nothing else to give. Because as long as a hero breathes, he can provide hope. "And are you willing to train to become that kind of hero?" Mero asked, as he grabbed Izuku's hand and helped to his feet. Izuku brushed himself off and nodded. "Good, now show me that move you've been practicing." Mero had brought up the point that a sniper's biggest advantage was their sight and range. Without their sight, a sniper won't be able to fight in their preferred range, effectively making them useless. So Mero had Izuku train while wearing an eye patch, and through much struggle, Izuku learned how to fight with only one eye. Izuku lifted his arm to try and pull himself out of the crater, yet he couldn't move. He was alive, meaning he still could fight, but could he really find a reason to fight for people he barely met? Izuku sighed, and then he realized something. He wasn't just fighting for the people inside the USJ. The villains wanted to kill All Might, and if they succeeded, no matter how unlikely that was, it would cause a ripple effect. With the symbol of peace dead, villains would run rampant, causing terror and fear. Terror and fear Izuku had promised her he would never feel again. These villains were no different from Overhaul. They used fear to control people, something Izuku, as always as he was standing, would not allow to continue. Out in the courtyard, Shigaraki laughed. He was wrong to fear Izuku because in the end there wasn't anything he could do against Namu. With that, Shigaraki charged Ochako, noticing she was slowly shifting to a battle-ready stance, looking like she was ready to fight. However, as he reached his hand out, a gunshot went off and landed right where his foot was about to land. He looked and saw the mess that was Izuku. He had pulled himself out of the hole Namu had thrown him into. Yet all that did was show how broken his body was. His right arm had several cuts on, blood dripping from his fingertips. His scooter was broken and a deep gash, starting from Izuku's left eye and going back to his ear, took its place. Izuku rubbed his left eye and saw his vision go completely black. His left eye was damaged. Now he only had his right eye to see, but he had been trained for this. Izuku lowered his arms and gripped the edge of the crater. "You stay away from her. You six, grab a racer head and get out of here," Izuku yelled, as he pulled himself out of the crater and pulled out his knife. As his legs hit the ground, they screamed out, but they weren't broken, just sore. Namu hadn't had any gravity to leverage itself off, but if it had, then Izuku would have been dead. Izuku flipped his knife around as he faced Shigaraki, increasing his heart rate and flooding his body with adrenaline. "I'll handle them." "How are you not dead?" Shigaraki called out, voicing the thoughts of everyone in the plaza. Izuku had been punched by a creature designed to fight All Might and embedded into the side of a mountain, so the confusion and worry were understandable. "Because I dug down deep and found a reason to keep on fighting," Izuku yelled as he charged forward, causing Shigaraki to laugh. Morals and values. No villain would ever understand those, so Shigaraki just laughed. In a fight, the only strength that mattered was strength. How strong someone's quirk was, and Shigaraki had the best on his team. "You think you can take us by yourself? Hirajiri, grab this wannabe hero." Hirajiri began to move, but Bakugo suddenly appeared behind him and lit an explosion against the villain's armor piece. "Impossible, how did you see that?" Hirajiri asked, as Bakugo grabbed the armor piece and pushed Hirajiri to the ground, keeping the teleporting villain in place. Bakugo had teleported to the business complex with Kirishima, and the villains that had been sent after them were easy enough to handle. Bakugo had commented that this league of villains didn't seem to have any kind of serious players. Even the purple mist villain that teleported them around seemed to play more of a support role rather than attack. Yet with the bullet Izuku had given him, Izuku would be able to easily locate them. Yet when they were walking down the street, that's when Bakugo heard two pressurized shots go off in quick succession. Kirishima didn't think his classmate could portray so much panic and fear before Bakugo let off two explosions behind him and went flying towards the main plaza. Bakugo knew what one pressured shot meant. It meant the situation had been bad even though Izuku resorted to that. A second pressured shot meant Izuku was up against someone who could handle that kind of attack. And with Izuku yelling in anger, it didn't take much to tell Bakugo that the situation had gone worse to worse, as Izuku wasn't to lose his cool so easily. As Bakugo came flying out of the business residential hazard area, he saw the hand villain approaching Ochako, Momo and Shinu, with Tsuyu, Kaminari and Mina in the water. Izuku had his quirk trained on Shigaraki, yet Kurogiri was still in play. Then Shigaraki gave the order. Teleportation, while not used for direct combat, played a large part in turning the tides of a battle. So while rare, any time one popped up, the nation's government where the person lived was quick to shelter them. After Russia had tried to hide one of theirs, all nations agreed that anyone with a teleportation quirk was to be reported to the United Nations and the World Hero Mission Agency. So Bakugo knew he would need to get the teleporter off the playing field. Yet Bakugo's early attack had done nothing, his explosion only slightly moving the purple mist, but the teleporter had to have some kind of body. Even otherworldly quirk had to have some kind of mortal tether. Bakugo's eyes scanned the purple mist teleporter, then he got a glint of something metal. Without question, Bakugo knew that was the tether. It was small, durable, and the purple mist teleporter had tried to hide it as the next second the glint was gone. Bakugo took a running start and then launched himself into the air with his explosion. As he neared the purple mist villain, Bakugo held out his hand and grabbed a hold of a metal neck brace. Bakugo then forced it to the ground, pulling the purple mist teleporter down along with it. "I thought it was weird that if you didn't have a body, then you wouldn't need this armor," Bakugo said, then set off another explosion. "Move and you're dead." "Come on, you heard the nerd. Get a racer head out of here." Ochako, Shinsu and Momo ran over, while Kaminari, Mina and Tsuyu pulled themselves over the water. Ochako used her quirk on Eraserhead and Shinsu and Kaminari carried him up the stairs, the girls following behind. "Now it's just you and Namu." "Namu, kill this cheating bastard," Shigaraki said. Namu screamed and charged forward and brought its fist down on Izuku. But Izuku had dropped down and slid between Namu's legs and used his knife to create several cuts. Izuku got back on his feet and saw the cuts heal, telling him that small slashing attacks got through. Impact absorption was meant for an attack from All Might, giant punches, so knives and swords won't be foreseen to be used. Izuku transformed his right arm and aimed it at Shigaraki, who bioengineered this Namu. It wasn't you or your accomplice. How is this accomplished? A person can't be born with more than one quirk, and there's no way to give a person a second quirk. So who made Namu and how did they do it? Izuku asked as he leveled his weapon at Shigaraki's head. Namu, don't stop until this brat is dead, Shigaraki said. Using his hearing, Izuku ducked from a punch and rolled back. But Namu was fast and stomped around where Izuku had rolled to. Izuku had to quickly dive to the side to escape, but Shigaraki was already there waiting for him. Shigaraki grabbed Izuku's right arm and gripped it tight. Your quirks only work on your right arm. There were several chances firing from your left would be better. You could have trained a weapon on Namu, but you had to make sure you were aiming at me since your left eye isn't working. Pain flared up in Izuku's right arm, causing him to look down and see that his right arm was disintegrating. Shigaraki was gripping the end of the barrel, so Izuku fought through the pain and transformed his arm back, allowing it to slip out of Shigaraki's grip. But the damage transferred over. The skin on Izuku's right arm was cracking and falling off, revealing muscles underneath. Izuku flipped back from Shigaraki's next attack and kicked the villain in the chin. Izuku clenched his teeth as he transformed his arm back and fired a shot at Shigaraki. But Namu stepped in and stopped the bullet. Izuku took notice, as Namu could have easily killed him, but it decided to protect Shigaraki. Namu, kill him while I deal with his little friends, Shigaraki said. Then turned to the group running up the stairs. Shigaraki took off, while Namu began to punch at Izuku. With his left vision missing, and using the pain and adrenaline, his sense of hearing became more attuned, and Izuku focused on that to dodge the punches from the left. Yet Izuku couldn't counter as his focus was thrown at Shigaraki running towards the group. They had no idea what his quirk was or how to fight. He needed to protect them, to save them. He needed a way to deal with Namu and Shigaraki that Kyugo had Kurajigi handled. Yet Namu had orders to kill Izuku, so if Izuku moved to attack Shigaraki, then Namu would have an opening to kill him. And Izuku hadn't accomplished anything to change the world. Izuku was decked by Namu and his face slammed against the ground. Izuku spat out a tooth as he looked at Namu, the monster staring back with no soul. You're just an evil creation, built only to kill and to protect your master. Then Izuku remembered how Namu had previously moved to protect Shigaraki, and that Izuku got an idea. Izuku transformed his right arm, and with a yell, he fired a red bullet into the brain of Namu. As Namu let out an unearthly scream and clawed at its head, Izuku dove between its legs as he transformed his right hand back. For what he was about to do, he needed to transform both arms. Hey Shigaraki, you can call it an ultimate move as it takes the rest of my ammunition to do. I just call it, Izuku said as he swung both arms forward and clapped his hands together. The clap echoed through the entire USJ. The weight behind it caused all movements to cease for the next few moments. Izuku gritted his teeth as his right arm began to transform. The broken skin became even more torn apart. Yet it wasn't only his right arm transforming form. His left began to length out also. A purple metallic color, starting as his elbows, quickly traveled his arm, making his forearms appear metal. His fingers began interlaced and twirled, becoming a barrel. It looked like Izuku's normal rifle, just twice the size, but then began to transform again. The barrel and forestock began shortly, while the diameter of the barrel increased. The stock bulged as a hiss of air escaped Izuku's gritted teeth. Even normally, this move caused Izuku a bit of pain. With the disintegrated skin on his right arm, the pain was starting to make the edge of Izuku's vision go black. Izuku then took a deep breath as his arms finished transforming, the barrel now the size of a cannon. Izuku grounded his feet and yelled, "Cannon shot!" A deafening sound came out of Izuku's barrel, and a cannonball the size of a basket came flying out. The sound quickly traveled upwards and rattled the glass panel that made the roof of the building. That glass panel immediately broke and began to fall to the ground, but not before the large projectile was hurling itself towards Shigaraki. As if sensing its master in danger, Namu charged over and blocked the projectile from hitting Shigaraki. The Namu yelled as he held his ground against the large projectile. Even its feet began to be moved backwards as it struggled. With a yell, Namu lifted the large cannonball into the air, and then slammed it against the ground, only leaving the top 15% visible. Izuku groaned as his arms transformed back, some scars on his left arm, but none were bleeding as much as those on his right. His muscles were all tight, he couldn't move as if he was a statue. Yet they were all screaming in pain, but Izuku didn't let it show on his face. He pushed through and made his determination shine. Determination to keep standing, to keep fighting until his last breath. This is the best you can do. What hope did you have? Shigaraki asked as he laughed and began to scratch his neck. I wasn't hoping for much, just a distraction, and you played perfectly. The only thing I was doing was counting. 5, 4, 3.2, 1, Izuku said, then a loud crash of something metal hitting the floor. Izuku couldn't help but smirk. While he had perfect timing, he had taken a shot in the dark about how quickly help would arrive. And it seemed he had guessed correctly as one last attack hit the door and All Might stepped into the USJ. The final boss finally arrives. Now it's time to clear this level. Namu, kill that brat with the gun, then kill All Might, Shigaraki said. Izuku saw Namu turn to him. It hadn't shown any emotion up to this point, but now it looked like it was happy to kill Izuku. It turned and shot towards Izuku, who saw All Might coming racing towards him to save him. Yet Namu reached him first, and with the strength of All Might behind its fist, said fist connected with Izuku. The last thing Izuku remembered was his head hitting the ground and passing out. Bakugo watched as Namu punched Izuku hard enough that Izuku hit the ground, and then his body bounced up a bit. All Might then reached Izuku and Namu, his shoulder checking Namu. But when they didn't do anything, the creature swiped at the symbol of peace. All Might quickly stepped out of range and drew back his fist to ready a punch. Bakugo's focus jumped from Namu to All Might, then to Izuku. All Might, Izuku, Namu, All Might. Bakugo then bites his tongue. Namu had taken Izuku's cannon shot, and from the shoulder check it should have been obvious that Namu had some kind of quirk that nullified All Might's strength. Izuku had let loose the Namu was a bioengineered monster. Anyone with the knowledge and smarts to do so would be smart enough to try and add a quirk that nullified physical strength. Yet it seemed All Might didn't realize as he planted a sucker punch into Namu's chest. The creature just grinned and returned the punch to All Might's stomach. Despite the ever-present smile on All Might's face, Bakugo could tell that it was painful and forced. Bakugo didn't want to accept it. He told himself the lie that he couldn't join the fight because he had to take care of Kurogiri. But the truth was, from the moment he laid eyes on Namu, his body had been frozen in fear. Bakugo couldn't move. Yet he saw his best friend, his brother, lying unconscious on the battlefield, no less than a meter away from a fight that with each punch shook the building. Bakugo felt his pride swell. His brother had the guts to fight that creature, even knowing he didn't have a chance, only to buy time. Bakugo had the same training, the same level of skill, and the same strength, yet his will was not strong enough to fight such a creature alongside his brother. Bakugo growled as his hand released Kurogiri. The next second he let out 2 explosions and was soaring towards the fight between 2 titans. Bakugo didn't care if he was a David running towards 2 fighting Goliaths. He would make himself known. Bakugo got in close and laid both hands on Namu's back and lit off all the sweat that was within his gloves. Yet he knew it wouldn't do anything. It would get the creature's attention. And it did, along with All Might's. Young Bakugo, All Might said. Yet Bakugo didn't listen. He blasted himself over Namu's back and planted his foot into its exposed brain. Though it in itself felt like Bakugo was kicking a brick wall, he didn't let off. He vaulted over Namu and landed between it and All Might. Bakugo quickly pulled the pin on his right gauntlet and unleashed a point-blank massive explosion against Namu. It was strong enough that Bakugo was forced against All Might. Bakugo didn't stop. As a vent opened up on his right gauntlet, he pulled the pin on his left gauntlet and unleashed another explosion. While Bakugo figured the impact of the explosion wouldn't do much, the heat would slow down Namu and give Bakugo enough time to pass along some information. It's a bioengineered creature to fight you. Anyone smart enough to give it quirks would be smart enough to add some kind of kinetic energy nullification. It was strong enough to withstand Izuku's cannon shot. You're going to have to get creative. You can't punch your way out of this one, Bakugo said. Thank you for that information, young Bakugo, All Might said, then stepped forward to block a punch from the still healing Namu. Now get yourself and young Midoriya out of harm's way. Despite his shoulder screaming in pain from using his gauntlets in quick succession, Bakugo unleashed an explosion and dove towards Izuku. In military style, Bakugo rolled on the ground, lopped Izuku's left leg around his shoulder, and then as he completed the roll, slipped his right arm under Izuku's left arm. As Bakugo stood up, Izuku came within him. As All Might re-engaged Namu, Bakugo took off towards the plaza. He saw Shigaraki and Kurogiri off to the side, watching the battle as if they were in the belief that Namu was all they needed to handle All Might. Bakugo disregards them. If they thought they would beat All Might, the symbol of not only peace but hard work and training in Bakugo's mind, they were mistaken. Bakugo dashed up the stairs and saw Kirishima had joined Momo, Ochako, Shinsu, Tsuyu, Kaminari, and Mina in returning to the front entrance. Hilda was back and knelt over 13's exposed back. Bakugo could see some wisps of dust come over and disappear into her suit, right at the shoulder. 13's file had her quirk black hole transform her arm's mid-upper arm down into a black hole. She supposedly didn't have that great of control over it and had to wear her suit, which had a safety system in case her suit was compromised. The safety system must have kicked in but was damaged, and that is why dust was leaking into her suit. Bakugo then saw 13's back. There was cut and missing skin all over, enough to turn anyone green. Mr. Aizawa didn't look any better. His black jumpsuit hid it well, but Bakugo could see blood stains where there were obvious cuts. Bakugo set down Izuku and leaned him against a pillar. He then took off his gauntlets and pulled out a roll of gauze from his belt. Ponytail, engines. You've obviously got some first aid from your training, Bakugo said, catching the attention of everyone around him. Bakugo then instructed them how to give 13 and Mr. Aizawa. Momo was able to provide disinfectant spray, while Ilda began to wrap 13's back. Seeing that just 2 people would be able to work fast enough, Bakugo started barking orders to the rest of Class 1 and that was around. He gave a quick lesson on how to properly wrap the bandage to stop bleeding without causing it to be too tight. Engines, how far are the other teachers? Bakugo asked as he finished wrapping Izuku's eyes. Not too far away, Ilda said. Bakugo worked furiously to wrap Izuku's bandages, his mind so focused on saving his best friend that he didn't notice the amount of blood coming out slowing down and Izuku's heart rate dropping. Down in the central plaza, All Might had taken Bakugo's advice and looked for other means to take care of Namu. That had ended with All Might having Namu in a deadly headlock on his right side to keep Namu from getting to his injury, which was already bleeding. All Might kept his grip over Namu as he looked over at Shigaraki and Kurogiri. You lied, Master. All Might isn't weaker. He's better than ever. But it wasn't for that stupid cheat code of yours that just won't die. Namu would have been fresh and ready to fight. You're all out of playing villain. Surrender and tell me who built this monster. All Might said. Bakugo's statement about Namu being bioengineered and having been given an impact nullification quirk made All Might think. While Bakugo couldn't possibly know about the quirk that could steal and give quirks, it was possible he wasn't far off. There was only one quirk and one man who could do that, yet All Might had made sure that that man had died nearly 6 years ago. Perhaps it was that Mad Doctor All for One seemed to have under his wing. In a final attempt to kill One for All, the Mad Doctor had created this creature by the name of Namu. Namu, break free and kill him, Shigaraki said as he began to scratch at his neck. All Might was meant to be a dumb brawler. Master had talked about it endlessly of all the symbols he fought against, and All Might was the most simply minded one. He punched, and if that didn't work, he punched harder, but here and now he was going for a grapple. That explosion kid had taught him something. All Might wasn't supposed to be able to think about impact nullification by himself. By then there was a few seconds that the explosion boy had gotten in the middle of the fight. He must have passed along information to All Might before getting away with the cheat code. Namu began to punch All Might's side, each time with more and more force behind it. Finally, Namu grappled All Might's arm and pulled it away from its neck. This gave Namu the chance to slip out and attack properly. It yelled as it began to punch All Might again. All Might blocked and deflected the punch before landing one on its beak. The beak caved in a bit, but then the bone pushed back out and healed itself. Some impact nullification to handle All Might's attack and then regeneration for when impact nullification was overcome. That meant impact nullification wasn't the only plan, because there was a limit and it seemed Izuku had whittled it down enough that regeneration had to come into play. Yet most regeneration quirks didn't work too quickly, meaning the regeneration quirk Namu had could also be overwhelmed. With that thought, All Might planted his feet hard against the ground. He blocked an uppercut, then drew back his right fist. With the full strength of One for All drawn full and imbued into the attack, All Might planted the fist where a heart would typically be. All Might felt the impact of the attack spread out, but then he saw lacerations spread out from the impact. Blood began to flow out of the cuts. Impossible. Namu was designed to withstand any of your attacks. Shigaraki yelled. This monster may not be human, but it's a still immortal creation. It become tired the same as everything else. All Might said, as Namu suddenly went backwards. Perhaps it jumped back to avoid an attack. But All Might then noticed the trench on the ground. Namu had been forced back, its quirks were out of juice, and it appears that facing against my students had tired it out. Namu yelled as it pumped its fist against the ground, cracking spider webbing out. Its eyes looked pissed, as if it had been taught its entire life that it was capable of winning any fight it fought itself in. But now it was becoming pushed back. It screeched as it ran forward, its eyes boring into All Might's soul. Yet before the titans of strength could reach each other, the sound of cracking ice echoed through the USJ. Suddenly an ice pillar formed in front of Namu, rocketing upwards and uppercutting its jaw with enough force to break the beak in itself. As Namu fell backwards onto its back, Todoroki appeared and scoffed. Even without its quirk, its body is still designed to handle a strong offensive. You brat, Shigaraki yelled, looking at Todoroki. Thank you, young Todoroki, but I must ask you leave this fight to me. All Might said, shooting a small glance at the son of the man who the world considered to be his best rival. All Might, Todoroki yelled and sent out another wave of ice. All Might filled the ice and saw that it had stopped the Namu as it had begun to run at All Might. Perhaps in his older years, or that fact he had a group of people under his tutelage, All Might's focus wasn't what it was supposed to be. Namu's eyes were bloodshot as they were focused solely on All Might, the lower full of its body encased in thick ice, while its upper body was still free and trying to reach its target. All Might realized as his focus was on Todoroki, Namu would have been able to easily bulldoze him. It is clear even without the use of its two quirks, Namu was a creature to be taken lightly. All Might would need to deal with it swiftly and properly as he was already pushing his time limits. Though with its quirk exhausted it wouldn't be as hard if Izuku had stood his ground. Yet that didn't mean All Might was going to put anything less than all he had into his punch. All Might took a heavy step forward and drew back his right fist as he proclaimed to the world, "My students have shown the truth of these words, one above all else. Now let me show you how much I believe in them." All Might swung his fist forward and hit Namu right at the sternum. The creature's muscle held the tackle back, but All Might pushed one for all further, and All Might felt Namu's ribs begin to crack. This is what it means to go beyond one's limits, plus ultra. Namu screeched as it went flying through the air, and when it hit the broken glass roof, there was no hesitation as the metal frame broke apart. This allowed Namu to fly unrestricted into suborbit, far away from Kurogiri's ability to teleport it back. And for this All Might stood triumphant as he looked over at Shigaraki and Kurogiri, daring them to act. Shigaraki started to get an itch. It wasn't a physical itch, no, it was the itch to destroy something. The final boss stood in front of him. Their master plan had failed because of that stupid cheat code they ate. No normal high schooler should have been able to handle Namu so easily. That high schooler had played Namu, Shigaraki and Kurogiri like a fiddle. He was dead now, but not without first causing Shigaraki to lose the stage. Shigaraki took a small step, but then a presence caught his attention. Shigaraki looked over and saw the first-year UA teacher standing at the top of the stairs. It was obvious that if he attacked, he wouldn't only have to contend with All Might but all the other heroes. The itch within Shigaraki's being grew, but then Snipe stepped forward and shot at Shigaraki. Due to Kurogiri's quick actions, he was able to spring in front of Shigaraki and teleport away, but not before 2 bullets had struck Shigaraki. The first one was in the left shoulder and the second one was his right hand. Well, that should put him out of commission for a while, Snipe said as he twirled the gun around before sliding it back into its holster.